Crude oil is extending declines from the lowest close in more than 12 years, with oil down almost 3% today at $27.65 a barrel. U.S. housing starts in December slumped 2.5% from the month before. Economists were expecting an increase in starts. Building permits, a sign of future activity, declined less than estimated. Meanwhile, U.S. consumer prices, excluding food and fuel, rose 0.1% in December from November. Economists were looking for an increase there of 0.2%. Among the companies moving on corporate news, IBM down almost 6% in pre-market trading. The company forecast 2016 earnings that trailed analyst estimates, but shares of Netflix are higher, up almost 1% before the opening bell after overall subscriber growth beat estimates in the latest quarter. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, well, it couldn't be a worse time of year to have your car break down. In the winter, it's rainy, bad time to have car problems. And if you're one of those folks that not only is dealing with car problems, but also at the same time dealing with, well, financial issues, then here's a suggestion. Why don't you contact the folks at Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet and ask them about the Good People Bad Credit Program. They've helped hundreds of people who have had difficulties dealing with student loans or credit cards. Maybe they've been swamped in medical bills. They've helped them get into a quality, safe, reliable vehicle in 48 hours or less and help them reestablish their credit. So give them a call. Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet, the Good People Bad Credit Program, at 541-998-2333. That's 541-998-2333. Helping to get good people back on the road.
The Wake Up Call.
To be honest, I've never seen such dysfunction.
With Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Don't forget about the Umpqua Wake Up Call Ice Cream Social that could be coming to your workplace. Java Thunder, which is not, I think in your wrestling days, you were called Java Thunder, but it's been a while. Are you going to show up like the Nacho Libre in the stretchy pants and the mask?
It's tempting.
God, that would be hilarious.
It's tempting.
Sir Bill will be there with much ice cream to ingest, and it's happening Friday. How do you get to be a part of this fun?
Okay, so here's how this works. Simply email us, 1120, that's 1120, KPNW at gmail.com. On the subject line, put something along the lines of Umpqua ice cream or just ice cream. And what we'll do is we will bring ice cream on Friday, if we draw your name, to you and 19 of your best friends at work. So send us the email, remember on the subject line, Umpqua ice cream or just ice cream. And we need your name, phone number where we can get a hold of you during the day, where you work, and an address would be nice too, and how many people, you want ice cream for. If you have a small office of 6, let us know. If you have a large office of 20, let us know. We had somebody that emailed us yesterday that said they had an office of 130 people.
That's more than 20.
That's more than 20, but the way I look at it, that's a way that you can really
milk it?
Milk it, yeah. Oh, how good a friend of mine are you really?
Do you make the 20?
Right. Do you meet the 20? So you can start putting a list together. I would suggest, by the way, the person that sent that email in, actually post the list publicly and have like a little thing where you know if they're going up or down on the list.
I like that.
Yeah.
How they're trending.
Right. How the friends are trending. And if somebody comes in and leaves crud on your desk, you know what? I suggest you move them off.
You call them friends. Some people would consider them just co-workers. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Your co-workers, the ones that you actually prefer.
When is the deadline?
Get them in by Thursday. Okay?
Wow.
Because
tomorrow.
Yeah. So try to get them in by the end of the show tomorrow. All right.
Do it while you're thinking about it today. Don't wait.
1120KPNW at gmail.com. Subject line, ice cream or Umpqua ice cream, something that denotes ice cream. And who knows, we could be delivering to you. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. We'll deliver sometime between probably noon and 3, and a lot of that kind of depends on the schedule of the folks, at wherever it is that they work. So
I know, like, last time, you just kind of threw him the ice cream and you hoofed it out of there. But the time before that, you kind of hung out and kind of, you broke ice cream with him.
Some people want you to break ice cream. Other people just want you to get the hell out of the office. So the last time it was that case. Oh, thanks for the ice cream. You can leave now. Oh, okay.
Oh, they said that. Wow.
Yeah.
Did they throw you a tip or anything?
No.
You were a delivery boy, Bill, that day.
That day I was the courier.
Yeah.
I was the ice cream mule.
Well, maybe they heard something from Symantec that would lead them to think, maybe we should just have him go.
We had another one before Symantec, or after Symantec. We had a couple.
That's the only one that...
That's the only one that you went to.
Got to go to.
Yeah.
All right. Ice cream, I think, there's always room for ice cream. It's always a good time. And on a Friday, getting ice cream delivered, to me, that's just pure awesomeness in its awesome form. All right. Talking about we're getting kind of a break in between storms, and I know there's a lot of people out there that probably accept that and run with it, get some things done like a dog walk that maybe hasn't happened, and I'll be the first to say our dogs didn't get out yesterday. Got home and it was dark. And I asked them, do you want to go out in that? And they're city dogs, so they said no. But yeah, today, much less of that, which I think some people will embrace. 42 degrees, roadways coming down. Did you experience any fog?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't see any fog.
None.
There's some mystery fog out there being reported, at least by the weather experts. Cloudy, 49 pretty much is what you have to deal with today. Okay. And I'll throw this out there, 1120kpnw@gmail.com. If you see anything on the outskirts, if you're on one of those highways that don't get a lot of attention, give it some attention, and we'll let everybody else know. It's funny because within the last 24 hours, I was thinking about Kid Sauber and the First Lady, thinking, what a juxtaposition from going to where they were royalty and living high on the hog to all of a sudden disgraced and probably, some of their friends not taking their phone calls. The switcheroo, where you could go probably to any restaurant and hear applause and get hugs and have roses and flowers, cast upon you, to all of a sudden everything just gets quiet and you get icy stares, and then
now she's back. Yep, Sylvia's back, and she's writing articles about stuff. And she said in her latest article that she's going on assignment and going to go talk to protesters that are against coal trains coming through the gorge. So she's on assignment. What I love is, so she's not been convicted of any crime, right? She has been not convicted of anything at this point. Nada. Zero. Zip. But I do find it kind of ironic that the person that she's working for seems to have kind of the same sort of level of scruples that she does based on her past activities before she was First Lady, going back to when, she's basically marrying a guy so he can get his citizenship, and then buying a house so she can have a drug grow in it when that was still illegal, and a variety of other little things like that. Oh, and not filing income taxes on any of this ill-gotten gains. Anyway, so who does she end up with working for? Somebody who basically pretty much kind of the same. It's like, oh, okay. Well, there you go. I don't know what it says about Bend, if anything, but no, there you go. By the way...
Don't bring Bend into it.
By the way, Vince Neil, okay?
Yeah.
Vince Neil also had a suit against the lady at the newspaper because she was handling his social media, and she wouldn't give him the passwords. And so he sued her because she had locked down all of his websites, all the passwords, and all that other stuff. And then finally, after, somebody decided that they were going to sue her for a lot, namely Vince Neil and his lawyer, she handed the passwords over.
And you're making the assumption that everybody knows who Vince Neil is.
Vince Neil with, I'm trying to remember, Metallica?
Motley Crue?
Motley Crue. So she's not exactly what you would call somebody that I think under normal circumstances you would want to go out and just right off the bat do business with, unless maybe you had a nice long conversation, asked her about details. That wasn't, I didn't put that in the story, but that was so a little bit of it.
Little extra.
Yeah, a little extra there. So Sylvia Hayes, Oregon's first lady, whom they claimed was the first lady, whom then later claimed was not first lady, even though she had a website on the state website saying that she was first lady. She's back.
Coming up, one of the great names of today's show, and something that my co-host will never be called as a nickname, Bill Workmeister, joining us on the Wake Up Call, coming up on 1120 KPNW.
If you have kids, you've probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar, Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Kraft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
How long would you wait for your shower to get hot? How long would you wait for your cell phone to fully charge? How long would you wait to get relief from your nasal congestion? If you're congested now and you want powerful relief now, use Afrin No Drip. Afrin starts working in seconds and keeps working for 12 hours. So why wait? When you can start to get relief in seconds with Afrin. Afrin, powerful congestion relief without the wait. Use as directed. For more information, go to Afrin.com.
As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with all the different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and have the highest chance of finding that perfect candidate. Plus, you can instantly be matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports100. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/sports100.
I won't mention any names, but their initials are
Holloway in London. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You know, that's one thing I love about the markets and economics is, you know, economists try to put everything in scientific terms, but when it gets right down to the street, it has nothing to do with science. It's all about what side of the bed somebody got up in the morning and just exactly what their emotional state is that day. So you may have seen this. The Royal Bank of Scotland said, sell everything, that it's going to be a cataclysmic year. According to Andrew Roberts, he said, sell everything except high-quality bonds. He's with the Royal Bank of Scotland, and he said the bank's red flags for 2016: falling oil volatility, China, shrinking world trade, rising debt, weak corporate loans, deflation. He says, we think investors should be afraid. All right, let's talk to somebody about that. It's Bill Werkmeister. He's a venture capitalist. He's a business contributor. He's the advisory partner and VP of Business Development and Finance at Carlton Hill Capital, and he joins us on the Wake Up Call. So, Bill, sell everything, cataclysmic year. Should we be looking for some sort of bomb shelter?
Thanks for having me on. I happen to disagree with that thesis. I think that we're looking at a down year, but with regards to the word quote-unquote cataclysmic, I think that's a rather strong word. I don't think we're looking at a year, let's say, like 2008. We entered the year at a, on the S&P at a PE ratio of about 19, just short of 19, which is, significantly higher than the historical average of about 15.5. So we were a little overpriced coming into the year to begin with. So I think, A, we have a bit of a market correction. B, we have two tremendous risk factors that are in the domestic and international market right now. One is what's going on in China, and the second thing, which is the bigger issue, is what's going on with crude oil. The Chinese economy has had slowed growth for the last few years. Their stock market's down about 40% since June of last year. There's unfortunate news that came out this week. Their fourth quarter numbers were in line with estimates, which was good. Unfortunately, their annual output for the entire year was lower than it's been since 2009. Obviously, China, which accounts for about 15% of the global GDP, has a tremendous impact on the world. But I think that, from a United States standpoint, that may be, to a certain extent, overinflated. Goldman Sachs did a very interesting analysis a few weeks ago that showed that a 10% reduction in Chinese imports from the developed world, in other words, Europe, Australia, United States, would only result in about a 1% reduction in the GDP of those particular countries. The second factor, which I think is more of an issue for us right now, is what's going on with crude oil prices. There's about a 1 million barrel per day excess supply of crude being produced. And the scary thing is that with the Iranian sanctions being lifted this weekend, that's only going to grow. The Iranian government's come out and said that they're going to increase output by about 500,000 barrels by the middle of the year and by about 1 million barrels by the end of the year, which is going to provide or produce additional downside forces to push the price of crude lower. Right now, we entered the day at about $27.30 or so per barrel, which is the lowest that it's been since the $110 per barrel high back around August of 2014.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the oil factor here. One of the reasons that oil is as low as it is, it's artificial, and it has to do with the production of oil by the Saudis. How much longer can the Saudis hope to continue pumping oil at the levels that they're pumping right now, and still, get by doing what they're doing? At one point or another, it seems like they would at least, if not turn the spigot off, at least definitely curtail some of that production. Why aren't they doing it yet?
Well, the name of their game, and they play a little bit uneven of a playing field with us, is that they have a much lower cost of production to get the oil out of the sands that they have over in the Middle East. So part of their game is really defending their market share, which is the number one point or number one high priority of their strategy, let's say. And at the same time, since they can produce at a lower cost, they're trying to drive the U.S. domestic producers out of business, which reduces U.S. supply and then will eventually push the price up.
Okay.
So they're in a position where they're essentially protecting their market share. And because they can produce at a lower cost, they're able to do that.
But are they really making that much money on all this oil that they're pumping now at such a low price? Are they able, how long are they able to sustain that?
They can probably sustain it down to about $20 to $25 oil. Their main game, and what they're looking for is more of a long-term strategy. Once again, where they're defending the market share. If that answers your question.
Okay. So I guess my question to you then would be, how long will or how long can oil producers here in the United States stay in business with the situation as it is currently? I mean, how long is it going to take to literally destroy it?
I mean, it depends on how big they are and the size of their reserves. I think there's been about 40 publicly traded, exploration companies, and most of them smaller, that have declared bankruptcy in the last year and a half. Obviously the bigger players are better financed. One concern is the bank's exposure to these. A lot of the banks have made major loans to these exploration companies, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan, Wells. They've increased their loss reserves in the last few weeks to oil and gas exposure. I think that there's another factor here, in addition to obviously the Iranian supply, which is coming on, which is there's going to be about expected $1.5 million barrel per day increase in the demand side. So a lot of the analysts on Wall Street are suspecting that there will be an equilibrium reached within, let's say, the next 9 months to 12 months or so. So I think we're looking at choppy waters through the end of the year. I don't think that any of the majors per se are going to have any problems, but some of these smaller operators could have problems throughout the rest of the year.
And this all leads to the main question, which is, are we going to see a recession in 2016?
I don't think that's going to be the case. I think what we're seeing is a readjustment. I think we may see another loss of, let's say, 3 to 5% over the course of the year on the by the end of the year. I think this is going to be a down year for the stock indices. But recession is defined as 2 quarters of negative economic growth. I don't think that we're going to see that.
All right. Bill, we appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you take care. Bill Werkmeister, venture capitalist. He is the advisory partner and VP of Business Development and Finance at Carlton Hill Capital. He's also an entrepreneur. And he joined us on the Wake Up Call. Fun with oil. That's what it all comes down to. Fun with oil. And, of course, our friends, the Chinese. Gotta love it. So how are you feeling? Are you feeling like, it's going to be a cataclysmic... Everybody has an opinion. What do you think? Is it just going to... Is the bottom just going to fall out? Is it going to be cataclysm? Are we going to, by the end of the year, be reduced to Donner Party-style cannibalism?
See, that would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be really interesting.
To talk to him and have, talk to 20 so-called experts and get their take on what they think is going to happen. Because I think you'd get, if not completely different, you'd get different takes and reads on what is going to happen.
Like this. I believe everybody is screaming about low oil. Let me start over. Hi. That's it. It's rehearsal. So we didn't. This is still rehearsal, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Anyway, we have this email. I believe everybody. This comes from Jeff. I believe everybody is screaming about low. God, I can't say low oil prices. But if you have one good catastrophe, and the oil prices will shoot back up, and the spread between the cost per barrel and the cost per gallon of gas will increase. So we need a good catastrophe. That's what he's saying right there. One good catastrophe, as opposed to the bad kind of catastrophe. There are good catastrophes, and then there are bad ones. So, and let's see. I'm kind of surprised about this, too. I didn't hear him say it. I'm surprised he didn't mention Aramco's announcement of going public. I think that's a factor in the Saudi part of the equation. He also says, I think he's too optimistic. So we have...
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, 2 of them coming in here.
I knew that was coming.
He's a little too optimistic.
Okay, just about a half hour away from Lise Wheel, going to be up on the 7 o'clock hour, Fox News legal analyst. Any crazy cases? Any things that you'll be talking about that...
Crazy cases?
Any just off-the-wall, crazy...
wacky.
Make people fall off their bed.
Well, let's see. I guess we could. We'll probably talk about the former Taco Bell exec who's suing the Uber driver. We'll probably get into that. And there's another one, too, about lip balm that you might find interesting.
All right, can't wait.
Or not. Okay, so it's never a surprise that things can go horribly wrong. You don't want to think about it, but at times you have to, because it happens to you. And it could be something like all of a sudden you're buried in medical bills and your credit goes upside down that fast. So you're out there, you're trying to get to work, you've got your car, and the car breaks down, and you find out you have to replace the car. Well, Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet can help you out. They have their Good People, Bad Credit program, and they've helped hundreds of people get safe, quality, reliable cars in 48 hours or less. And they do a couple of things there. Not only do they have the wheels to get to work or get their kids where they need to go to school or doctor's appointments, but they're also helping you reestablish your credit. So contact Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet at 541-998-2333, 998-2333 for the Good People, Bad Credit program.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids, healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60, because great things happen when we live united.
Donate, donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. You see me around the neighborhood, and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm 1 out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger.
Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help.
Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me. We are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Recently, someone called in with a complaint. Just when did Gary Conley go from giving financial advice to becoming a political commentator, she asks. I don't think I have, but can see why she might think so. And criticism is always worth thinking about anyway, because you seldom learn as much from compliments. So here's the nugget. Investments and politics have always been tightly intertwined. Politicians and governments make the rules. The courts interpret them, and those in business or investing their own money think about them and decide how or if they want to place a bet. Those bets are the lifeblood of the economy, furnishing capital and creating jobs. To the extent political types are busy changing the rules, they're fair game for a money man's pointed observations. We're in a time when rules are changing rapidly, sometimes even retroactively, which is absolute poison, but also one in which the internet is empowering people in a way we have never seen before. Thus, it's essential that we're as knowledgeable as possible, because many in government aren't or simply don't care. Recent studies indicate that 73% of those between ages 23 and 27 could not even answer 3 very basic financial questions. That means they, and many, many others, are functional economic illiterates who present a clear and present danger to us all. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
Visiting Angels, an in-home care agency, is hosting a free caregiver training and support seminar for anybody that is acting currently or will be a caregiver for a loved one. It's happening this Saturday, January 23rd at 10 a.m. at the Norkenzie Christian Church in Eugene, 2530 Crescent. The Caring Hands program is a free event. Register in advance by going to eventbrite.com and search for Caring Hands Caregiver Training. The Caring Hands program is brought to you by Visiting Angels.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on those roads, we actually have partly cloudy skies out there, and you can leave the umbrella at home, but we have patchy, dense fog off and on, and you will have to deal with that during your commute. Otherwise, temps are in the upper 30s to a couple of low 40s, 38 in town, with winds out of the southwest to 10 to 15. We have seen a few gusts up to 20. This afternoon, we're looking at a warm front approaching the area, but unlike the last few, this one looks to move most of the rain up towards the north by Astoria and Portland, keeping us dry, but more and more cloud cover as we move through the day. Highs look to be in the mid to upper 40s with a high of 47 here in town. Winds will go light in the afternoon out of the south at 5 to 10, and the system that's going to create all this rain won't move on shore till Thursday night into your Friday, but between now and then, it looks to stay fairly dry. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day out there.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are tumbling in early trading following a renewed sell-off across stocks worldwide amid skepticism about the strength of the global economy. The Dow is down 284 points, or 1.8% at 15,731. The S&P 500 is lower by 32 points, or just about 1.7% at 1849. And the NASDAQ is lower by 73, or 1.6% at 4404. Global equities' worst ever start to a year is deepening as oil continues its collapse, and a slowdown in China weighs on sentiment. Crude oil is down 3% at $27.58 a barrel. New home construction in the U.S. unexpectedly fell in December. Meanwhile, the cost of living in the U.S. dropped in December, led by a slump in commodities. The consumer price index fell 0.1% after being little changed the month before. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, it turns out there are unanswered questions surrounding Iran's capture of our Navy crews. Now, according to the LA Times, U.S. Central Command's first public report of the incident includes this detail. Iranian soldiers removed the SIM cards from 2 handheld satellite phones the crews had. And though the Iranians eventually returned all weapons, ammo, and other equipment they took into custody, the SIM cards were not returned. Central Command says there are no indications the Navy crews were physically harmed during their capture, but a Navy investigation is still ongoing, focusing on how they were treated and any interrogations they faced at the hands of the Iranians. Not in the report an explanation of why and how the vessels ended up in Iranian waters. Central Command also offered no comment about the confiscated SIM cards or whether the Iranians could obtain any classified information from them. Now remember, we were initially told by Joe Biden that no apologies were asked for by the Iranians or given by us. We later learned there was an apology from us. And though the Iranians forced a lone woman in the crew to wear a hijab, a later released video of their capture clearly meant to humiliate us and stole military SIM cards, the Iranians gave no apologies. With Obama, John Kerry, other Democrats orgasmic over their nuke deal with Iran, we may never know what happened. We do know the whole thing stinks to high heaven, typical of this regime. I do know what happened. They were told to stand down. They were told not to cause any problems. They were told to apologize, because none of this makes any sense otherwise.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you may be kicking yourself in the head. Hi, I'm Wesley Hogan with Westland Financial, and interest rates have gone up recently and will continue to rise, but they're still at historical lows. So don't delay. Let us lower your monthly payment, consolidate a first and second, pay off other debt, or drop you into a 15-year loan with no closing costs. That's right. Nothing's rolled into your loan. We'll pay for your appraisal, title, underwriting, settlement fee, everything. Do not miss out on this historic opportunity. Whether it's a purchase or refinance, you'll pay no closing costs. You won't spend a dime. Think about it. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how we can save you hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year. And by the way, Westland Financial now is proud to offer reverse mortgages for our clients over 62.
Call Westland Financial today at 1-800-431-2765. That's 1-800-431-2765. 1-800-431-2765. 1-800.
Balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. A bad January on Wall Street has just gotten worse. There's yet another big sell-off this morning. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live at the New York Stock Exchange.
No relief just yet for those 401ks and IRAs as we see stocks under pressure once again after oil hit 12-year lows and moved into the $27 range a barrel. Right now, the Dow is sitting down 308 points, 15,706. The S&P down 38, the NASDAQ down 100. Both the NASDAQ and the S&P are dropping more than 2%. The Dow is down about 2%. Goldman Sachs drops after weaker than expected profit. Even Netflix is down 4% despite seeing international growth. It's selling across the board. Dave.
Nicole, thank you. Cheaper gas and oil brought consumer prices down last month, 0.1%. And there was barely any inflation for all of 2015, the smallest rise in prices in 7 years. We just got a glimpse of Jason Rezaian for the first time since he was among the Americans set free in a controversial prisoner swap with Iran. He waved, smiled, flanked by his wife and mother outside a U.S. base in Landstuhl, Germany.
I
asked him, how do you feel? And he sort of gave a so-so reaction to me. He has been experiencing some ailments in his time in jail.
Fox's Greg Palcott says while the journalist was in jail in Iran,
he was in solitary confinement for 49 days straight, he told the Washington Post.
Donald Trump keeps basking in all his free media.
I've spent no money. Practically no money.
Rallying now in Norwalk, Iowa, the day after getting Sarah Palin's endorsement. Trump says he could run the table if he wins Iowa.
I don't want to lose by 2 votes where they say, well, Trump came in second, and that's okay.
He's in a tight Republican presidential race with Ted Cruz, who's been questioning Trump's values. In Detroit, most public schools closed for the day. A number of teachers again have called out sick, protesting school conditions and work environments. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Hey parents, introducing the Communicizer. Go from boring old man speak.
Oh, I'm here if you want to talk.
To 100% off the chain.
Text me whenever, yo.
I love you, Dad.
Communicizer is not available in stores because it doesn't exist. But that's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Because kids in foster care don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Again, our top Fox story, a big sell-off on Wall Street again today. The Dow is down 320 points on more worry about falling oil prices. Those prices now below $28 a barrel. The infamous affluenza teen still in custody in Mexico might soon be back in Texas. His mother's already there facing charges for helping her son skip probation in a drunk driving case. Fox's Evan Brown has an update live.
Dave, the Mexican attorneys representing so-called affluenza teen Ethan Couch from Texas are dropping their fight against his extradition to the U.S., claiming he might have been taken to Mexico against his will and wasn't fleeing Texas authorities, who were investigating whether or not he violated his probation deal for the drunk driving killing of 4 people in 2013. A judge in Fort Worth was supposed to hear from prosecutors and attorneys yesterday, but his parents complained they didn't get enough notice about the hearing, so it was postponed. Dave?
Evan, the Coast Guard is no longer out looking for 12 Marines missing off the coast of Hawaii's Oahu since 2 helicopters collided last week. The search has been suspended.
The goal now is to switch to the recovery and salvage operations, also the recovery of any of the debris and any other remains that may be discovered so that we can get closure to those families.
Marine Brigadier General Russell Sanborn. A recovery mission means search crews have given up hope of finding the men alive. Crews found all 4 of the life rafts, but no sign of the men. The 12 aboard 2 helicopters failed to return after a night training mission. Witnesses say they saw a fireball. However, the Marines don't know if the choppers collided. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
A 20-year-old woman is dead in Germany. She was pushed in front of a subway train in Berlin by an apparent stranger. Other passengers overpowered him, and he was arrested. Police say he didn't have any connections to the woman, and there was no indication of a quarrel. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
Part of that 12, or even more heartbreaking, because we have a local connection. Ty Hart from Staten, part of that group. You just you prayed and just hoped that there was would be a good outcome to that story. Not to be. 7:05 News Radio 1120 KPNW. Slight chance of rain, if you want to call it that. A couple of droplets, but it won't get you. It won't affect things too monumentally because we only have a 20%, and that goes through tonight. After the fog burns off, the mystery fog, somebody's got some fog out there, so we'll acknowledge that segment of people. Other than that, cloudy and a high of about 49 degrees today. Currently 41 at News Radio 1120 KPNW. Yeah, getting some inquiries about the ice cream social. Just kind of went public with it, and now the interest is peaking as people realize, ooh, there's urgency. Deadline is tomorrow, so you have today and tomorrow to get your entries in. The dispersal, the delivery of the ice cream, the distribution, the Java Thunder coming out tomorrow. So get that email to us, 1120kpnw at gmail.com. Coming up, news and Lise Wheel, Fox News legal analyst. If you have listened to the show for longer than, say, a week, you know that just about every Wednesday we check in with Lise, who is kind of a fixture of Fox News as their legal expert, and she's from Yakima, so we like having her on with her Pacific Northwest ties. She's coming up. In the 8 o'clock hour, we'll talk with a folk singer, Hillary Scott. Probably not that Hillary Scott that you're thinking of. A different one. But she's coming to play Eugene tomorrow. So we'll chat with her, get her on the road as she makes her way from Sacramento to Bend, like many Californians before her that are now residing in Bend. Also, Isaac Johnson, who's an attorney, going to be kind of a fixture on the show. His first appearance. And do we have a T-shirt? Do we have anything that we can throw his way? Maybe something from the Widmer cooler. Isaac Johnson going to join us in the 8er. Standby news coming up at 1120 KPNW.
Fall is officially hit with cold, rainy weather. Don't start a chilly day with a bleak breakfast. Warm your spirits with a breakfast burrito and coffee from Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You can always enjoy a fresh cup of coffee at any Burrito Amigos location. But if you need a great espresso, hit up Burrito Amigos drive-thru on 6th and Polk in Eugene, or drop by the Springfield shop at 42nd and Main. Get a big old fresh mocha and bacon breakfast burrito. Bacon and chocolate and coffee. In some states, those are the only 3 food groups. Best of all, you don't need to get out of your car at either of those locations. Of course, that breakfast burrito can also feature blink sausage, chorizo, huevos rancheros, black Angus steak, or get it meatless. And of course, you can have a junior burrito or get the larger regular size on those days when you really need to fuel your morning. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, and I do hereby attest coffee and a breakfast burrito from Burrito Amigos trumps any breakfast food requiring the application of milk. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene.
The Good Earth Home, Garden, and Living Show. Now this, you've got to see. Design your good home and a healthy life, too. Find the best experts, products, and ideas. Shop pavilions of food, garden, homes, and wellness. Enjoy live music. Learn from our experts. Meet America's eco-chic designer, Shannon Quimby. Tour Oregon's tiny house roundup. Cozy cottages to retro mod. Double your donations to Shelter Box. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home, Garden, and Living Show. January 22nd through the 24th. Admission is free. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this week's show, find your way to wellness and good living, from relaxing spa treatments to naturally scented creams. Learn about ancient healing therapies and natural herbal remedies. Shop for eco-friendly cleaning supplies, bedding, and saunas, too. Discover sustainable textiles and fair trade clothing. Explore exhibits of recycled metal art and artistic home decor. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home, Garden, and Living Show this week in Eugene. Now this, you've got to see.
Local news, local people. Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is now in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson, along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Williamson is suspected in a series of burglaries in a variety of residences, from apartments to dorms, even occupied houses where residents were asleep. Williamson is said to have told police that he was involved in 6 burglaries since last summer. Most of the items taken were easy to carry, like jewelry, wallets, cash, cell phones, and the like. Eugene police are asking for the public's help identifying any other burglaries with the same M.O. A group of 14 Oregonians have filed suit against Volkswagen of America. The group claimed their $302,000 civil suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device that allows the cars to evade state and federal clean air laws. They claim that Volkswagen intentionally broke the law by selling them cars with software that fools emission control tests but emitted nitrogen 40 times the standard allowed by law. They claim they were misled into buying so-called clean diesel automobiles. The federal government has already filed a claim against Volkswagen for $46 billion, saying the German automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Also, a number of Volkswagen shareholders plan to sue the company in Germany, seeking compensation for a drop in shares related to the emissions scandal. Well, we have a traffic advisory for you. Highway 99 coming in to Eugene in the southbound lanes. It's the big overpass there by the recycler. There are a couple of vehicles there at the foot of that bridge. Apparently, they're kind of out of the way, but earlier they weren't. The leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge says what they're doing is not a demonstration. Eamon Bundy says they have a job to get done.
We did not come down here to be protesters. We did not come down to stomp our feet and to cry about us being abused, even though that certainly has happened to the ranchers and property owners.
Bundy says they want to turn control of the refuge over to the county. Meanwhile, Lavoy Finnegan, another one of the organizers of the group, says they need their support to reclaim the refuge from the federal government.
Now is the day. Now is the time. Are you going to wait for tomorrow? For next week? Next month? Next year? When? When will you stand up?
Finnegan and Bundy said they'll leave when local ranchers are ready to take up their cause. They also say they want to talk with the Burns Paiute tribe to discuss their claims to the land. They've said, the Paiute tribe has said that they want Bundy and his people off the land. Well, several hundred people have rallied in towns around Oregon against the occupiers of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Brad Ford has more.
The demonstrators say the armed group that's occupying the refuge needs to leave because it's the public's land. They hope the demonstration ends up on the refuge south of Burns.
I imagine people will go out there and show their support, and hopefully we can all do it peacefully and show support as a community.
They say that if the occupation continues, it'll hurt Harney County because tourists will stay away from the area. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, she's back in a continued return to the public eye after leaving Salem under a federal investigation. Oregon's former First Lady, Sylvia Hayes, has announced she's landed a new gig, freelance journalist. Hayes began writing a public blog last year, and articles under her name started appearing in a newly founded magazine called Bend Level. In the wake of the fallout around allegations that Hayes received contracts from environmental groups seeking to influence state policy through her former fiancé, Governor John Kitzhaber, or make that her current fiancé, former Governor John Kitzhaber, Hayes is now working for a magazine founded by a woman, Christy Sincera, with her own past legal issues. In 2007, Sincera pleaded no contest to obtaining money by false pretense in Oklahoma City after the state said she told a woman she worked as a paralegal for a local attorney and collected money. Court documents state Sincera had no connection to the attorney, and she later received 5 years probation for the offense. Then in Nevada in 2010, a filing from the State Department of Business and Industry alleges she worked as an unlicensed loan modification consultant through a company called the Consumer Advocacy Group. In August of that year, Nevada filed its final cease and desist order seeking to fine Sincera $10,000 for operating without a proper license and for the cost of the investigation and the attorney's fees. A judge will allow trade groups representing major energy companies to join the federal government in trying to end a lawsuit filed by a group of youths seeking a court order to reduce emissions contributing to climate change. A U.S. magistrate judge granted defendant status in the case of the National Association of Manufacturers, the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers, and the American Petroleum Institute, which represent oil, coal, and natural gas companies. The plaintiffs, a group of 21 people between the ages of 8 and 19, gained support from two large Catholic organizations recently. Both the government and the trade groups have asked a judge to dismiss the suit. A hearing on those requests is scheduled for March 9th. Well, more problems for Evergreen Aviation. A federal bankruptcy judge approved the sale of two buildings on the former Evergreen International Aviation campus in McMinnville to Jackson Family Wines. It's a California wine giant, and they want a piece of Oregon, like most Californians do. They have been adding property in the Willamette Valley and sucking up private wineries left and right. The company noted in a statement that the Evergreen site is convenient to its vineyards. The firm added that its long-term plan includes the development of a wine production facility. Jackson Family Wine submitted a high bid of $4.6 million in October. The approval was delayed because of a dispute about road and utility easements. This property is right across the highway from the Aviation Museum. Plunging crude oil prices continue to pull pump prices down at the fastest pace in 2 months. Brad Ford reports that's causing AAA to rethink its prediction about Oregon gas prices.
For several months, the Auto Club has predicted the national average for regular would dip below $2 a gallon and that Oregon's would not. This week, the national average dropped 8 cents, skidding to $1.88 a gallon. Oregon's average falling another dime to $2.17.
It's getting more likely that gas prices will continue to fall.
AAA's Marie Dodd says it depends on how much more they drop before the annual spring rise with the change to summer fuel and refinery maintenance season.
If we start racking up a few more weekly drops like this, it's very possible that our statewide average could indeed fall below $2 a gallon.
You'll already find gas below $2 a gallon in most parts of the state if you shop around. Brad Ford, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, two suspects arrested this week for murdering a Corvallis man outside Sherry's restaurant appeared in Benton County Circuit Court yesterday. 43-year-old Michael Dayette and 35-year-old Brooklyn Shepard both pleaded not guilty in the case. Dayette was arrested outside a house in Forest Grove this week, charged with killing 29-year-old Jason Scott Williams of Corvallis Friday night. Shepard, also arrested in Forest Grove, entered a plea of not guilty to a murder charge. Shepard was with Williams the night of the killing and was injured during the crime. Both defendants are being held on $1 million bail. They've both been given court-appointed attorneys and will appear in court again today for bail review hearings. Shepard is the mother of 4 and has a mother in the area who was recently diagnosed with cancer, but Assistant DA Amy Matusko argued that against the bail, saying that not only is Shepard accused of helping murder a man, but she failed to appear on a separate warrant for her arrest before last Friday. The Coast Guard is searching for 3 fishermen who were on a crabbing vessel that capsized more than a mile off the entrance to Coos Bay. Winds were reported last night at 31 miles an hour with 10-foot seas at the time of the accident, according to Petty Officer 3rd Class Jonathan Klingenberg of the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard helicopter crew and boat crew were searching and are searching for the missing fishermen. One fisherman did make his way to shore where he was picked up by a Good Samaritan. The man was dropped off at Air Station North Bend, his condition unknown. Well, the Dungeness crab season was delayed in December by concerns about domoic acid. Brad Ford reports now there are plenty of safe-to-eat crab.
The crabbing season got off to a slow start after toxins forced a delay in the start of the season last year. But Hugh Link with the Oregon Crab Commission says toxin testing has gone above and beyond the norm.
We've just got our 4th all clear in a row, so there's really no reason to be scared that there's domoic. We've, all the crabs we've tested have been good.
And they're good to eat. Link says they're huge, sweet, and full of meat, and there's plenty to go around.
We're already at 4.4 million pounds landed, according to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're looking forward to maybe having a little better year than last year.
Many stores are selling whole Dungeness for $5.99 a pound. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
And finally this morning, go ahead and get the extra Z's. Catching up on your sleep may actually help reverse your risk of developing type 2 diabetes, at least in the short term. Shortchanging sleep during the week, only to sleep in for long periods on the weekend, is a common pattern in the United States. You can't see me raising my hand right now. Previous research has suggested that getting just 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night can boost type 2 diabetes risk by 20%. But WebMD.com says that this new University of Colorado study hints that the risk might be reversed with just a couple of extra hours of sleep a day. It's 7:21. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So when I was growing up, as a lot of my friends did, we all dreamt of playing football in the NFL one day. Today, there are still those dreams if you ask around, but you have to wonder what tomorrow will bring as more and more gets reported on the long-term physical and mental effects of playing football. Today, many of the pundits and prognosticators discussing the comments of Antoine Randall L., in which he expresses regret for playing football and would have played baseball instead if he had it to do again, because, as he puts it, he could and would still be playing baseball. Right now, the 36-year-old has difficulty walking down the stairs after 9 seasons in the NFL. He says he has mental limitations to go along with it. Randall L. gives football another 20 years, and then he thinks it's gone. Oh, more NFL. Monte Teo has a girlfriend. Onlookers, at least to themselves, had a comment of overrated when thinking of Kansas in their number 3 ranking. They got run by Oklahoma State, 86-67. A Big 12 crowd, which would be their 12th. And some March Madness still in the picture, but it's blurry now. And the Jayhawks have some work to do. Oregon basketball, the men entertain the LA schools this weekend. USC taking the court tomorrow night. The women hit the road, Colorado and Utah. High school girls hoops, the Springfield Millers still scoring hours after the game ended. Marist, it's steamrolled by the Miller Machine, 69-30. Australia Open from Melbourne. Serena Williams won her match in an hour. Meanwhile, Roger Federer keeps rolling along as he reached the 3rd round for the 17th straight Australian Open. Oregon's Raven Rogers has been honored as the Women's Athlete of the Week after she won the 600. That's a new college record, kind of. The time is not eligible for record purposes because of Washington's oversized track. Leave it to those Huskies. And former Oregon basketball star Luke Ridnour will get inducted into the Pac-12 Hall of Honor. Wake Up Call Sports on 1120 KPNW. News time, 7:23.
Weather every 10 minutes during the Wake Up Call. Count on it. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, we actually have partly cloudy skies out there. For once, you can leave the umbrella at home. Doesn't look like you'll need it till maybe late this evening. Temps right now are in the upper 30s out there to a couple of low 40s, 38 in town, with winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15 and a few gusts up to 20. We'll also have patchy dense fog off and on across the valley, so you will encounter that for your commute. Now, this afternoon, we'll see more and more cloud cover start to work its way in as a warm front approaches the area, but this time it looks like most of the rain's going to stay up to the north, keeping us fairly dry. Highs look to be in the mid to upper 40s with a high of 47 here in town. Now, we are tracking that system to eventually work its way in now late Thursday night into Friday, bringing the showers back to the region. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. Do you know anyone who wastes time? They loaf, they procrastinate, no goals, no direction, no cares, they just simply wasting time. Well, Charles Darwin, the English biologist, probably summed it up best when he said, "A man who dares to waste 1 hour of time has not discovered the value of life." Yes, those hours add up, and they usually add up to not only wasting your time, but wasting the opportunities to help others live their lives better. Also, play and thinking can make a positive difference. Value your life, fill up that time with success. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296.
Attention business owners, now's the time to save with the Comcast Business Switch and Save event. Call 800-501-6000 now to get 30% off the regular price on the speed you need to download files faster, send large email attachments, process credit card transactions, and more. You'll get fast 25 megabits per second internet for just $69.95 per month when you add phone and TV, our lowest price of the year. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Afraid switching will disrupt your business? With our no-glitch switch, you can choose your installation time, days, nights, even weekends. Plus, you get our 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't miss the Comcast Business Switch and Save event. Get 30% off internet plus our no-glitch switch. Call 800-501-6000 now. Offer ends 3/31/16. Restrictions apply. Limited to one voice line and private view TV for new business customers with 2-year contract. Equipment, taxes, fees, including broadcast TV fee extra.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10. At Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Portland 2016, the most prestigious sporting event ever to be hosted in the state of Oregon. The IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships are coming to Portland March 17th through 20th, 2016. More than 600 of the world's greatest track and field athletes from as many as 200 countries will compete over 4 days. 26 world champions will be crowned, and you can be a part of history. Tickets are on sale now at portland2016.com.
Don't miss the IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships.
Time to think about your rest right now with this little blurb. As you're waking and throwing the caffeine down, and we're sitting there thinking about sleep, and you're like, boy, you're killing me, wake-up call. Well, you know, the whole idea of not getting rest, and Bill and I are, you know, we are culprits in this whole scandal about not getting rest, and it is killing people. I mean, not getting rest is not healthy. And I think if you were to put a little bit more commitment in the form of money behind that, in other words, if you were to go out and venture to Sleep Train and get a brand new mattress, I think subconsciously you're realizing, okay, it is important with a good, a great feeling mattress, because when you get in there, you feel everything, and when you wake up, you feel great. I think you'd have a new vested interest, and your body subconsciously would go, okay, all right, we need to make this a commitment. And it does. I mean, it's amazing when you have a good mattress, how high on that priority list sleep gets. You're sitting there, I could do this, check out some online dating, maybe another TV show, or I could go get rest and do something for me. And that's really what it comes down to. A re-examination of your priority list.
So if you're in that frame of mind right now, head on down to Sleep Train. Find out if you purchase a mattress today before 2 o'clock, they can deliver it tonight or before tonight and have it all set up for you and cart your old mattress off for you. Nice deal. It's Sleep Train, Corvallis, Albany, Eugene, and Springfield, where they remind you, take a look out the window at the sunrise this morning. It's been a while since we've said that. Sleep Train, Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, and Springfield. Tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you.
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't invite them.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Okay, that's worth the price of admission. How pretty is that? Looking out at the eastern horizon. A little lavender in there, some orange and pink. It's pretty. I think we might be getting some photos from some of the 15. That's pretty. All right. Oh, by the way, didn't make the sports, but just to throw this out there, Caleb Kelly, who is I think he's a 4-star linebacker at a Clovis West High School in the Fresno area. He has announced when he's going to announce where he's going, and the Ducks are among the top 3. It could be Notre Dame or Oklahoma, or of course Oregon. We'll find out February 3rd. I love these small towns that all of a sudden become, you know, these you've got these 4- and 5-star athletes that are going, okay, I'm going to make the big announcement, and they have, the gym, and everybody comes down, and the local press, and then you get maybe some ESPN. They're like, where the hell is Clovis? We'll all find out, by the way, February 3rd, so fingers crossed. The Oregon recruiting class went from number 11 down to number 22 with a couple of decommits with the Alamo Bowl result and some of the coaching moves. There's been a couple of, we'll just say, decommitments. And it's
So do you think we're watching the long, slow slide of the University of Oregon out of the upper echelon of college football teams into...
Now, why would you say that?
I'm just asking, do you think we're seeing it?
But why would you ask the question? I mean, you would think that there would be a formulation behind that where you think that's possible.
Well, would you say that they're as successful now in the last couple of years as they'd been previously? Particularly with Mark. I mean, let's be honest. Marcus was the frickin' man. And without him...
He filled a lot of holes.
He filled a lot of holes.
A lot of holes.
So my question again is, do you think, Rob, that this is going to be the long slide out of the upper echelon into a decent team, but not one that's going to be, in the top 5, in the top 10 every year, fighting for a national championship?
I'd say that there's a downward, to call it a long slide, and that's the inevitable, I think would be erroneous, because I think, you can compare all you want, Helfrich to Chip Kelly, but when you've got Nike, you've got the facilities, you've got, overall, you've got enough to attract, and all you need is a couple. And have we been always in the top 20 when it comes to recruiting? What they do and kind of turn some players around and, kind of maybe switch them to a position that they didn't play in high school. Anything is possible, but I don't see it. I don't feel as an Oregon Duck fan, I don't feel, pessimistic and like I'm ready to throw stuff at the wall and throw my...
I'm not saying this is going to be a cellar dweller.
My season tickets.
A bottom feeder. I'm just saying, are they back to good but not great?
Well, right now, yeah. Easy to say after the Alamo Bowl debacle, but yeah. And I've heard, it's funny because I've heard more than one person with the question, why didn't we have more of an arsenal when, Vernon Adams went down? Why didn't we have more support there? Not to throw anybody under the bus, but the drop-off for us was a lot more devastating and vast than the drop-off for TCU.
I would think that probably a little bit of the problem there for the University of Oregon is when you've got a player like Marcus, and, anybody that's going to come there that's a quarterback knows that, okay, I'm probably, as long as this guy's healthy, I'm never going to see any playing time as long as he's there. I won't do it. I won't be able to see it. I've got to think that is a little bit of a disincentive for a kid that's got a chance to be a good or a great quarterback. Are you going to sit there and go, okay, I may get to play for a year? Maybe, in this system and not have a chance to actually have a lot of field time? I think it's a little bit of a disadvantage if the kid, has got the chops and is that good. You might just go, I don't think so. Unless, Marcus has only got a year or two left, and then it's okay. I'll come in, I'll learn the system from Marcus, learn how it works. The guy is, great quarterback, is going to be a great teacher. Then you got a different setup.
And that's happened at quite a few programs where you've got the benchmark, incredible quarterback, and he is, he's doing great things, but he's got to stay healthy because, the backups aren't really there because they went to other programs where they could be stars and be more in the limelight. Are we looking for leads? I think we're both looking at the telephone.
Yeah.
You maybe throw a traffic check out there while I get...
Why don't I throw a traffic check in listen, Rob, while you do the perfunctory dialing. We need dialing music. We need awkward. We need a music bed that we refer to as awkward dialing music. Awkward on the air dialing music. That's what we need. I think we need to have that. Anyway, that said, if you're one of those folks that's dealing with issues on Highway 99, particularly coming into Eugene, southbound lanes, when you come over that bridge over there by the big metal recycler, we do have a crash that occurred there a little bit earlier, and it is backing traffic up. So just know that's the case. Take a little extra care if you're in that particular area this morning. That is southbound coming into Eugene on Highway 99. And there's your deal. Do we have Lise now? Lise. Lise joins us on the Wake Up Call. Lise, it seems like we just talked to you Friday.
We just did talk to you Friday.
Oh, that's what the deal is.
That's about newsmakers, and that just came out yesterday. Yay!
Congratulations. So are you going to make enough money, do you think, from your career as a writer to just be able to quit this whole Fox thing and go off?
Oh, you know what? I love both. They're both so different, you know. So I was just pinching myself yesterday going, this is pretty cool. I get to go on TV and radio and talk to you guys and then get to write these books, and people are really, for the most part, so kind about them. They like them, and I just get the nicest notes, not just on Amazon, but just like even personal notes that, you know, I was in the hospital with a broken leg, and I read your book, and that really helped you, you know, pass the time, and, you know, little things like that really make,
validating?
Out in Oregon. I think it was Corvallis maybe, but he wrote me, he says, I'm 88 years young, and waiting for your next novel makes me want to get to 89. Something like that. It was so sweet, you know? How kind is that?
No kidding, and he was from Corvallis.
I think it was Corvallis, yeah.
Yeah, they don't normally live to be that old in Corvallis.
Well,
they never make it past about 63, 64 there, so he's kind of an anomaly. I joke about that because I live just about, right on the border of Corvallis. Anyway, that said, so former Taco Bell executive sues the Uber driver that he attacked for $5 million because he says, Oh, you videotaped me. How dare you videotape me assaulting you?
I know. This is really crazy. On the face of it's crazy. The beater-upper is saying, I'm suing you for, you know, taking this video of me. Now, the beater-upper is already going through an assault charge and criminal charges, but he lost his job and all of this. And he's saying, you know, you shouldn't have done that. Now, it is a two-party consent law in California, which does mean on the books that he may have a case. Because if he has an expectation of privacy in that Uber, he can say, you weren't supposed to do that. You were asked for my consent. And he would actually win on that, as crazy as it is. Now, but here's the other question. Is an Uber a private car or is it a cab? Where would you have that expectation of privacy? So it really comes smack down to the definition of what an Uber is. So it's going to be a fascinating case as it goes forward, even though on the light of it, on the sound of it, it sounds stupid and dumb.
All right, but hasn't this already been litigated in a way defining?
On the licensing issue, it has been, but it hasn't been litigated quite this way in a two-party consent law case. So this is actually, unbelievable or not, is going to make new law in Uber. You bet Uber's watching this. So are the cab drivers. The cab drivers hate Uber because they're taking all their money, all their business.
Oh yeah, right, because they're undercutting them.
Exactly.
All right. EOS lip balm causes blisters, rash, according to a lawsuit. What's new here?
Well, this is this lip balm that my daughter uses all the time. Young people kind of use. Evolution is smooth, and this one woman is saying not only is her lips not smooth, but they're blistered and rashes and all this stuff out of using this. So I think though they're going to settle the suit because they don't want this fickle 18, 20-year population that buys this thing to say no way, I'm going somewhere else. Don't kill me, but I have to run because we started this a little late, and I have another radio show right now.
All right, go for it.
But yay to Corvallis.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, talk to you next week. Take care.
All right, bye. That's Lise Wheel. We got 2 minutes of conversation with her this morning, so it's cool. She's busy. She's a busy gal. Next time we just get more aggressive. We get more aggressive.
Or we request that they call us on time. Yeah. All right, 7:40, 20 away from 8 o'clock. It's 11:20 KPNW.
With our eye on the stock tickers, this is the Wake Up Call Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are tumbling in early trading following a renewed sell-off across stocks worldwide amid skepticism about the strength of the global economy. The Dow is down 284 points, or 1.8% at 15,731. The S&P 500 is lower by 32 points, or just about 1.7% at 1849. And the NASDAQ is lower by 73, or 1.6% at 4404. Global equities' worst ever start to a year is deepening as oil continues its collapse, and a slowdown in China weighs on sentiment. Crude oil is down 3% at $27.58 a barrel. New home construction in the U.S. unexpectedly fell in December. Meanwhile, the cost of living in the U.S. dropped in December, led by a slump in commodities. The consumer price index fell 0.1% after being little changed the month before. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market features burgers so amazing they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat and local produce combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch makes for a burger experience like no other. You'll get mouth-watering goodness in every single bite. Check out their menu and photos on Facebook. Northwest Burger, located in the 5th Street Market. It's not just a burger, it's an experience.
The Eugene area radio stations will be presenting two $3,000 scholarships through Oregon Student Access and Completion. Each scholarship will go to one high school student and one college student who demonstrate a desire and aptitude for radio sales, engineering, news, or programming. Click on the Resources tab at eugeneradio.gov for details. Application deadline is February 15th, with final paperwork due at OregonStudentAid.gov by March 1st. The Eugene area radio stations, EARS, support students and education in our community.
How long would you wait for your shower to get hot? How long would you wait for your cell phone to fully charge? How long would you wait to get relief from your nasal congestion? If you're congested now and you want powerful relief now, use Afrin No Drip. Afrin starts working in seconds and keeps working for 12 hours. So why wait? When you can start to get relief in seconds with Afrin. Afrin, powerful congestion relief without the wait. Use as directed. For more information, go to Afrin.com.
As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with all the different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and have the highest chance of finding that perfect candidate. Plus, you can instantly be matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports100. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/sports100.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood and, even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me. Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The most
accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on those roads, we actually have partly cloudy skies out there, and you can leave the umbrella at home, but we have patchy, dense fog off and on. You will have to deal with that during your commute. Otherwise, temps are in the upper 30s to a couple of low 40s, 38 in town, with winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15. We have seen a few gusts up to 20. This afternoon, we're looking at a warm front approaching the area, but unlike the last few, this one looks to move most of the rain up towards the north by Astoria and Portland, keeping us dry, but more and more cloud cover as we move through the day. Highs look to be in the mid to upper 40s with a high of 47 here in town. Winds will go light in the afternoon out of the south at 5 to 10, and the system that's going to create all this rain won't move on shore till Thursday night into your Friday, but between now and then, it looks to stay fairly dry. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day out there.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
7:45. Checking some of these trip check cams around the state. Some with some blustery, snowy conditions. Some, a lot of places, standing water and some flooding on the actual highways. 97 comes to mind. But thinking about what's going on makes me think of one particular year that we went skiing, and we were going down Highway 58, and for some reason, we decided to get kind of an early start. Sun was coming up. We were like the first, it was amazing. There were no tracks in front of us. We were like the first people going through, and people kind of caught up, and we were like leading this procession going through this virgin snow. It was just, it was surreal. It was amazing, so pretty. Wherever you're headed, if you are out and about, going any distance, just be careful out there. Drive carefully. We're looking forward to spending the year with, we're spending 16 with our 15 listeners. So we want you to be around.
Beautiful morning. Man, I can't believe it. Blue sky. Look at that. It's blue. It's pretty. Hey, you know what? We need to give you stuff because we believe in world domination through free food. So what we're going to do is we've got a couple of, we'll call it your starter burritos at Burrito Amigos. I don't even know what that means. We got a couple of Burrito Amigos burritos for you. Okay, so we got a couple of certificates for that. One of our ever-popular KPNW Ugly Mugs, and a $25 gift certificate from our good buddies at Gun Runner Arms in Junction City. Okay, so $25 gift certificate from Gun Runner Arms.
Wow.
A pair of burritos from Burrito Amigos. Again, our buddies with 7 locations all around the area. And a KPNW Ugly Mug. What do you think? You into that? I think you should be. So how are we going to do this, Rob? We need a couple of contestants
we need 2 contestants. We'll take callers 1 and 2 at 541-485 KPNW.
And
888 KPNW 888.
And if you've won anything in the last 30 days, allow somebody else to pull our pants down and steal our lunch money. I mean, literally, it is our lunch money this time because we're dealing with Burrito Amigos. Well, breakfast or lunch. Maybe dinner.
Or dinner.
Yeah, or dinner.
So call us now, and just to kind of clue you in full transparency, we're doing questions today that have to deal with kind of common stories in news, the things of the day that are going on this week. We'll do a best of 3. Call now and be one of the contestants and get a slew. Did you throw in the book? I didn't hear. You didn't throw in the book, or you did?
No, I didn't. No. But we can.
All right.
If you're interested in reading Why We Snap, Understanding the Rage Circuit in Your Brain by R. Douglas Fields, Ph.D.
All right, let's get to know our contestants. Number 1 is who? What is your name?
My name is Spotted Eagle.
Hi, Spotted Eagle. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic.
All right. So,
can you turn down your radio?
Turn down your radio if you would, just a teeny bit, so we're not feeding back there. Okay. So,
contestant number 2 is who?
Yeah.
Roger.
Roger, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad. Okay, Roger beats Spotted Eagle.
Hey, Spotted Eagle. Good morning.
Okay, so you guys know the way this works. Basically, we'll have a series of questions for you. If you think you know the answer, shouting out your name will be the way that you ring in. It'll sort of be like your bell, your chime, your thing.
Your buzzer.
Your buzzer, yeah. Okay, everybody understand the rules?
Yep.
Okay. Best of three. We'll take it. Question number one just came out. You can name one of the two most common passwords this last year, and it was in 2014 as well. Roger.
Star Wars.
Incorrect. Spotted Eagle, do you want to take a guess?
Yeah, Benghazi.
The most common passwords that people use in the intranet and internet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or password. So can't give anybody the point there. Question number two. No? The latest flavor of Oreos has just been announced. The latest flavor. Anybody?
Mint. Eagle with mint.
No. Roger, did you want to take a guess?
Eggnog.
Wow.
Ew.
No.
That sounds vile. I'm glad that was a guess. I really am. I am glad that is a guess.
All right. By the way, cinnamon bun is what we were looking for. Question number three. This weekend's playoff game between the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals has an interesting aspect that has never happened in NFL history. Anybody take a wild guess what that is?
Nobody's going to show up to the game. Eagle.
Eagle, no. Holy cow. Roger, you want to take a guess?
Roger?
Carolina, I don't know, Carolina's first time that far in the playoffs.
It's the first game, if you can believe it, where both starting quarterbacks, have won a Heisman. That's never happened before.
Really?
All right, so here comes the tiebreaker.
All right, so anybody that can win, that can answer this question is going to win. The question is, researchers say now that extra sleep can help prevent what?
Eagle. Diabetes.
I'm sorry, what was the answer again?
Diabetes.
All right, so Eagle, I think you got it first. Congratulations.
Spotted Eagle, where are you calling from?
Curtin.
All right, well, congratulations going out to you. Roger, we appreciate you calling this morning, man.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Okay, you too. All right, so we're going to have you hang on the line here, and we'll make sure that you get set up with your stuff. Thanks for calling in this morning, my friend.
All right, thank you.
All right, hang on the line, and we'll get back to you in a second here.
7:52 next hour, Hillary Scott, folk singer, and Isaac Jackson, attorney, going to be in studio coming up on 1120 KPNW.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Recently, someone called in with a complaint. Just when did Gary Conley go from giving financial advice to becoming a political commentator, she asks. I don't think I have, but can see why she might think so. And criticism is always worth thinking about anyway, because you seldom learn as much from compliments. So here's the nugget. Investments and politics have always been tightly intertwined. Politicians and governments make the rules. The courts interpret them, and those in business or investing their own money think about them and decide how or if they want to place a bet. Those bets are the lifeblood of the economy, furnishing capital and creating jobs. To the extent political types are busy changing the rules, they're fair game for a money man's pointed observations. We're in a time when rules are changing rapidly, sometimes even retroactively, which is absolute poison. but also one in which the internet is empowering people in a way we have never seen before. Thus, it's essential that we're as knowledgeable as possible, because many in government aren't or simply don't care. Recent studies indicate that 73% of those between ages 23 and 27 could not even answer 3 very basic financial questions. That means they, and many, many others, are functional economic illiterates who present a clear and present danger to us all. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible until now. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who work to combat human trafficking. It's time to open our eyes. Learn what you can do by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
Dad, this is fun. I didn't think I liked kayaking.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, but I think it's time to head back in.
Okay. Can we come back?
Sure. Hey, be careful getting out of the boat.
It's a kayak, Dad.
I'm going to return the kayak.
Can we walk home?
How about a taxi?
It's a short fare from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a neighborhood park or green space near you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania.
Where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, we actually have partly cloudy skies out there. For once, you can leave the umbrella at home. Doesn't look like you'll need it till maybe late this evening. Temps right now are in the upper 30s out there to a couple of low 40s, 38 in town, with winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15 and a few gusts up to 20. We'll also have patchy dense fog off and on across the valley, so you will encounter that for your commute. Now, this afternoon, we'll see more and more cloud cover start to work its way in as a warm front approaches the area, but this time it looks like most of the rain's going to stay up to the north, keeping us fairly dry. Highs look to be in the mid to upper 40s with a high of 47 here in town. Now, we are tracking that system to eventually work its way in now late Thursday night into Friday, bringing the showers back to the region. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
It's your money. And this is your Wake Up Call Market Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm John Tucker. The Dow Jones Industrial Average sinking more than 300 points, fueling a rush into haven assets. Corporate results exacerbating the rout in stocks today. U.S. Treasuries dropping below 2%. The Japanese yen jumping to a one-year high as investors seek safety. Oil slumped to a 12-year low, rippling through the markets today. A report tomorrow will probably show that U.S. crude stockpiles expanded. That would exacerbate the global glut in oil. Earnings results today from Goldman Sachs Group. That's slipping about 0.6% after reporting a 65% drop in fourth quarter profit. This comes as an agreement to settle a U.S. probe into its handling of mortgage-backed securities reduced earnings. International Business Machines losing about 7% after the company's 2016 earnings forecast missed projections. Once again, the Dow down 377 points. The S&P 500 is down 49. The Nasdaq down 126. That's a Bloomberg Market Minute.
What's the Republican establishment going to do when Donald Trump sews up that nomination? I'm Lars Larson with the Northwest Report's commentary in just a moment. Have you ever thought about all the money you spend at the pharmacy buying a shaver, and it's just a cheap piece of plastic? Harry's.com was started by two guys passionate about creating a better shaving experience. They bought a blade factory in Germany. They turn out the best blades, and the starter kit, $15, and it's delivered to your house, and delivery is free. Go to Harry's.com right now. Enter my code name Lars in the promo box, $5 off your first order. Enter my code name Lars for $5 off your first order. That's Harry's.com. Change the way you shave forever. Donald Trump is still the Republican frontrunner long after a lot of the critics said he would be out of the race altogether. And the latest moves in endorsements, he's earned the endorsement of Phyllis Schlafly, one of the most staunch conservatives from the last few decades of Republican politics in America. And he's won the endorsement of Sarah Palin, the former governor and former vice presidential candidate. She's endorsed him as well. Now, I'm troubled by Trump's lack of some conservative beliefs as well. But when you have have two of the top name-brand conservatives in America who are endorsing Donald Trump. What in the world is the Republican establishment going to say? Are they still going to be pushing Jeb Bush, who's languishing at 4% in the polls, or Marco Rubio, who has a bad position on illegal aliens? No, I think they're going to have to accept Trump. For Northwest Reports, I'm Lars Larson.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. Americans' 401ks taking another big beating today with another huge stock sell-off. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live on Wall Street.
The Dow right now down 431 points. That is 2.7% to the downside at a level of 15,584. The Nasdaq down 140. That's a level of loss of 3%. The S&P 500 down 55. The S&P at the lowest level since October of 2014. The Dow is now down more than 1,800 points for the year and is down 10.5%. This as oil hits 12-year lows and moves into the $26 mark. As oil sinks, so do stocks. Dave.
And Nicole, Donald Trump is rallying in Iowa, saying he was going to buy TV, a lot of ads.
But I've had so much airtime, I haven't had to spend any money.
The Sarah Palin endorsement sure got a lot of coverage.
You know, they give me so much television airtime. I'm on all the time.
Trump says winning Iowa is important.
By doing that, we're sending a signal.
He's also again called on his Republican presidential rival, Ted Cruz, as being nasty. Cruz has been questioning Trump's values, hinting he could make deals with Democrats. People in Flint, Michigan are again lining up to pick up more bottled water and filters. Angry they're still paying high water bills.
I'm paying the city of Flint money to poison myself and my family.
The water is contaminated with high levels of lead after Flint's water supply source was changed. Governor Snyder apologized last night. Fox's Mike Tobin's in Flint.
An additional $28 million being dedicated to the water crisis here in Flint. And Governor Snyder promised to release all of his emails related to the Flint water crisis. And that is in response to the people who say that he knew about the problem long before he took action.
In Detroit, some 85 schools are closed today. A teacher sick out meant to coincide with President Obama's visit to the city. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
America's first sustainable home and garden show returns. Now this, you've got to see. Meet designers, builders, and craftsmen that can help you create a healthy home. Discover nature-inspired design trends. Plan your project's remodels, backyard cottage, or new home. Explore exhibits offering energy-saving products and ideas. Get the facts on solar, passive house, and the area's best green building practices. Create a better home at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. Admission is free. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this week's show, tour Oregon's tiny house roundup. From crafted cottages to a retro mod hangout. Discover big design ideas for small spaces and outdoor living rooms. From Better Homes and Gardens, Shannon Quimby. Visit the Duckling Stage to craft storybooks and art. Experience 3D printing with the U of O's product design students. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show. Admission is free Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. EugeneHomeshow.com.
Again, our top Fox story, huge sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow's down 426 points as oil drops again. It's now below $27 a barrel. The Senate considering a bill with the White House doesn't like, giving Iraqi and Syrian refugees more scrutiny. Fox's Jared Halpern live on Capitol Hill.
Concern about thousands of Syrian refugees resettling in the U.S. is not rooted in animus. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell argues.
I would suggest they're motivated by love for their families and communities.
McConnell is trying to prevent Senate Democrats from blocking a House-passed bipartisan bill pausing a program to bring in refugees until new vetting safeguards are met.
Scapegoats refugees who are fleeing war and torture.
But Democratic leader Harry Reid says a filibuster threat could be dropped with agreement to vote on amendments that would include condemning Donald Trump's proposal to ban Muslim immigration. Dave.
Jared, this will add to the climate change debate. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says 2015 was the hottest year in 136 years of record keeping. A Hollywood celebrity being hailed a hero for acting bravely.
Jamie Foxx saying he heard a crash outside his Southern California home, called 911 and ran to the scene. A pickup went off the road, rolled several times, and burst into flames. Fox telling reporters he and an off-duty paramedic pulled the driver from the burning truck.
I said, man, listen, as I'm getting him out, and I said, you got to help me get you out.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have to leave you. And I said, you got angels around you. I don't look at it as heroic. I just look at it like, you just had to do something.
Yesterday, Fox met with the victim's father. Brett Kyle has broken bones and a punctured lung, but he's expected to survive. I'm Jacqueline Carl, Fox News.
A World War II paratrooper who jumped into Normandy on D-Day is dying of cancer. And Elmer Machi will spend his last days with his wife in a Colorado nursing home. He's in hospice. She has dementia, but not in a VA-approved nursing home. An anonymous donor will pay to move him there to be with her before he dies. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
11:20 KPNW. Hopefully you got a chance to see the sunrise. We got sun to talk about, which is a good thing. Pretty much today, overall decent day. A little bit of fog apparently out there somewhere. But other than that, kind of a mix with some clouds and a high of 49. 20% chance of rain and cloudy tonight. Overnight dip. Talking about 48 degrees as your low. We'll take that. Speaking of snow, we were talking about that, as you head Highway 58 in some parts of Sandium Pass, 126. There's a rather cute, I'd say, recording of I think she's 3 or 4, talking about snow and understanding the whole snow concept with her dad.
Snow falls from the sky, and it blankets everything. It covers it completely.
That is funny. That is funny.
I'm funny.
That is funny.
No, it's a true story. The snow falls. Listen, the snow will fall from the sky and it will cover the ground. You don't believe it?
I thought that was pretty cute, and I was thinking, how many people out there, I mean, as we walk around kind of what is in our city limits, talking about like the Ridgeline Trail and heck, just a city park, if it's Hendricks or, something with these expansive, treescapes, you run into people that are just, you can tell by the look on their face, wherever they came from, not used to such an environment. I mean, we take so much for granted, and, the idea that some kids have not embraced and seen and played in snow, it's kind of heartbreaking, because that's, I think, one of the more incredible things. Especially, I hope we do get at least 1 or 2 snowfalls, but when you just wake up and everything is so quiet and clean and white, it's just, it's amazing. Might be another time, or a time to head up to the snow. And as I'm saying this, I'm reminded that our e-deals got some pretty good deals. Hoodoo, talked to some people, a bunch of people went up this last weekend. If you want to get everything from the Audubon inner tube track to actual lift tickets, if you don't really dig paying the whole retail thing, check out e-deals at KPNW.com. Get some pretty nifty deals, and not just on the snow, other things as well, like waffles. 8:08, nice. Coming up, Hillary Scott, she's going to be in town tomorrow, and Isaac Jackson, attorney, going to be in studio. He's going to be here, I guess, on a regular basis. Today, the inaugural visit, so we hope it goes well. So, Bill, be on your best behavior.
Will do.
Okay. What's coming up news?
We'll have these stories coming up in a couple of seconds. We have a serial burglar, at least an accused serial burglar, that is behind bars this morning, at least according to police. We'll have the story there. We'll take a look at a lawsuit against Volkswagen of America. It's a number of Lane County residents that are saying, when you told us a lie. We'll have that story. We'll take a look at, again, the issues going on over in Eastern Oregon and where the latest gambit is being played. Those stories and more are coming up, brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, here on KPNW. New Year's resolutions generally fail, and they fail because they aren't fun. So here's a resolution that's easy to keep. If you've never done it, make this the year you visit Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. How hard is it to keep this promise to yourself? I resolve to eat at least one Burrito Amigos bacon breakfast burrito with 2 types of bacon. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I intend to do this at least weekly. Resolve to have an Audibata experience and try some on a torta. Tasty stuff. Or, if you're of the vegetarian persuasion, promise yourself this year to try a yammy taco with yams and a special secret recipe spicy guacamole. If you're going that route, the Amigos rock the potato taquitos. And their tofu burritos have tofu. So keep this promise to yourself. Visit a Burrito Amigos. And this year, you'll make a new friend. A new friend who'll cook and clean up the dishes. That's a friend. Burrito Amigos in Eugene and Springfield.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
You'll hear it here first. This is your wake-up call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is now in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Williamson is suspected in a series of burglaries in a variety of residences, from apartments to dorms, even occupied houses where residents were asleep. Williamson is said to have told police that he was involved in at least 6 burglaries since last summer. Most of the items taken were easy to carry, like jewelry, cash, wallets, and cell phones. Eugene police are asking the public's help in identifying any other burglaries that may have the same M.O. A group of 14 Oregonians have filed suit against Volkswagen of America, the majority of them from Lane County. The group claimed their $302,000 civil suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court is that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device allowing the vehicles to evade state and federal clean air laws. They claim that Volkswagen intentionally broke the law by selling them cars with software that fools emission control tests, but still emitted nitrogen 40 times the standard allowed by law. They claim they were misled into buying the so-called clean diesel automobiles. The federal government has already filed a claim against Volkswagen for $46 billion, saying the German automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Also, a number of Volkswagen shareholders plan to sue the company in Germany, seeking compensation for a drop in shares related to the scandal. The leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge says what they're doing is not a demonstration. Eamon Bundy says they have a job to get done.
We did not come down here to be protesters. That we did not come down to stomp our feet and to cry about us being abused, even though that certainly has happened to the ranchers and property owners.
One of the organizers of the group, Lavoy Finicum, says they need the support of the ranchers there to reclaim the refuge from the federal government.
Now is the day. Now is the time. Are you going to wait for tomorrow? For next week? Next month? Next year? When? When will you stand up?
Finicum and Eamon Bundy have said they'll leave when local ranchers are ready to take up their cause. They also say they want to talk with the Burns Paiute tribe to discuss their claims to the land. They have said, the Paiute tribe has, that they want Bundy and his people off the property. Well, several hundred people have rallied around the state in different cities against the occupiers of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Brad Ford has more.
The demonstrators say the armed group that's occupying the refuge needs to leave because it's the public's land. They hope the demonstration ends up on the refuge south of Burns.
I imagine people will go out there and show their support, and hopefully we can all do it peacefully and show support as a community.
They say that if the occupation continues, it'll hurt Harney County because tourists will stay away from the area. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, she's back. In a continued return to the public eye after leaving Salem under a federal investigation, Oregon's so-called former First Lady Sylvia Hayes announced she's landed a new gig. She's now a freelance journalist. Hayes began writing a public blog last year, and articles under her name began appearing in a newly founded magazine called Ben Level. It's interesting and somewhat ironic in the wake of the fallout around allegations that Hayes received contracts from environmental groups seeking to influence state policy through her fiancé, former Governor John Kitzhaber, is that Hayes is now working for a magazine founded by a Bend resident, Christy Sinsara, who has had a number of interesting past legal issues of her own. In 2007, the publisher, Sinsara, pleaded no contest to obtaining money by false pretense in Oklahoma City after the state said she told a woman she worked as a paralegal for a local attorney and collected cash. Court documents state Sinsara had no connection to the attorney, and she received 5 years probation for the offense. In Nevada in 2010, a filing from the State Department of Business and Industry alleges she worked as an unlicensed loan modification consultant through a company called the Consumer Advocacy Group. On August 13th of that year, Nevada filed its final cease and desist order seeking to fine Sinsara $10,000 for operating without a proper license and for the cost of the investigation and attorney's fees. A judge is going to allow trade groups representing major energy companies to join the federal government in trying to end a lawsuit filed by a group of youths seeking a court order to reduce emissions contributing to climate change. The U.S. magistrate judge granted defendant status in the case to the National Association of Manufacturers, the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers, and the American Petroleum Institute, which represents oil, coal, and natural gas companies. The plaintiffs, a group of 21 between the ages of 8 and 19, gained support from two large Catholic organizations recently. Both the government and the trade groups have asked a judge to dismiss the lawsuit. A hearing on those requests scheduled for March 9th. A federal bankruptcy judge has approved the sale of a pair of buildings on the former Evergreen International Aviation Campus in McMinnville to Jackson Family Wines. It's a California wine giant. They have been sucking up property in the Willamette Valley like Californians like to do, and the company noted in a statement that the Evergreen site is convenient to its vineyards. The firm added that its long-term plan includes the development of a wine production facility. Jackson Family Wines submitted the high bid of $4.6 million in October. The approval was delayed because of a dispute about road and utility easements. It's directly across the highway from the Evergreen Aviation Museum. Plunging crude oil prices continue to pull pump prices down at the fastest pace in 2 months. Brad Ford reports it's causing AAA to completely rethink its prediction about Oregon gas prices.
For several months, the Auto Club has predicted the national average for regular would dip below $2 a gallon and that Oregon's would not. This week, the national average dropped 8 cents, skidding to $1.88 a gallon. Oregon's average falling another dime to $2.17.
It's getting more likely that gas prices will continue to fall.
AAA's Marie Dodd says it depends on how much more they drop before the annual spring rise with the change to summer fuel and refinery maintenance season.
If we start racking up a few more weekly drops like this, it's very possible that our statewide average could indeed fall below $2 a gallon.
You'll already find gas below $2 a gallon in most parts of the state if you shop around. Brad Ford, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
A pair of suspects arrested this week for murdering a Corvallis man outside a Sherry's restaurant appeared in Benton County Circuit Court. 43-year-old Michael Dayette II and 35-year-old Brooklyn Shepard have both pleaded now not guilty. Dayette was arrested outside a house in Forest Grove this week, charged with killing 29-year-old Jason Scott Williams of Corvallis Friday night. Shepard, Dayette's girlfriend, was also arrested in Forest Grove and entered a plea of not guilty to a murder charge. Shepard was with Williams the night of the killing and was injured during the crime. Both defendants are being held on $1 million bail. They both have been given court-appointed attorneys. They'll appear in court again today for bail review hearings. Shepard is the mother of 4 and has a mother in the area who recently was diagnosed with cancer. But Assistant District Attorney Amy Matusko argued against her bail, saying not only is Shepard accused of helping murder a man, but she also failed to appear on a separate warrant for her arrest before last Friday. The Coast Guard is searching for 3 fishermen who were on a crabbing vessel that capsized more than a mile off the entrance of Coos Bay last night. Winds were reported at 31 miles an hour with 10-foot seas at the time of the accident, according to Petty Officer 3rd Class Jonathan Klingenberg of the Coast Guard. A Coast Guard helicopter crew and a boat crew are searching for the missing fishermen. One fisherman made his way to shore, where he was picked up by a Good Samaritan. The man was dropped off at Air Station North Bend. His condition is unknown. Speaking of crabs, the Dungeness crab season was delayed in December by concerns about domoic acid. Brad Ford reports there's now plenty of safe-to-eat crab.
The crabbing season got off to a slow start after toxins forced a delay in the start of the season last year. But Hugh Link with the Oregon Crab Commission says toxin testing has gone above and beyond the norm.
We've just got our 4th all clear in a row, so there's really no reason to be scared that there's domoic. We've, all the crabs we've tested have been good.
And they're good to eat. Link says they're huge, sweet, and full of meat, and there's plenty to go around.
We're already at 4.4 million pounds landed, according to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're looking forward to maybe having a little better year than last year.
Many stores are selling whole Dungeness for $5.99 a pound. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
And schools would have more flexibility to serve refined grains and salty foods to the nation's school kids under legislation a Senate panel is considering. The Senate Agriculture Committee is scheduled to vote today on the bipartisan bill, which is designed to help schools that have complained that the Obama administration's so-called healthier school meal rules are too restrictive. Kansas Senator Pat Roberts, the GOP chairman of the Ag panel, and Michigan Senator Debbie Stabenow, the committee's top Democrat, introduced the bill Monday after reaching an agreement to ease requirements for whole grains and delay an upcoming deadline to cut sodium levels. The compromise signals a truce between First Lady Michelle Obama and congressional Republicans who've been at odds over the rules for more than 2 years. The First Lady has highlighted the standards as part of her campaign against childhood obesity and said she would fight to the bitter end to keep them intact. The White House has yet to weigh in on the agreement, but Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack issued a statement supporting the legislation. It's also backed by the School Nutrition Association, which represents school nutrition directors and companies that sell food to schools. That group has led the fight to scale back the administration's requirements. It's 8:21. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So when I was growing up, I and a lot of my friends dreamt of playing football in the NFL. And today, you ask around, there are still those that dream about one day being a professional football player. But you have to wonder about tomorrow and next year and the year after that, as there are so many pundits and prognosticators talking about things like Antoine Randall L. is talking about, in which he expresses regret for playing football and would, if he was able to do it again, play baseball instead, because, as he puts it, he could and would still be playing baseball. Right now, the 36-year-old has difficulty walking down the stairs. He says he has mental limitations to go along with the physical. Randall L. retired from football in 2012 after 9 seasons, and he gives the sport as a whole 20 more years. And that's it. Oh, more NFL. Manti Te'o has a girlfriend, and yes, she's real. Onlookers, at least to themselves, had to comment overrated when thinking of Kansas in their number 3 ranking. They got run by Oklahoma State, 86-67. A Big 12 crown, which would be their 12th, and some March Madness still in the picture, but they have some work to do. Oregon basketball, the men entertain the L.A. schools with USC taking the court tomorrow night. The women hit Colorado and Utah. High school hoops, Springfield Millers, a machine, steamrolling Marist 69-30. Miller shot 62% from the field. Marist, 14%. Australian Open from Melbourne. Serena Williams won her match in an hour. Meanwhile, Roger Federer keeps rolling as he reached the third round for the 17th straight Australian Open. Oregon's Raven Rogers has been honored as the Women's Athlete of the Week after she won the 600 meters. Not an official record, though. Washington has an oversized track. Leave it to those pesky Huskies. And former Oregon basketball star Luke Ridnour will get inducted to the Pac-12 Hall of Honor. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW News Time, 8:24.
KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania in Albany, Eugene, Springfield, and Corvallis. Save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, or you're already on those roads, we actually have partly cloudy skies out there, and you can leave the umbrella at home, but we have patchy, dense fog off and on, and you will have to deal with that during your commute. Otherwise, temps are in the upper 30s to a couple of low 40s, 38 in town, with winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15. We have seen a few gusts up to 20. This afternoon, we're looking at a warm front approaching the area, but unlike the last few, this one looks to move most of the rain up towards the north by Astoria and Portland, keeping us dry, but more and more cloud cover as we move through the day. Highs look to be in the mid to upper 40s with a high of 47 here in town. Winds will go light in the afternoon out of the south at 5 to 10, and the system that's going to create all this rain won't move on shore till Thursday night into your Friday, but between now and then, it looks to stay fairly dry. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day out there.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles to fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. And January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's, Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Have a little faith. Have a little faith in me. Flowers don't grow on Mars. When the daylight burn out of the sun, this fire rain, it consumes me.
Her name is Hillary Scott. She's an indie Americana singer, songwriter. Her recent vinyl release, Flowers on Mars, just won the Americana Folk Album of the Year award. Currently on the road playing Ben's Astro Lounge tonight. Going to be in Eugene tomorrow at Sam Bond's. And she joins us from Sacramento. She gets ready to come back closer to home. It's Hillary Scott. Hillary, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
That high note, and just to kind of remind people what it sounded like, this is what it sounded like. You think you could hit that right now?
Yeah, I probably could, but since it's 8:25 in the morning, I don't know if you want to hear it.
Yeah, no, we won't make you do it, especially if you're at somebody else's house in Sacramento. But that's quite the note. So to get kind of everybody on the same page, because I'm sure you deal with it every interview, so you're no stranger to the whole concept of Hillary with one L. There are a couple of Hillary Scotts out there. Did you ever? I mean, you already kind of cranked up your career, so I don't think changing your name was ever a thought. But what, you had 2 or 3 albums out, I think, before you found out about the other Hillary Scott. How is that? Has that complicated things or made things comedic? I mean, how do you look at it?
It's definitely complicated things. For example, there'll be times when, strangely, an article will spell it both ways, almost like to draw in any of my media and Google and search hits into hers, and it's almost like it's being supported somehow by the internet. But yeah, I chose my name because of my brother who passed away, whose first name was Scott, and he was a big influence in my life and my decision to follow music. And so there wasn't really, and there still isn't an option for me to change it because I don't want to. And I did have albums out before Lady Antebellum was formed and started getting really popular. So it's been difficult. But it's mostly just sometimes awkward because people will read my biography and say, well, you've won X number of awards or songwriting awards. You've been touring forever. You have 11 albums out, so it's easy for people to mistake the two, even though I think once you see photos and stuff, you go, I don't think these women look alike. But, it's hard to believe that there might be 2 of us with very slightly differently spelled names doing similar things.
I'm thinking, if it makes you feel any better, I'm thinking that Hillary with 2 L's have had a few people walk out of Lady Antebellum shows thinking that they were going to see a show with you. So just so you know, I'm sure that's happened. You just maybe haven't heard. But I mean, have you guys chatted? Have you ever met or talked?
I have not met her or spoken with her. When I was in Nashville, one of the first times that I was working with a producer down there, somebody said to me, it was an entertainment lawyer, and he said, I just met a Hillary Scott today. And that was, now I look back on the pattern of events, the beginning of where it all started, and where we started being aware that there was someone else, coming up in the music industry. And so yeah, it's been really, really interesting, but it does make for good interview questions, right? So.
Yeah. Well, let's get everybody caught up with the Hillary with 1 L. I've seen folk, I've seen Americana, I've seen alt country. Several descriptions of your music. How do you describe what you do?
Right now, Americana Indie is sort of the overlying umbrella that we've been using, because in the Americana you get a little bit of the country, you get a little bit of the crossover and the folk. And then with indie, you can sort of include the pop and the alternative and, the other elements that are included in there. So I've never really tied myself heavily to one genre because I've always been interested in exploring many kinds. And the latest album, there was, and you mentioned the Son Air, and I loved the little medley of songs you put together at the beginning. The second most recent album was Flowers on Mars, and then we just put out Freight Train Love, and I think you played a little bit from that too. And that one actually leans a little bit more towards like classic country sound. So yeah, it's kind of been all over the board.
Which makes it kind of fun.
It does. It is fun. It makes it a little difficult to sort of peg it, for marketing purposes, but I don't find that matters to listeners, it's if they like it, they like it, so.
You started looking at your schedule, you started the new year on the Ill in Portland, had to cancel a show. Has that ever happened? Does that happen a lot? Has that ever happened before?
Yeah, that has happened before. I tend to get colds pretty easily, and I'm always trying to find new ways to avoid them and be really careful about that, because there are some respiratory things I can sing through, and there are some that I just can't. And, so that's what it boils down to. If I were feeling bad and could still get up and play, that would be one thing. But a lot of times as a singer, you just can't do it because you don't have a voice, literally. And so that's really discouraging and disappointing, and definitely the biggest challenge of what I do. So yeah, we were really bummed to miss the Portland show. So we're glad we're able to hit Bend and Eugene on the way back. So
yeah, hitting the Astro Lounge tonight. I'm not familiar with the Astro Lounge, but it sounds like we should be. When we look at your list of 11 albums, I mean, your Support and Freight Train Love, is this the best one? I mean, when you sit there and you look at the progression and the growth of Hillary Scott and the band, I mean, do you kind of look back and go, consecutively I've gotten better, and this is the best, this is where I'm at?
I do in many ways, because yes, I do see a progression of just sort of my comfort level in the studio, the craft that I've been working on with my songs, the maturity of my voice. I definitely see that. But at the same time, there's some of the older albums that I look back and I think, wow, that was really a great capture of where I was at the time, and it still stands up. So I have a couple favorite albums, but definitely Freight Train Love is my favorite right now, partly because of playing with the amazing musicians we played with in LA. So, they've played with everybody: Jimi Hendrix, Etta James, John Lennon, and Paul McCartney. They were Bonnie Raitt's backing band for a while. They've just been around, and they created such a great sound on that album.
Was that intimidating? I mean, you sit there and look at the folks that they played with. Was that, I mean, the least bit where you sit there and go, wow, okay, I got to step it up a little bit?
It didn't really intimidate me, I think, because I'd had some opportunities in the past to either share a stage with or speak to or be around really great other performing artists, musicians, and songwriters. But, yeah, I mean, there's always that moment of sort of wondering what they'll be like. So, it's like sort of depending on how their attitude is, then you can feel intimidated or you can feel really embraced and welcomed in the process. And that's how these guys were. So they were so humble about what they've done and where they've been, and they also were so complimentary about my work. So being with them in the studio actually made me feel more confident, which was really a great result to come from that. And it's carried over into my performances and, every other part of what I do. So that was really a great gift.
And I'm sure if people want to check out the album, they can get them at the shows or anywhere online they can pick them up, Freight Train Love?
Yes, they can get them on all the digital outlets, and also, Amazon sells them physically. But as an independent artist, the way that they're going to help me out the most, especially if they want a physical copy, is to get it from my website, which is Hillary Scott with one L. So as long as they, HillaryScott.com with one L, as long as they spell it that way, they will get to it, and they can also listen to clips there and everything else as well. So.
Very cool. Ben, tonight, the Astro Lounge, and then Sam Bonds tomorrow. Safe travels back up here to the Oregon region of, you're Pacific North, you live in Washington, right?
Yeah, we moved to Washington from St. Louis. We were based in St. Louis for the last 6 years, and we're loving it. And, it's going to be snowy, so California gave us a little bit of fun. We went as far south as San Diego, so Oregon's going to be winter again.
We'll enjoy it and get back up here, and we'll see you, I guess, tomorrow night at Sam Bonds. Thank you, Hillary Scott.
That sounds wonderful.
Have a great day. Hillary with one L, if you want to check out the website, HillaryScott.com. 8:37.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
From Bloomberg World headquarters in New York, I'm John Tucker. Turmoil returning to global markets as oil is plunging. The Dow Jones Industrial Average sinking more than 300 points. And that is fueling a rush into haven assets. Corporate results exacerbated the rout today. Yields on 10-year treasuries dropping below 2%. The Japanese yen, another haven asset, jumping to a one-year high. Oil slumped to a 12-year low, rippling through the markets today. Goldman Sachs Group slipping about 0.6%. It reported a 65% drop in fourth quarter profit. International Business Machines losing about 7% after the company's 2016 earnings forecast missed projections. Microsoft and Apple among technology companies down over 1%. The S&P 500 now trading at 15.4 times the forecast earnings of its members. It's still more expensive than developed markets in Europe. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now down 393 points, and that's a Bloomberg market.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism. I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, we actually have partly cloudy skies out there. For once, you can leave the umbrella at home. Doesn't look like you'll need it till maybe late this evening. Temps right now are in the upper 30s out there to a couple of low 40s, 38 in town, with winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15 and a few gusts up to 20. We also have patchy dense fog off and on across the valley, so you will encounter that for your commute. Now, this afternoon, we'll see more and more cloud cover start to work its way in as a warm front approaches the area. But this time it looks like most of the rain's going to stay up to the north, keeping us fairly dry. Highs look to be in the mid to upper 40s with a high of 47 here in town. Now we are tracking that system to eventually work its way in now late Thursday night into Friday, bringing the showers back to the region. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
All right, something to consider. You may have been one of those folks that got caught up in the economic meltdown in 2008. Maybe you had your house foreclosed on. Maybe you had an issue with credit card bills, or maybe it just came down to, over the course of the last few years, you have been washed or inundated with a tidal wave of medical bills. It happens. And so you're trying to get to work, you're trying to get your life going as it used to be, and the next thing you know, something bad happens, like your car breaks down. Well, it happens to the best of us, and that's why Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet has the Good People Bad Credit Program, designed to help people who need a hand because they've had some financial issues. The Good People Bad Credit Program has helped hundreds of people get into a safe, quality, reliable vehicle in 48 hours or less. Give them a call for the Good People Bad Credit Program, 541-998-2333, 541-998-2333. It's the Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet Good People Bad Credit Program.
See a problem on the commute? Be an official KPNW wake-up call Road Ranger today. Call 541-344-2424 and report it. Dakota Ring and Road Ranger Keep and Sombrero sold separately. The Road Ranger Network, exclusively on 1120 KPNW.
You like that? You like that, did you? We're on the air, by the way. Were you just talking to yourself, or were you talking to me?
Oh, I'm talking to you, Bill.
Yeah, what did you say?
I said, what was the worst that could happen here?
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Well, we've actually probed that on several different occasions. I can tell you that it can play out in a number of different ways. People just walk out. People get mad. People throw punches. You name it. You know?
Or there's also hugs. Some people throw money, and some people leave beer here. So.
And yeah, that's
I
not
see
all
the
bad.
beer. I see
it's
the
not
beer.
all bad.
It looks, it
By
looks
the way,
well used.
Attorney Isaac Jackson from Jackson Jones in studio.
You like IPA?
IPA is the only beer.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
you.
That's a little Widmer IPA. As a first-time visitor, you get an IPA.
We don't have T-shirts to hand out, so
No,
that's,
we
take
just
that
give
instead.
beer.
Yeah.
You want us to open it for you?
No.
Okay.
that'd be the worst that could happen. Yeah.
No. Anyway, welcome to the Wake Up Call. Isaac Jackson joining us on the Wake Up Call. Local area attorney. What's the name of your firm?
Jackson Jones Law.
And how long have you been doing that?
We've been Clint and I have been together for 2 years now. So.
And why are you doing it?
Why am I doing?
Yeah.
what I'm
Why
doing?
are you doing it? Why?
Well, you know, I think that a lot of attorneys would say a lot of reasons. I think I run my business for the reason that most businesses run their business is to make a living. So that is why I do it. There's other reasons too, helping people, looking for justice, telling people stories that need to be told, and that's why I do it.
What kind of cases does your firm take?
We strictly focus on major injury cases and accidents, mostly car accidents, things like that. Other things too, that terrible things that happen to people that where they need their story told, where there's justice to be pursued, and you know, and since we're civil cases, we are asking for money.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing. But it's not always that simple.
All right. So when somebody walks through your door and says, "You need to take my case. This is important." How do you judge whether that particular case is going to have any merit or not? I mean, you look at it and you go, "Yeah, okay."
Well, the law, yeah, you just look at it. You know, it's not divine intervention. It's you look at the facts, you look at the law, and you see if someone's entitled to something. For example, in any car accident, if you're not at fault and you're injured, you have rights, rights of recovery for medical bills, rights of recovery for pain and suffering, and lost wages or any other really damage, monetary damages that can be proved as a result of the accident. So when I'm looking at the case, we're looking at what are the facts that we can prove and what's the law that gives them a right of recovery. You know.
And then how do you go about putting, like, if you're going to step in front of a jury or you're going to be arguing with or negotiating with an insurance company, how do you, I mean, is there a list where you can put a price on, oh yeah, broken back, that's $50,000, or, oh okay, broken arm and blurred eyesight, oh, we're looking at, I mean, do you have like a sheet that you go by that lists various injuries and how much body parts are worth? That sounds rather crass.
That's a great question. It does sound really crass, but it's sort of, it is our society, and there is a law, we're trying to break down, really important things to people into monetary values. I guess the short answer is, first of all, I'd say that there's never been a case where I thought that was worth it. I don't think people get hurt and then they profit from the experience. I think it's the other way around. They're losing from the moment the action happens, the moment they're hurt. They're not going to get fully recovered to the point where they think is worth it. You're not going to pay me, $10,000 to go hurt my back for 2 years. That's not going to happen. I don't want it. I don't want that transaction. I'm not interested. So it's not an economic balancing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you're part of the healing too.
Part of the healing.
You're going to make them feel a little bit better.
Well, I think you go to lawyers, how I like to say is, when anytime you go to a lawyer, you're getting screwed. It's just a matter of getting screwed less. If you're going to if you're going to a criminal lawyer, you're in trouble, and you're trying to not get in more trouble than you deserve. And it's the same thing with a divorce lawyer. You go there or a family lawyer, you're not going there because things are going well. Things are going bad, and you're trying to get screwed less. A good lawyer is trying to help you get through difficult situations with real advice and to give you the information to help you make the decisions to get out of trouble. So that's how, honestly, that's how I look at a lot of this stuff with auto accidents. The people coming to my office aren't looking to get profit, to make a profit on it. They're coming to my office to get out of trouble. And they're in a lot of trouble, whether it's financially, emotionally. Maybe they feel and a lot of people do rightfully feel that they've been victimized, and they want someone to stand up for them and tell their story, which is a good thing.
Have you
part of the healing.
Have you ever had people though that walk in? I mean, because you watch any of the like 48 Hours, and there's always, here are these people that are faking, my neck, and all of that. Have you ever had people that are coming in trying to get you to file suit on their behalf that say they were injured but really weren't, or were trying to pull one over?
That's great. Yeah, I think the law, you're not supposed to use the law, in my opinion, is you're not supposed to use the law to get away with stuff. It's actually meant for the other way around, is to prevent people from getting away with stuff from you. And so, so if you look at that, is there a higher moral calling for any lawyer to pursue the facts and the truth in a case?
You realize, of course, I'm going to interrupt you. You just said lawyers and moral calling in the same sentence. Just saying.
The lawyers I respect are ones that are interested in the truth, learning the truth, and making decisions from that point. And so, for me, we always vet our clients, of course, and if there are weaknesses, we make sure we tell them about those weaknesses. And if they are fraudulent, then they're going to be kicked out of my office. Thankfully, when I started this business 10 years ago is when I started being a lawyer, and then when I started doing plaintiff work was about 6-7 years ago. I thought I'd see a lot of fraudulent cases. I thought, I was raised a conservative guy. I thought, all these lawsuits, these ambulance chasers, yada, yada, they're all terrible. There's a lot of frauds out there. I'm really, really shocked by how little I see people coming to my office with a greedy heart or they want to exaggerate the truth after I do the investigation. It's actually pretty rare.
Maybe that's a reflection on you and not the industry. They're going somewhere else.
Well, I hope they go somewhere else. I don't want them to come to my office. But I think it's more a reflection on our community. I'm actually, really encouraged by the people here in this town. It actually has made me optimistic of people, shockingly. Not on insurance companies, though. Not so optimistic on insurance companies.
Oh, really? Not a fan of the insurance companies,
For some reason, I just don't think they're after the little guy. There's just been a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that for just a second. Of the cases that come through your door and that you accept, you say, okay, I'm gonna tell your story. I'm gonna handle your case. How many of those, percentage-wise, actually end up in a courtroom in front of a jury?
Oh, very few. I'd say less than 10%.
So a lot of your job then isn't so much litigation as much as it is negotiation.
That's right. I think most of my job, Clint does all our litigation in our firm. He's out there battling just like you would see on TV. He does take a few cases at a time, and he works them to death. The majority of my job is the evaluation and negotiation and the closing of cases. I mean, that is what I do. It's not very glorious, but it is interesting.
Yeah. And how often does a client actually walk out of one of those negotiations, and this is no reflection on you, but it actually walks out there and goes, okay, I guess that was fair?
I think that reflects more of their disposition, how they deal with things. I would say that, every time the lawyer wins, and not usually the client wins. And I'm not trying to be too cheeky about the job, but they're really just getting through a tough situation. And my clients and the ones we work with are just people that are moving on and letting go, and part of the process is accepting some compensation for their injuries.
Okay. We focused here mostly on injuries dealing and surrounding auto accidents. So for somebody that's sitting out there, that, who knows? They could be driving to work this morning or home from work, and they're going to get hit by a truck. Who knows? What are some things that you would suggest right now if somebody is involved in a major accident? What kind of things do they need to do at the scene or as soon as possible to protect themselves?
I think that, first of all, they absolutely have to gather evidence, whether that's a police report or pictures of the scene. Sometimes these accidents, especially in the winter, who's at fault is actually really an interesting question if there's been ice or something like that. And so they need to take pictures. They need to take pictures of the scene, where the cars are, things like that. That's really important. They can't trust their insurance company. That's the first thing. That's the disposition of their mind. It should be, do I really trust them? I don't think everybody that's in an accident needs a lawyer. I do think that they should talk to a guy like me, to talk to somebody who handles claims, just to check in. It's not because we're geniuses. It's just we've done it before. And and I've been through the situations, and you know the issues. As my old boss used to say, when I was a young lawyer, you don't even hear the bullets that are whizzing by your head. And I think that that's the thing that people need to understand is if you're in an accident, you don't even know the issues that you should be worried about. And you should talk to somebody that does. And a lot of insurance agents in town, that's a good resource, too, to talk to about claims. But I think guys like me that handle the claims on the opposite side against insurance companies, it's worth the discussion. It's worth the conversation.
Well, as the comment, and it's been said many times, insurance companies don't make money paying off claims.
Right. Well, it's like casinos aren't built on the winners. It's the same thing. But they do. They pay claims. A lot of insurance adjusters in town are pretty fair. The question is, does the consumer, do they know the issues? Do they know what they're getting is fair? And just like a lot of car dealers in town are fair guys. But that doesn't mean that the price. There isn't a blue book for injury. There isn't a blue book or somewhere you can Google online to actually figure out what are your issues. Yeah. It's just not that simple. Just like I wouldn't go to a used car dealer without looking at blue book, you shouldn't be dealing with an insurance company without talking to a lawyer. It just doesn't make sense.
All right. For folks that are interested, where do they call?
They can call my cell, 541-556-9797. That's 556-9797.
556-9797.
That's what I tried to say.
Did I get that right?
Yeah, I tried to say that. I tried to say that.
All right.
Do you have a website or a Facebook page?
Yeah, Jackson Jones. Just Google us. Jackson Jones Law, Eugene.
All right. Mm-hmm. Well, how did you feel? Okay, this is your first time in. We always do kind of an exit survey. Did you find that your visit here met your expectations?
It wasn't the worst that could have happened, so that's good.
Okay. Is this something that you would do again?
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate you guys. I really do.
Okay.
Good show.
Just wanted to make sure. And that was, by the way, that's a great way to end it with the guest sucking up. Yes. You're the man. You're the man. Way to go.
Well, I'm going to take this beer home and give it to a good friend.
All right. Sounds
good. Before we take off, reminder, Wake Up Call, the ice cream social, if you want to get your email entry in. Little Java Thunder coming your way potentially on Friday.
Yeah, among other fine Umpqua ice creams. If your office is 20 people or under, if you got 20 employees that you want to just bestow ice cream upon on Friday, make sure you email us 1120kpnw@gmail.com, 1120kpnw@gmail.com. Just put on the subject line ice cream, Umpqua ice cream, something of that nature. And just let us know what your daytime phone number is, your name, obviously, where you work, and approximately, how many people you've got. Again, this is up to 20. So if you got more than that, then you get to weed out the people you don't like. That's it.
Gary Conley and everything that comes with a Thursday morning starting at 6:05 right here on 1120 KPNW. Signing off from the Widmer Studios. Wake Up Call on 1120 KPNW.
America's first sustainable home and garden show returns. Now this you've got to see. Meet beekeepers and local food manufacturers. Shop for fresh salsas, spicy pickles, herbal teas, and fresh tamales. Fair trade coffee, crafted spirits, granolas, artisan cheeses, sauces, and jams. Discover gluten-free foods. Get growing edibles. Plan your visit around 65 new seminars. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show. Admission is free Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this year's Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, visit the Good Earth Music Stage presented by KEZI 9. Explore and shop the KEZI Living Pavilion. Enjoy adorable alpacas, art, live music, and Cafe Mom at the Good Earth Cafe. Discover big design ideas for small spaces with Shannon Quimby. Tour Oregon's Tiny House Roundup. Double your donations to Shelter Box. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, January 22nd through the 24th. Admission is free. Now this, you've got to see.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys. Who do
News Backcountry Festival presented by Three Creeks Brewery is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm John Tucker. Oil plunging and the Dow Jones Industrial Average sinking about 400 points. Both the S&P 500 and the Dow having their worst days in 4 months. All 10 industries in the broader index plunging at least 2%, leaving each of them lower for the year. Goldman Sachs Group slipping about 0.6%. International business machines losing over 7%. Microsoft and Apple among technology companies down at least 1.6%. Investors are keeping close watch on progress in the economy as the markets tumble. Data today show the cost of living in the U.S. dropped in December, led by a slump in commodity prices. A separate report showed new home construction unexpectedly falling last month, indicating the industry lost momentum entering 2016. Right now, the Dow down about 391 points. The S&P 500 down 47. The Nasdaq Composite Index 108 points lower. That's a Bloomberg Market Minute.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, U.S.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady. It's ugly on Wall Street as stocks and oil prices plunge. Fox Business Network's Adam Shapiro here live.
Lisa, energy stocks are among the biggest losers as the Dow falls 447 points. The sell-off driven by the dramatic drop in the price of oil. It fell below $27 a barrel for the first time since September 2003. The International Energy Agency says oil could continue to fall as the world drowns in an oversupply of crude. All that's weighing on energy stocks like ConocoPhillips, Hess, and Marathon Oil, which hit new 52-week lows. Analysts blame a global economic slowdown and overproduction for the drop in oil prices, and they worry that slowdown could hit the United States.
Thanks, Adam. The president due in Detroit this hour to visit the auto show and United Auto Workers facility, touting progress in the auto industry since the bailouts. The U.S. Senate debating more scrutiny for refugees from Syria and Iraq. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern live on the Hill.
The House passed measure requiring new standards for Syrian and Iraqi refugees does not close a door. Texas Republican John Cornyn contends it just adds new safeguards to vetting.
And updates it in light of the threats we currently face.
President Obama has signaled a veto, saying refugee standards are already high, and Democrats in the Senate could block a procedural vote today unless Democratic leader Harry Reid says amendments are allowed.
Who denounced Donald Trump's reprehensible proposal to impose a religious test on admission.
A direct challenge to Trump's pledge to ban Muslim immigration. Lisa.
Jared, Defense Chief Ash Carter meeting with counterparts in Europe about ISIS, inviting defense chiefs from 27 nations to a meeting in Brussels next month.
For a first ever discussion among coalition defense ministers.
He says all coalition members need to do more. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Go Caleb! Come on, hit a homer, Jesse!
Let's go, guys!
Hey, did you guys know that kids who play sports earn more money when they grow up?
Of course. I knew that.
Hey, did you guys know that kids who read books have a bigger vocabulary?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Wow, jinx. Did you guys know that friendly children have more friends?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
That's true. I knew that. Did you guys know that winter babies are better at music?
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
obvious.
Oh, hey, guys, did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not? Huh, I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure I knew that. I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles,
here's Deb Carson.
Starting with baseball news, according to the Japan Times, Major League Baseball is investigating Rangers ace Yu Darvish following his younger brother's arrest for operating an illegal gambling ring. The pitcher has not been accused of any wrongdoing, and it's not clear whether brother Sho Darvish even took bets on Rangers games, but he is accused of taking bets on both Major League and Nippon professional baseball games. In other Major League news, the Padres and free agent reliever Fernando Rodney have reportedly agreed to a one-year contract pending a physical. While in college hoops had a pair of upsets last night in the top 5. Third-ranked Kansas lost at Stillwater. Oklahoma State with an 86-67 home win over the Jayhawks. And fifth-ranked Xavier lost at home to Georgetown, 81-72 Hoyas. Blackhawks have now won a franchise record 12 straight games. They beat the Predators 4-1 in NHL action.
Hey guys, watch my new bike trick. Whoa!
Accidents happen. When they do, Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center can help you get on the road to recovery faster. With the area's only 30 minutes or less ER service pledge, we will work to have you initially seen by a medical professional in 30 minutes or less. Less waiting, faster care. Only at Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center. Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center is owned in part by physicians.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles that fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. Ends January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at
OFD-PDX.com. It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The problem is, I know more than everybody else about this. There's nobody I can turn to when things are not working for me. I can't tell you how frustrating this is. There's not, I mean, you ought to see it when I describe a problem and people propose the solutions. You know, it's like taking me back to the first grade. No, been there, done that. It's not that. And I give up even explaining the problem to them because I know they're going to be useless. No, I'm talking about battery life on my iPhones all of a sudden. I'm not going to bore you with it. I know the stick to the issues crowd gets nuts, but it's actually kind of, there has to be an explanation for it, and because it's odd. It's extremely weird, and maybe if I have time today, I will get into it. Anyway, greetings, folks. Great to have you here. Man, are we loaded today. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to take all 3 hours and then some. I'm going to try to get it all in here in 3 hours. Much of today is going to build on points that I have been making the past 2 days. Evolving, growing, adding evidence to it, all rooted around the question, who is and what is the conservative movement, and why is it apparently behaving so oddly? I think I can explain this and much else to all of you. as the program unfolds today before your very eyes and ears. It will explain the massive support for Donald Trump that people can't figure out. It will explain why there's abject hatred and panic over Trump in the Washington Republican and even conservative media establishment. Trump picking Sarah Palin, or Palin deciding to endorse Trump, just exacerbates it. And by the way, Sarah Palin is going to help me make my points today, because I read the transcript for her speech that she made, and it's actually the speech that Palin made yesterday for Trump. I saw people panic. She looked like she lost her place. She was reading cue cards. She didn't seem to be all there. I didn't see it, but I read the transcript of her speech, and I'm telling you, it is, well, I don't want to overdo it, but brilliant. But man, I'll tell you, she's got substantive, logical reasons for doing what she's doing, and she explained it yesterday for anybody who really wanted to pay attention to listen to it. So I'm going to explain that. But I also have to tell you that Trump accepting an endorsement somewhat puzzled me. I just have to be honest. I look at Trump as a genuine outsider, as somebody who doesn't do anything by the book in politics. And yesterday he did two things by the book that frankly surprised me. One is accepting an endorsement. I did not see Sarah's speech, but I saw sound bites of it, and I saw Trump standing aside while she was at the podium, and he's not the kind of guy that stands aside. He just isn't. He's that dominant. He is that huge to give up the podium even to somebody endorsing him, sponsoring him. I'm not criticizing it. Don't anybody misunderstand. I'm just telling you what I think here. Do with it what you want. The second thing that happened yesterday that really, really surprised me, again, given Trump is rewriting the manual on how to be an outsider and how to avoid all of the traps that you get into if you're going to play the game of politics the way the insiders play it. I was shocked to see him go all in on the ethanol subsidy. I mean, that reeks of political insiderism. On the other hand, I understand it's the Hawkeye. It's the first in this whole series of caucuses and primaries, and he's nip and tuck there with Cruz and wants to win it. And this is what you have to do. But see, that's the point. This is how insiders look at it. This is what you have to go buy votes. And that's what supporting King Corn in Iowa is all about. Cruz, for his part, got into a little bit of trouble because they misreported that he also was on board. But he said, no. I want to phase it out in 5 years. I want to get rid of it. We can't get rid of it overnight, but I want to get rid of it. So both candidates are on board for the ethanol subsidy. Cruz, for his part, supports publicly letting it fade away in 5 years. So, but these are just thoughts that I had that I'm sharing with you. Don't attach any more to it. I want to warn you, this may not be good for me to say, and I'm going to try to make it so it isn't necessary, but you may need a lot of nuance listening to me today. And avoid knee-jerks today if you can, and hang in as I go through some of this stuff, because it's not complicated, but it is detailed. And of course, I, ladies and gentlemen, excel at making the complex understanding. This actually isn't that complex. It's just so strange. And I'm not trying to be cryptic. I'll tell you the last couple of days, remember the piece from David French, National Review, where he speculated that one of the problems going on with the Republican Party is they don't even know who their base is, that they have overestimated who their conservative base is. They do not understand it and overestimate it. In other words, the conservative base is not nearly as conservative as they think it is, nor is it conservative as they define it. That's key. The way the Republican establishment defines conservatism is not what it is. To them, it's hayseed hicks, pro-lifers running around in pickup trucks with shotguns in the back, bitter clingers. You know, Obama's not just speaking for himself on that. There are a lot of people in Washington, both parties, who have that opinion of conservatives, and the Republicans might even look at their own base in that regard. But the truth is that they've overestimated the conservative base, and furthermore, they are clueless in understanding what it is that motivates their own base, and as such, they're incapable of understanding why Trump has any support. Now, I'm going to explain all that to you today, and more, as I have been researching it, delving deeply into it. My own instincts in this from a year ago are being confirmed on a couple of things. Snerdley tells me I haven't seen this, but why would I doubt Snerdley? I mean, why would I think Snerdley would be wrong? But why would I think Snerdley would come to me with something he's doing? He's telling me that George Will is in a column today. Well, you read it today. I don't know when it was published, but apparently George Will is advocating that if Trump wins, he's advocating third party, that he will go third party. Oh, it was an interview. It's not a column. All right. Oh, if it's in your stack, I'll find it. I've been swamped in here. I haven't had a chance to go through these. So anyway, George Will talking third party. I can explain why that's happening too, folks. I'm looking forward to all of this. But I'm not going to rush into it. I'm doing my best to keep a cap, if you will, on my energy level, because it's important. And it'll start making sense when I start sharing with you explicit content from Sarah Palin's speech that she gave for Trump. But I'll tell you, in addition to what's happening on the Republican side, there's all kinds of stuff happening on the Democrat side. And let me just give you a little sample. A .50 caliber rifle found at El Chapo's hideout in Mexico came from Obama's Fast and Furious program. A .50 caliber rifle found at El Chapo's hideout in Mexico was funneled through the gun smuggling investigation known as Fast and Furious, sources confirmed yesterday to Fox News. Former Attorney General Eric Holder was held in contempt after he refused to divulge documents for a congressional investigation into the matter. If you recall, a .50 caliber rifle is massive. It can stop a car. It can take down a helicopter. And El Chapo was found to have one in his possession. And it was part of Obama's Fast and Furious operation. Now, for those of you new to the program, or people with short memories, let me give you the Cliff Notes version of Fast and Furious. It is something that Obama and Eric Holder initiated in their first term. Eric Holder, the Attorney General. They desperately, like all liberals, wanted massive new gun control legislation or executive orders. They wanted to get guns out of the hands of law-abiding citizens, because by definition, that's the only people you can take them away from. By definition, you're not going to get guns out of the hands of criminals, because by definition, criminals are breaking the law, and they'll do whatever it takes to get a gun. The only guns you can go get are held by the law-abiding. But it's a rite of passage, an article of faith in liberalism that guns are bad in the hands of people. The Second Amendment, stupid and folly, shouldn't be there, and we got to go get people's guns. So they hatched a program which was actually something that got started during the Bush administration but was abandoned. And what Obama and Holder did was build on the Bush program. The Bush program was nothing at all like Fast and Furious ended up to be. It just provided the foundation. And it was very simple. The Obama administration allowed guns like this, assault rifles, 50 caliber rifles, massively huge, powerful weapons, to be sold in gun stores in the Southwest, Phoenix, for example, and they were then allowed to be taken across the border into Mexico. The plan was, it really was, that these guns purchased legally in American gun stores would then be used in horrible crimes south of the border. When these horrible crimes took place, featuring much murder and mayhem, the news media was supposed to react with outrage, report the details, and focus on the fact that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for gun laws in America, which makes the sale of these weapons perfectly legal. So mayhem was supposed to ensue after the regime allowed these guns to cross the border after having been sold. And what the desired result was that the American people would be so mad and express such outrage that they would stand up in unison and demand that the government do something about all these guns. That didn't happen. Fast and Furious was an absolute failure because the regime continually, then as now, misunderstands the American people and the relationship they have with the Second Amendment, the role of guns legally in people's lives. So it didn't happen, and the program was then, after all this, it was discovered, and it had a name, Fast and Furious. And the short version is that when it was discovered for what it was, people started describing it, such as me here on this program and many others. The regime started to deny it. No, it didn't happen. It's crazy. Made it sound like there was nothing to it. I think a border agent ended up dead as a result of Fast and Furious. There was one American death, and it was a border patrol agent. I think same issue. So anyway, it was a total bomb from the regime standpoint. The guns are still in the hands, as the evidence in this story. A 50 caliber rifle purchased in an American gun store ends up in the arsenal of El Chapo, who happens to be the drug kingpin of Mexico. Did you see that they discovered some people digging another tunnel at his prison the other day? Just right out in the middle of the day, they found some people digging another tunnel to get the guy out of there. They weren't even waiting to do it under cover of darkness. And then there's a companion story from the Politico. An Obama-appointed federal judge has rejected Obama's executive privilege claim over Fast and Furious records. The Justice Department's own public disclosures undercut the president's privilege claims, says the judge, Amy Berman Jackson. She rejected Obama's assertion of executive privilege to deny Congress access to records pertaining to the operation, which is essentially, it was a gun-running operation run by the United States government to get guns into the hands of criminals in Mexico so they could raise hell, mayhem, cause outrage in the American media that was supposed to bleed over to the American public, where the public would demand something get done. Now people want to see the records of the program. Obama says, no, you guys in Congress don't have the right, it's executive privilege, and the judge has told him to go pound sand. One of the judges he appointed. By the way, Fast and Furious involved thousands of weapons. Not just a handful of guns, not just a few 50 caliber rifles, but thousands of guns were allowed to cross the border. There's nothing alleged about Fast and Furious. It did allow thousands of weapons to be sold to drug dealers in Mexico. The only question is whether this was the sole purpose of the program. A lot of experts think that Obama wanted the drug cartels to commit such heinous crimes with these U.S. weapons. The public would demand more gun control laws. That's count me in that camp. And that's what people are trying to get to the bottom of. In addition to this, Bernie Sanders he leads Hillary Clinton 60 to 33% in New Hampshire, the WMUR poll. And the New York Times has a story on how a bunch of young feminists, exactly what we predicted on this program, are beginning to abandon Hillary as they learn about the bimbo eruptions and all of that. The New York Times has the story. And the picture is with Lena Dunham. You know, supposedly the icon of modern era feminism. Another reason, folks, I'm glad I am older and am the age I am. That's
America's most listened to talk radio host on the EIB network.
Hey, did you know that 1 in 4 people experienced identity theft last year? Now, you might think you're okay because you have free credit monitoring. Now, that might tell you when there's a problem, but it will not work to fix it if your identity is stolen. It's like if your dentist found a huge cavity in your mouth and sent you somewhere else. Not good. With LifeLock, if there's a problem, it's their job to work to fix it. You'll even get your own U.S.-based resolution agent. Now, of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, identity theft protection is pretty painless. LifeLock membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable sales tax. Just call or visit lifelock.com now. Make sure you use the promo code. It's easy to remember. It's my name. Everybody knows that. RUSH. That's promo code RUSH. Save 10% on your membership, or you can call 800-440-4833. LifeLock, 800-440-4833. Offer code RUSH.
You know, when we launched our campaign, the New York Times promptly opined, Cruz cannot win because the Washington elites despise him. I kind of thought that was the whole point of the campaign. If you think things are going great in Washington, that we need to keep going in the same direction, maybe just fiddle around the edges, then I ain't your guy. On the other hand, if you think Washington is fundamentally broken, that there is a bipartisan corruption of career politicians in both parties that get in bed with the lobbyists and grow and grow and grow government, and we need to take power out of Washington and back to we the people. That is what this campaign is all about.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwoofeugene.com.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids. Healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. You see me around the neighborhood, and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm 1 out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me. We are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Every day is Black Friday. You have to see it at Creative Clock on Conger. Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive with locations in Eugene and Springfield reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120, KPNW, with news every 30 minutes. Bloomberg market reports every hour. And Rush Limbaugh now. We are 1120, KPNW.
Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, and by the way, I just found it's a Breitbart story. George Will hints at going third party if it's Trump versus Hillary. And predictably, one of the comparatives he makes is, of course, Trump equals Goldwater. Conservative nominee equals... Oh, wait. Trump and conservatism, this is where everybody's going wrong. That's the tease. Trying to figure out Trump and why conservatives like Trump, why they're abandoning other conservatives like Cruz, who is the Trump coalition. That's really the key to understanding this. But all that aside, the Republican establishment does, when they think of conservatism, and particularly in the form of a presidential nominee, it means it's going to be a Goldwater landslide defeat. They never, I don't know why, well, at least I do, they never think of a conservative nominee as equaling Ronaldus Magnus and winning 2 landslides. Nope, for some reason, no matter who, if the nominee is coming from the conservative wing of the party, then the establishment Republicans fear a Goldwater-style landslide defeat. Goldwater was never going to win that election. LBJ had that election if he didn't even campaign, coming on the heels of the assassination of JFK. Anyway, we are going to lift, for one instance, my ban on audio sound bites from MSNBC. Something occurred there that dovetails nicely with the theme of the program today. And so I instructed Cookie to get me the bite. And she was just ecstatic. She loves it when I lift the ban on MSNBC. Sit tight, back.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Gas prices are dropping at their fastest pace in 2 months, and now AAA says it's possible Oregon's average price for regular could drop below $2 a gallon.
And it will really depend, how many more weeks we can see some big declines before prices start moving up again.
Marie Dodd says the drop is being driven by worries over China's declining economy and a glut of oil on the world market. A group of 14 Oregonians filed suit against Volkswagen of America. The group claimed in their $302,000 suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device that allows the cars to evade state and federal clean air laws. The federal government already filed a claim against Volkswagen, saying the automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Bill London, KPNW.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark Brockett at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 315 Coburg Road.
In partnership with Food for Lane County, St. Vincent de Paul distributes more than 15,000 food boxes each year, making us the area's largest distributor of food to our neighbors in need. So when we say at St. Vincent de Paul you can have some fun, save some money, and do something nice for your neighbors, we really mean it. St. Vincent de Paul, serving Lane County since 1954. St. Vincent de Paul, we're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
If you or someone you know is addicted to drugs or alcohol, this could be the most important message of your life. Write down this number or store it in your cell phone. But call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. By calling the treatment helpline for drug and alcohol addiction, you can turn your life around. Our advisors will match you with a proven 5-star luxury treatment center that will end your drug or alcohol addiction once and for all. Your future can still be bright. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through. Let us help you break your addiction to drug or alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential, and if you have private insurance, there should be no cost to you. Take 5 minutes of your time and call right now. It may change your life for the better. Call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. Call 1-800-426-6186.
My dad came to live with us last month, and, you know, it's going pretty well. I feel like I never have time for myself. With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things. His memory isn't what it used to be. We get up and we have coffee. He usually wakes up at 4:30. Then we go for a walk. He needs lots of my attention. I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important. Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist. I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well. They honestly have no idea what I'm going through. It can be a little challenging, but so far so good. I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
All right. Also on the Hillary Clinton side, in addition to the WMUR poll in New Hampshire, that's an important poll. This is not an outlier poll. It's a mainstream New Hampshire poll. Bernie Sanders has soared to a commanding lead over Hillary in New Hampshire 3 weeks before the primary. Sanders leads Clinton 60 to 33%. This is a WMUR CNN poll. He is viewed favorably by 91% of likely Democrat primary voters, unfavorably by 7%. And then there is news about the Hillary Clinton email server. It turns out, now we know why there are 150 FBI agents tracking her down. It turns out that she shared this email server that she had outside the office, the one she had at home in the basement of Chappaqua or whatever, that it, all of the classified documents on. It turns out that that server and its contents were shared with the Clinton Family Crime Foundation as well, meaning Bill Clinton had access to the emails, or could have had access to the emails on Hillary Clinton's server. Hillary shared an email network with the Clinton Foundation. According to records, shared an IP address with her husband's email server, PresidentClinton.com. Both servers were housed in New York, not in the basement of Clinton's Chappaqua home. Correct myself on that. Which means that whatever was on Hillary's server, Bill had access to, and they're out there jointly seeking hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in donations from agents, representatives, foreign governments all over the world. So, and it has now been speculated, because of the nature of the highly classified nature of the documents on her server, that they go beyond top secret. Dr. Krauthammer on Fox, for example, last night said this goes beyond what Snowden did. This is worse than Snowden. And by the way, people are now bringing Petraeus into this. Petraeus, they're thinking about stripping his rank from him. They're thinking about just totally ditching him. If that happens, he loses everything. He loses his pension. He loses every financial benefit that he accrued while in the military, not to mention his reputation as one of America's greatest generals. And Petraeus did the identical thing that Hillary did, and maybe even not as bad. He shared whatever secured information, classified data he had with the author that was doing the book on him. It turned out to be his mistress, Paula Broadwell. And how given how this regime, it's now up to the Secretary of Defense what happens to Petraeus. Now, you stop and think of this. Here's Petraeus, author of The Surge in Iraq, saves the day. Obama hires him to run the Iraq or the Afghanistan portion, and makes him CIA director, whatever. And now they're set to destroy him. There's no doubt some political component here, obviously, but they're set to destroy Petraeus. One of the most decorated, highly decorated, highest reputed military men of the last 2 centuries. And he's on the verge of being destroyed. Pensions, 401ks, everything that he's built up would be totally taken away because it's all with the government. This would be part of the punishment. So people are starting to say, well, if you're going to do this, Petraeus, and Mrs. Clinton's done identical things, pretty close to identical, if not worse, then how can you let her slide? So, and there are other things involving the Bernie Sanders campaign. As I mentioned, New York Times with a story on how millennial-aged feminists, led by that icon Lena Dunham, are now beginning to have doubts about Mrs. Clinton because they're not cool. They're not hip with all this bimbo eruption stuff. They really are just now learning about it. They're not cool with the fact that when these bimbos popped up that it was Hillary's responsibility and she eagerly accepted it to destroy the women. When these women are out making up stories about having been raped on campus to make a point of how rotten men are, here's Hillary Clinton. They are discovering she took the women out to protect her husband, who was a predator. And this is in the New York Times, folks. And it's a pretty straight-up story. Now, let's get started with all of this that's happening in the Republican campaign. Trump, Cruz, the Palin endorsement, the exploration of so many questions that revolve around how can any of this be happening? How can conservatives abandon conservatism and go Trump? How can conservatives abandon the Republican Party and go for somebody who's obviously not a conservative, or at least isn't campaigning as one? Why is Sarah Palin, who is, if she had a direct role in helping Cruz get elected in Texas, and she was a Tea Party darling and a Tea Party fit, what in the world is she doing endorsing Trump? People are scratching their heads, can't figure it out. And they're trying to, maybe this, what's in it for her personally? Maybe she just wants airtime. Maybe she's seeking renewed celebrity status or what have you. None of that is even close to what's going on. What's going on is all rooted in what I have been talking about the past 2 days, about the nature of conservatism, the so-called conservative movement. Who are they? Where are they in relationship to the Republican Party and the Democrat Party? And I want to start with this sound bite that I am lifting the ban on MSNBC for you to hear. It happened last night on a program called All In with Chris Hayes. I'm so tempted to describe the aesthetics of this show, but I'm going to avoid that. I'll just stick here with the substance. Also on this show, in this segment last night, was one of the PMS NBC correspondents, Joy Reid, and a Republican operative by the name of Rick Wilson. He's a Republican media consultant, and he would qualify as being part of the Republican establishment with the Republican consultants class. And he was on to explain what in the name of Sam Hill is going on with this endorsement of Trump. So we've divided this into 2 parts because the first part dovetails with a point that I want to make beyond the soundbite here, and the second part is Rick Wilson. So here is the first part of the segment. It's not in response to any question. They're simply talking about what they consider to be the breakup and the fracturing of the conservative alliance with the GOP. Now, I am mentioned here, but this is not why I'm playing the bite.
For decades, you've had Rush Limbaugh and this sort of conservative entertainment complex holding together these various wings of the party as if there was a core belief in a set of specific conservative values among the base. When it turns out what the base wants is a feeling that can be delivered by Rush, but some policies that are an apostasy to movement conservatives.
Okay, now, it's not just me who have seen a couple of things this week written by people talking about overestimating the conservative base. I mean, this is beginning to percolate in a lot of places. And what Joy Reid is saying, she says, for decades you've had Rush Limbaugh in this sort of conservative entertainment complex holding together the various wings of the Republican Party as if there was a core belief in a set of specific conservative values among the base. And she says it turns out that there isn't a set of values, conservative values, that are the glue that keep the conservative base together. She's saying Limbaugh has been the glue. Limbaugh has been what has kept everybody on board with the idea that the Republican Party is conservative, or that there is a conservative movement, but that there really haven't been policies that have provided the glue. There haven't been conservative beliefs, particularly not found in the Republican Party. That's why so many conservatives are abandoning it and going to Trump. So her view is, and they would love to believe this, that there never has been any serious conservative movement. It's all been an illusion created by me, that I and the power of this program have kept the various, as she calls them, wings of the conservative base attached and together. But now all it's taken is somebody like Trump to come along. And what's happening is that a lot of people who were thought to be conservative really aren't, and they're still eagerly supporting Trump for a whole host of reasons. But in their view, this means there never was a real, solid conservative movement. It's been an illusion. And furthermore, let me just give you one more little tip as we head into this. The belief now is, and I predict you're going to start seeing this in places, one of the theories is that the reason the conservative media and the Republican establishment media are so virulently anti-Trump is because what he's exposing. It's the theory that all these conservative think tanks and all these conservative policy institutions and all of these groups of people have been sitting around thinking and coming up with policy in Washington, D.C. are being exposed as irrelevant, unnecessary, and never accomplished anything in the first place. That's what the left is trying to use Trump's success to say. Because their theory is, how in the world, if there's a conservative movement, and if it really mattered, and if there was a conservative movement that was really centered on and based on substantive issues, then how in the hell can Donald Trump come along and do what he's doing anyway? If there's a solid set of conservative values, and if there's a huge conservative base, and if it is based on policy and substance, then why isn't it all aligned behind Ted Cruz? And it's the answer to that question that I find fascinating. Now, but that's not the reason I wanted to play the bite. Nope. You got to hear this Republican establishment guy. You got to hear this whole thing. You've got a Rick Wilson, Republican establishment consultant. So, Mike, I want you to play cut one again, and then don't stop. Go right into number two. Well, no, we can't do that because there's a question that's asked that's not us. Okay. Play number one again, and I just saw the clock. I'm sorry, folks. I have to take an obscene profit time. Otherwise, the segment after this is going to be 15 seconds, and you're going to get mad.
Doing the work that the mainstream American media just won't do. Rush on the EIB network.
If you've had an ongoing tax problem, I have the solution for you. Tax Defense Partners. They will help stop the wage garnishments, the bank levies, and liens that you might be experiencing. Now, if you owe back taxes or if you have years of unfiled returns, call the experts at Tax Defense Partners now, 800-730-7777. They've been helping people and businesses for 20 years. They're the only firm I recommend to eliminate your tax problem. Find out how they can help. Call their quick reaction team of certified professionals for a free consultation. They got a special offer, by the way, if you hire them now. They will prepare 1 year of tax returns free of charge to start saving you money. So hop to it. Tax Defense Partners. Go into this year with total peace of mind. Tax Defense Partners to solve your IRS tax nightmare today. 800-730-7777. Tax Defense Partners. 800-730-7777.
Hey, honey, what are you doing?
I'm ordering new blinds. Remember I told you our neighbors ordered their blinds from Blindster.com, and they were really happy.
Okay, but don't we need to measure? And what about installation? Shouldn't we call a professional?
I already measured. I just followed the simple instructions on Blindster.com. And installation is easy. All the hardware is included. We just need a cordless drill or screwdriver.
Yeah, but what if we don't like the blinds or they don't fit? If they're custom made, we're stuck.
Actually, I ordered a free sample from Blindster, so we know exactly what we'll be getting. Plus, Blindster.com offers a 60-day satisfaction guarantee and a fit or free guarantee. If we don't like the blinds, we can return them within 60 days for a full refund or exchange. And if I make a mistake in measuring or ordering, they'll remake the blinds free. All we pay is shipping.
Wow, that's great customer service. I guess we're getting new blinds.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
More than 7.7 million American teenagers participate in high school sports every year, including about 101,000 here in Oregon. They're all learning essential life lessons, like the importance of hard work, time management, and self-discipline, skills that are helping them become better leaders and more active, responsible citizens. This message presented by the Oregon School Activities Association and the Oregon Athletic Directors Association.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, understand something. It's not that there is not a conservative movement. And I'm not trying to be tricky here. It's the theory is not that there's not a conservative movement. The theory is that it's not conservatism which unites the movement. There's a group of people out there that you would think, looking at them, listening to them, they're conservative, the way they vote. But it's not conservatism that is uniting them or motivating them. This is what everybody is missing in Washington. Remember, it goes back to the fact, in Washington, Republican establishment central, even after the two midterm elections, 2010, 2014, they still don't get that the primary motivating characteristic of Republican voters this time around is an absolute direct opposition to the left, to the Democrat Party, to Obama, and everything has been going on the last 7 years. They want it stopped and reversed. And they will go anywhere if they are convinced whoever's telling them they're going to stop it is telling them the truth. They don't have to be conservative. They don't even have to be Republican. As long as they're good populists and can espouse nationalism, it's not conservatism making them go there. This is what everybody's misunderstanding about whatever coalition Trump has put together. But anyway, back to the MSNB soundbite. Here's number one. Number two, here is the whole thing. They're discussing the meaning of the Palin endorsement, what it says about the Republican Party, conservatism, so forth. Here are both bites The whole thing is going to run here probably about 50 seconds. The first bite, and I'll have to come back after this and give you the question that sets up the second one.
For decades, you've had Rush Limbaugh and this sort of conservative entertainment complex holding together these various wings of the party as if there was a core belief in a set of specific conservative values among the base. When it turns out what the base wants is a feeling that can be delivered by Rush, but some policies that are an apostasy to movement conservatives.
So what she's saying is that there are a bunch of conservatives, supposed conservatives, that'll call themselves conservatives, but they will do things that the conservative movement doesn't understand while calling themselves conservative. The point is, it's a conservative movement, but it is not glued together, unified by conservatism. Now, up next, the host of the show asked a question of this guy, Rick Wilson, Republican consultant. He said, there's this piece today in a magazine called The Week, where he looked at this Samuel Francis, a white supremacist guy, who started out mainstream conservative, was an advisor to Patrick Buchanan. He said that your best path, Republicans' best path, get rid of all the conservatism stuff, get rid of all the limited government deficits, get rid of capitalism, stop talking about that, and just go whole hog on nationalism. What do you think of that, Rick?
That's absurd. I think that there is definitely still a very significant portion of the party that is a limited government conservatism-based faction of the overall coalition. Now, the screamers and the crazy people on the alt-right, as they call it, you know, who love Donald Trump, who have plenty of Hitler iconography in their Twitter icons. But the fact of the matter is most of them are childless single men who masturbate to anime. They're not real political players. These are not people who matter in the overall course of humanity.
There is a ranking member of the Republican establishment categorizing Trump supporters as the screamers and crazy people on the right with lots of Hitler iconography in their Twitter icons. But the fact of the matter is most of them are childless single men who masturbate to anime. Was that a Japanese cartoon character? The style. And so there you have the Republican establishment view of the typical Trump supporter. They said the alt-right. Yeah, he said the crazy people on the alt-right, as they call it, who love Donald Trump, the screamers and all that. Anyway, that's why I lifted the ban. I wanted you to hear that. We will be back after
Unfiltered and unstoppable Rush on the EIB network.
Are you paying attention to crime rates across our nation? They're not going down. So protect your family with Simply Safe. It's the home security I trust. This is fantastic, reliable protection. 24/7 professional monitoring. That's only $14.99 a month. Other companies charge 3 times as much. And there are no long-term contracts. Visit simplysafeusa.com right now and you'll get 10% off. That's simplysafeusa.com.
When my cardiologist told me I needed to take a statin drug to lower my cholesterol, he also told me that it can lower my natural levels of CoQ10. He told me to take Cunol. It has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10, a very important nutrient for a healthy heart and healthy blood pressure levels. Cunol, with 3 times better absorption, has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Take Cunol, the better CoQ10.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom, the number 49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
You would never forget your home address, would you? Well, no need to forget ours. Just lock it in at 1120 on your AM radio band. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW, your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Just getting warmed up here. Rush Limbaugh executing assigned host duties flawlessly, 0 mistakes. No, the GOP's not going to castigate Rick Wilson or any of that. Just hang in there and be tough, folks. I guarantee it's going to be worth your while.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Worries over a plunge in the price of crude oil are weighing on stocks. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 554 points to 15,461. The Nasdaq is down 159 points. The S&P 500 is down 68. The crude oil futures are down 7.5% to $26.30 a barrel. Chevron is the biggest loser among the blue chips. Small businesses may not be prepared for the amount of turnover they are likely to see this year. The job site, Indeed, says small firms should anticipate higher attrition levels because the improving economy has made job seekers more confident. The report says companies of all sizes will be competing for talent this year. The prospect of higher interest rates worries many consumers. More than 40% of the people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they are concerned about rate hikes. Respondents are most worried about the impact of rate increases on their personal finances. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady. Plunging oil prices are taking stocks down with them. Right now, the Dow's down 449 points. It had been down more than 500. Oil dropping to under $27 a barrel.
This is a February contract which expires today, so this is essentially a spot price for oil. If you look at the March contract, which is the one that they're really trading now, that is much better, although still way down today.
Fox Business Network's Jeff Flock at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
On the positive, because I like to give you the positive. The IMF's chief economist came out and said he thinks the markets are overreacting to the move in oil.
However, the IMF also cutting its forecast for this year's global economic growth. Again, right now, the Dow's down 465. President Obama is in Detroit using the auto industry as an example of economic progress. But there's a protest that has dozens of schools closed. Fox News Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
More than 85 of the roughly 100 Detroit public schools are closed today due to teacher absences. The massive sick-out, which affects about 46,000 students, is aimed at protesting the deteriorating conditions at the schools and the Republican governor's plans for the district to avoid a possible bankruptcy. The district is already run by an emergency manager. A spokeswoman for the Detroit Federation of Teachers says the sick-out was timed to coincide with today's visit by President Obama. Lisa?
John, defending the president's executive actions on guns, Attorney General Loretta Lynch tells a Senate panel,
I have complete confidence that the common sense steps announced by the president are lawful.
It's clear to me that the American people are fearful that President Obama is eager to strip them of their Second Amendment rights.
Alabama Republican Senator Richard Shelby says none of the president's proposals would have prevented recent tragedies. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Hey,
Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids. Healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. You see me around the neighborhood, and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm 1 out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me. We are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
Hey, Chino and Amanda here from the Morning House Party, here for Sleep Train and the year-end clearance sale. And you're running out of time to get the best deals on the best beds in the business because it's going to be ending soon.
You don't want to miss out on these low clearance prices on Sleep Train's top name brands like Beautyrest, Posturepedic, Tempur-Pedic, and more. Plus, get up to 36 months interest-free financing with no money down on Tempur-Pedic, the most highly recommended bed in America, and the all-new Beautyrest Black Hybrid collection, exclusively at Sleep Train and available now on approved credit with 36 equal monthly payments required.
Now, you're probably going to want to get new sheets, pillows, and a whole lot more to go with that new bed. Well, Sleep Train's got you covered with up to 50% off clearance sleep essentials while supplies last.
So head to Sleep Train for the year-end clearance sale. It ends soon. For complete finance information and the store nearest you, visit sleeptrain.com. Superior service, best selection, lowest price, guaranteed.
Sleep Train, your ticket to a better night's sleep.
Would you let other people order for you?
He'll have the small lyonnaise.
No, I won't. So why let others make decisions about your older years? Do you want your kids or perfect strangers choosing where you'll live or how your money gets spent?
No.
Go to longtermcare.gov and find your own path forward. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. longtermcare.gov. Plan now to stay in charge or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
Very funny.
They put their lives on the line for you, and now you can help them. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America needs volunteers. As a volunteer, you can help out at events throughout the year, whether it's manning a booth at a fair or helping with sporting or recreation activities for the vets. You can even just answer phones. The OPVA assists vets who are paralyzed or dealing with other mobility impairments. To volunteer or donate, call 503-362-7998, 503-362-7998, or visit oregonpva.org.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
The views expressed by the host on this program, documented to be almost always right, 99.8% of the time. It's a real privilege, a thrill, and a delight to be with you. Great to have you here. Telephone number, if you want to be on the program, is 800-282-2882, and the email address, lrushbo@eibnet.com. If you are on hold, I just looked at the roster of people on hold, and I really want to talk to all of you, so I hope you can be patient and hang on. I'm going to get to the phones as quickly as I can. I want to read something to you. I want you to really listen to this. This was written back in 1996. It was written by a man named Samuel Francis, who later in life suffered he acquired the reputation of being a white supremacist, undeservedly so, but there have been efforts undertaken to destroy his credibility and so forth. He was an advisor to Pat Buchanan. But don't let any of that cloud what I'm going to read to you yet. I want to read to you from an essay he wrote called From Household to Nation. It was published in Chronicles magazine back in, say, 1996. Sooner or later, as the globalist elites seek to drag the country into conflicts and global commitments, as they preside over the economic destruction of the U.S., as they manage the delegitimization of our own culture and the dispossession of our own people, and as the global elites disregard or diminish our own national interests and national sovereignty, a nationalist reaction is almost inevitable and will probably assume populist form when it arrives. The theory is that this is Donald Trump. The theory is that written back in 1996, foretold, if you will, or predicted the arrival of Donald Trump, not by name, but by virtue of somebody realizing what's happening and taking the bull by the horns and reacting it this way. Imagine giving this advice to a Republican presidential candidate. What if you stopped calling yourself a conservative and instead just promised to make America great again? What do you think might happen in the current climate, where the middle class of the country feels totally left out of everything going on? They feel like they've been targeted by every liberal Democrat policy that has not been stopped by the Republican Party. What if you stopped talking about the free market, drop all of that, and instead promised to fight the establishment selling out American jobs? What if you just stopped talking about reforming Medicare and Social Security, stop all of that, and instead accuse the people in power of failing to deliver better health care at a reasonable price, accusing them of destroying it? What if instead of talking about restoring the place of religion in society, you simply promised to restore the middle American core and everything it stands for? You promised to restore the economic and cultural losers to globalization to their rightful place in America. What if you said that you would restore them as the chief clients of the American state under your watch, being mindful of their interests when regulating the economy or negotiating trade deals? What if you decided to go to middle America and tell them you're the guy that's going to make it right for you? You're the guy that's going to speak up for them. You're the guy that understands how they have been targeted, how their lives have been under the microscope, how the establishment has raised their taxes, made health care unaffordable, has caused cultural rot. You can't save, you can't send your kids to school anymore because it costs so much. They end up with debt, and besides, what's being taught in college, it reeks. So what if you come along and promise to fix all that, but you don't call yourself a conservative? You just say, you're going to make America great again. This is the advice this man gave Buchanan back in 1996. He said, this is what you need to do, Pat. Buchanan couldn't do it in 1996 because Buchanan was so identified with conservative policies, conservatism as a conservative, he couldn't abandon it, because that alone would have destroyed his credibility. Somebody asked Buchanan recently, after watching Trump run around the past few months, Pat, do you get the impression that Trump, I mean, he's talking about the same stuff you talked about way back when you ran for president in 1996, 1992. Why do you think Trump's being heralded and supported and leading and you didn't? Buchanan said, because 20 years ago, I was just sounding the warning. None of this was really happening. I was warning people it was coming. Trump doesn't have to do it. We're living it. There's a 20-year record now. So Trump doesn't have to warn anybody. All he's got to do is let people know he recognizes it. All of this comes from a column called From Household to Nation, written by this guy, Samuel Francis. Pat Buchanan was the target back in 1996. And here's the simplification of the theory. It is that there are a lot of Americans who are losers, economic losers, not sad sack losers. They just lost out in the enterprise of economic globalization that has enriched a transnational global elite. These middle Americans see jobs disappearing to Asia. They see never-ending, increasing competition from unskilled, uneducated, increasing numbers of immigrants, most of them illegal. They are stuck right in the middle of cultural rot brought about by liberalism. And the key, they are also threatened by conservatives who they think would take away their Medicare, hand their Social Security earnings to fund managers on Wall Street, and cut off their unemployment. Now that, wait a minute, why would these middle class, why do they fear conservatives? Well, because this goes back to the whole thing, folks. There's a lot of conservatives out there. Many of you in this audience are. But the theory now with Trump coming, let me just cut to the real chase. What the end of all this, people think that the arrival of Trump on the scene and the success he's having has blown whatever alignment there was between the so-called conservative movement and the Republican Party, because what is happening here, what is being exposed, what's being demonstrated is that, yeah, there are a lot of people who are conservative, but many will not call themselves that, and they are not conservatives because of conservative policy. In other words, they're not wonks. They don't understand all the ins and outs of classical conservatism. They're just who they are. And therefore, it's not conservatism that is the glue that has this group of people, this coalition held together. It's quite a number of other things. And right now, the glue is an absolute opposition to the Democrat Party, to the American left, to the worldwide left, and everything they have done and want to continue doing. And as I said yesterday, if somebody comes along and convinces them that they're serious about stopping this and reversing it, they don't care if it's somebody from Mars. It doesn't have to be a classical conservative promising this. It can be anybody who makes them trust him. Anybody with credibility. So the fear is, when you get inside the Beltway, that all of the conservative institutions, both in media and in think tanks, you name it, all the various components are being exposed as really unnecessary and irrelevant and really haven't done anything for people. One illustration of that is the reaction to Sarah Palin from the Republican establishment. She shows up, not this election, but Palin showing up to endorse Trump, and everybody's saying, what in the world? Oh my God. Let me ask you a simple question. If you're Sarah Palin, what has the Republican establishment done for you? Other than try to destroy you. The Republican establishment, they assigned people to shepherd her through the McCain campaign, who ended up telling the media, my God, this woman is so stupid, I can't vote for McCain. My God, the thought this woman might become prey, oh my God, I can't. And HBO made a movie out of it. So if you're Sarah Palin, you might ask, You're asking me why I'm endorsing Trump? Why don't you ask me what has the so-called conservative Republican Party done for me? Tea Party's a different thing, obviously. So the Trump triumph, the Trump coalition, is exposing the fact that it isn't conservative orthodoxy or conservatism or any of the hard work of the conservative elite in persuading people and educating them, informing them, that is causing people to be conservative. No, it's something really basic and simple. They are fed up with the modern-day Democrat Party. They're fed up with Obama and all of these people who have set out to transform, which means destroy, this country and rebuild it in ways it was never founded to be or intended to be. They want it stopped. They've shown up at the polls twice, 2010, 2014, to get it to stop. The Republican Party establishment does not understand this. They do not know who their conservative voters are. They've overestimated their conservatism, and by that is meant they think they're dyed-in-the-wool conservative theoreticians are absorbed in such things as the free market and all these other bells and whistles, and they're not. They're not liberal. They're not Democrat. Many of them do not want to be thought of as conservatives for a host of reasons. So somebody who comes along and is able to convey that he or she understands why they're angry and furthermore is going to do everything he can to fix it is going to own them. So what's happening here? Nationalism, dirty word. Ooh, people hate it. Populism, even dirtier word. Nationalism and populism have overtaken conservatism in terms of appeal. And when this has happened, and when it exposes what people in Washington are afraid of, and that is, you know, all this money we've asked people to send us and all these donations people have made, this movement, promote that movement. Where is conservatism in Washington? They're asking. Where is it? Republican Party isn't conservative. Where is all these conservative people that are contributing to policy being implemented in Congress or in the Senate? They don't see it. Anyway, I can take a break here. We'll come back and continue after this. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
For your convenience, broadcasting almost 100% in English with just a little Spanish lingo. Rush on the EIB network.
You want to make sure you have a great day? Well, then make sure you have a good night's sleep the night before. And there's one company that set out to do just that. Make your night's rest more comfortable than ever. It's Boll and Branch. Their bedding is so soft it'll be a new standard of comfort that you will measure everything else by. You can only get these products at one place, bollandbranch.com, where you know you're paying for quality sheets and not department store overhead. So go online to Boll, that's B-O-L-L, and branch.com. You can try their fantastic bedding at home, risk-free for 30 nights. And if you don't like it, which I highly doubt, they will let you send it back for a refund. And it gets even better. Go to bollandbranch.com today, and you'll get 20% off your entire order plus free shipping. Just use the promo code RUSH. bollandbranch.com. Promo code RUSH. Remember, bollandbranch.com.
Here's a plan to keep your diesel fuel from gelling when the temperature drops below 30 degrees. Plan A is to add a white bottle of Power Service diesel fuel supplement plus cetane boost every time you fill up. It prevents fuel from gelling and protects against fuel filter icing. But if your fuel has already gelled, it's time for Plan B. Add a red bottle of Power Service Diesel 911 to restore the flow of fuel and get your engine running again. Learn more at powerservice.com. Get Power Service at auto and farm and ranch stores nationwide.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. visitingangels.com.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
The Hometown Advantage. It's up and down Main Street. It's also in the office downtown, the factory by the river, and the farm down the road. That's because most folks who work here love living here. They care about this community. They work hard to succeed, and that makes a difference. At EugeneHelpWanted.com, we're proud to work our Hometown Advantage around the clock, connecting local employers to local job seekers. Post your job today on EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work. The Hometown Advantage. You see it in the shops and offices downtown, in our factories, schools, and farms. Jet the accountant has it. So do Corey in IT and Amber, the vet tech. They found local jobs at EugeneHelpWanted.com. It's where local employers find local workers like you, people who care about this community. Search jobs and apply online right now. Get the advantage of finding a job close to home at EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
Okay, back to the phones. Well, we haven't been yet, so we're starting on the phones in Greencastle, Indiana. Seth, it's great to have you on the program. Hello, sir.
Hi, Rush. Pleasure to speak with you as a father, as a husband, as a patriot. I want to thank you for being our conservative champion out there, the voice of the unheard. I appreciate your
Thank you, sir, very much. I appreciate that. Really do.
Yes, sir. You know, I have heard so many folks call into your program here, and some of them have been upset because it sounds like you support Trump for a while, and then some have been upset because it sounds like you support Cruz for a while. You know, I've tried to stay above the fray and think objectively for myself and listen to you. I didn't turn the radio off when I didn't think that you agreed with me. And I just listened. I listened to the things that you did say. I listened to the things that you did say. And, you know, I think I've come to a conclusion as to what I've heard you say, Rush. I think it's been very beneficial to we the people. As I've been listening here, I've heard you talk about Trump, and I think that it boils down to you're thrilled that you're finally seeing someone being able to handle the media the way that you've been preaching now for decades, that the media needs to be handled. But I've also heard you, as I've listened to you closely, I've heard you talk about Cruz as a rock-ribbed conservative, as a thoroughbred, as a constitutional genius. And, you know, at the end of the day, whenever it all boils down and comes down to it, while being able to handle the media may be able to win you the presidency, it's not going to make you a good president. And what we need at this time is we need a true, genuine, constitutional, conservative genius to champion the cause of we the people. And I see that person as being none other than Senator Ted Cruz. I understand. I appreciate.
This was a brilliant endorsement of Ted Cruz. Seth, if I were giving away prizes, I would give you one.
Thank you, sir.
Brilliant. Calls here praising me, explaining to everybody in the audience how I am brilliantly doing what I'm doing, softens me up to let him go ahead and make his Cruz endorsement. He basically told me he thinks I'm full of excrement, but he didn't want to say it. That is the most polite way I've ever been told to shut the hell up about Trump I have ever heard. Very, very clever. This is the kind of brilliant, smart people we have here in the audience of the Rush Limbaugh program on the EIB network. But he raises an interesting point. A lot of people, he says, I think I know what it is you like about Trump. Trump really runs the aces around the media, and you love that and so forth. And the reason I'm spending so much time, folks, today, yesterday, and I'm not through today with this, the reason I'm spending so much time getting into it is because there are explanations for why people that you think and have always thought are tried and true conservatives are supporting Trump. There are understandable reasons for it. And then there are some of you who also consider yourselves conservative, who wouldn't want Ted Cruz anywhere near because of whatever problems you have with him. What I'm trying to do here is explain why various groups of people think what they think and why it's valid. This is actually a really fascinating set of options that have presented themselves here. And the challenge for me here, what I'm trying to do is explain. I know there are many of you out there. I don't know how many, but I know there are a lot of you that hate Trump. You just despise, because on the base he's not a conservative and he's fooling everybody. And how in the world? Because he's your conservative, how can anybody not do anything but condemn Trump? And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. That we get past the emotion, there are reasons people are doing, and people who call themselves conservative are supporting Trump. But more importantly, people who don't are as well. So that's the challenge I've given myself here is to try to explain this as I am trying to figure it out myself. I think it's a fascinating development, this entire primary season and the various elements and the people in it as they seek your support, seek your votes. It really is fascinating. It's upsetting a lot of conventional wisdom. It's turning a lot of conventional wisdom upside down and on its head. And it's confirming others. It's confirming certain things, and it's standing other things we all thought we knew and understood upside down. And if you're not clear, if you're not certain, you can end up being totally confused, which leads to anger and so forth. When we come back, let me read some of the portions of Sarah Palin's speech that she made yesterday in her endorsement of Trump, because that might facilitate this effort here a little bit. In the meantime, sit tight, and I'm going to go back to solving my battery life problem here.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Gas prices are dropping at their fastest pace in 2 months, and now AAA says it's possible Oregon's average price for regular could drop below $2 a gallon.
And it will really depend, how many more weeks we can see some big declines before prices start moving up again.
Marie Dodd says the drop is being driven by worries over China's declining economy and a glut of oil on the world market. A group of 14 Oregonians filed suit against Volkswagen of America. The group claimed in their $302,000 suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device that allows the cars to evade state and federal clean air laws. The federal government already filed a claim against Volkswagen, saying the automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Bill London, KPNW.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, co-host of Real Estate Today. Kurt Large and Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company if I need to understand a roofing system, how to maintain the roof, should it be replaced, and if it is to be replaced, what should be done. He is absolutely the expert's expert. Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company.
To find out more about Evergreen Roofing, just go to their website, evergreenroofing.com.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, made for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
They say I'm a bad kid.
A charity case. A troublemaker.
Worthless.
There are more than 3 million children in America's child protection and justice systems. Kids who have been abused, neglected, traumatized. Kids who act out. Kids facing the worst situations you can imagine.
They say I'm messed up. A drain on society.
Just a stupid mistake.
For their safety and others, some of these children have to be removed from their homes, separated from their families. They're at the mercy of an overwhelmed system.
I don't think I'm a lost cause.
I'm just a kid.
Youth Villages believes that no child is a lost cause, not a single one, because a stable, loving family can help any child succeed. And we have an 80% success rate overall that proves doing whatever it takes for children is the only thing that works. If you agree, find out how you can help at youthvillages.org.
There comes a time in each of our lives, a day that defines us. Will you be ordinary or extraordinary? Will you be humdrum or will you be a hero? That day is today. The day you choose to become an ODOT-approved driver ed instructor. Hey folks, Driver Ed here, just practicing my recruitment speech because I want you to help me save lives. Did you know that teens who take Driver Ed go on to be much better drivers? That means fewer crashes and safer roads. But to reach everyone across the state, we need more instructors. So consider joining me, Driver Ed. You'll gain valuable teaching experience and earn some extra money. And with less than 9 weeks for training, including convenient online classes, you can be a ready-to-hire hero in no time, allowing for cape fittings, of course. So choose to be extraordinary. Become an ODOT-approved Driver Ed instructor. Get started at whydrivewithed.com. See you down the road, heroes. A message from ODOT.
At home and around the world, KPNW is there, covering the news that's important to you. Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120, KPNW. Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
By the way, folks, Angelo Codvilla, in that original piece he did on the ruling class versus the country class, he predicted this as well. It's not just this guy back in 1996, whose name was Samuel Francis. What's interesting about the 1996 piece is how right on it is in foretelling Trump and the way he's campaigning and what he's saying. I mean, this is a guy back in 1996 urging Buchanan to just go all in. And he was saying, you forget conservatism, Pat. You're going to turn too many people off. Some people who are conservative, but they don't want anybody to know it. They don't want anybody to think it. They're embarrassed of it for whatever reason. Don't even go to conservative. Don't even mention the word, Pat. Just pro-America. Just go nationalism, populism, whatever, and you'll rake them in. You don't need those people, Pat. This is the summation of his advice. They'll drag you down. All they'll want to get in is on your campaign, be your policy expert. You don't need them, Pat. They're not going to help you. Just go. But he couldn't. Buchanan couldn't abandon conservatism. He was too identified as one. But Trump, nobody's ever thought of him as a conservative. So doesn't have to abandon anything. Codvilla predicted this as well more recently. Codvilla said that it was only a matter of time. The country class would figure out that the ruling class not only not listening to them, but is actively suppressing them. And there would be a price to pay for this. At some point, the country class, which considers itself the group of people that actually make the country work, would simply revolt and abandon the conventional arrangements that have always existed, the parties, party loyalty, schmoyalty. It would come down to who is going to fix the problems that everybody agrees are taking place, that we face, and are being pushed by people in Washington. Now, as it relates to Trump, I think that you know, there's a visceral reaction to Trump. And if you look at George Will, he's written pieces on Trump that are, I mean, he was just as angry as he was that one night he was on with O'Reilly about O'Reilly's book on killing Reagan. And so if you remember that, I mean, that was, but it's not just George Will. I mean, every week, somebody in the Republican establishment, this week it's Michael Gerson, who was a speechwriter for Bush, and this is not his first. Gerson's out there writing yesterday that if Trump or Cruz wins, it's the end of the Republican Party. That's it. We don't know it anymore. It's gone. The Republican Party will be gone. And what is noteworthy about this is the people in the establishment of the Republican Party who are writing this stuff and speaking this stuff haven't made one serious effort to understand why so many in their own party want to abandon them. They're just chalking it up to the fact that they're conservative, and that means they're kooks, or they're lame, or they're single issue, or what have you. And they are totally misunderstanding the people who have supported them, who have sent them money, who have voted for them. There's a total disconnect. There's an anger over being rejected, and the anger, I think, really is the fact that, here's what it boils down to, folks. This is what angers the so-called, when I say conservative movement, by the way, see, that has to be defined, too. Snerdley, we're on a test here. Be honest. Now, there's no right or wrong here. When you hear the term conservative movement, what or who do you think of? What is it? And don't suck up and say it's me and whatever I'm doing. What is the conservative movement? Is it the blogs? Is it conservative media? Is it think tanks? Is it who? Okay, conservative media and grassroots groups, the conservative movement. Okay, people assume that because there's a conservative movement, therefore it is conservatism. The principles, the beliefs, the intellectually tested, tried, and true philosophies that unify everybody into this movement. And it turns out, with Trump attracting so many conservatives, it obviously isn't that unites the conservative movement. It isn't conservatism. It isn't the understanding and belief in Edmund Burke and Buckley. Take your pick of any of the intellectual conservative founders, if you will. It's not an understanding, respect for, understanding. Not Hayek Schmayek, who's that? People wouldn't know. I'm going to run across these names in everyday, ordinary, even education. So I think the reason that Gerson writes what he writes, and the reason any of them are just rendered, what's the word? Not incoherent, but man, they become unhinged. Maybe the best way to describe it. Become unhinged at the very arrival of Trump. They're unhinged that Trump hasn't blown up. They're unhinged that people have not abandoned Trump. They're unhinged that Trump goes out and says all of these what they think are just classically offensive, politically incorrect, crude things. Like what he said about Megyn Kelly and blood. And at first, how in the world can anybody still support? Oh my God, this is... And again, I'm unhinged, not understanding this. Am I right? And yet, Trump hasn't lost anybody. And is still maybe gaining people. So what in the world? It doesn't compute. It doesn't make sense. Everything that we have counseled people not to do, he's doing. Everything we told people not to do if they want to win, everything we've told people the way they have to behave, the things they have to talk about, he's doing the exact opposite and skunking us. So I think they say, this is what they think. I'm jury's still out with me on that, but I do find it all fascinating. I think they are worried, they're scared that Trump's success and his broad-based coalition, which consists of a lot of conservative Republicans, I think they are worried that this all illustrates how unimportant they might really be in the grand scheme. Trump's methods, his speeches, I mean, his approach, his appeal is it's an affront to them, their institutions, the things that they believe. In other words, here's a guy, Trump, who's not conservative, these people's minds. You go to the Gersons, take your pick, any of them, in the inside of Beltway media types. Trump's not conservative, you idiots. Don't you understand? Trump's destroying the conservative movement. That's what they're afraid of, you see. Trump's not conservative. You people are being fooled. How can you people not see it? You people are being fooled by a liar, a cheat, a Barnum and Bailey circus act. My God, don't you understand? They're worried that what you're going to end up realizing is that the Republican Party doesn't need all of these brilliant think tanks and all this policy expertise, because what's it gotten anybody? You got a bunch of people out there calling themselves libertarians and conservatives, and yet to the people who are conservative inside the Beltway, they're not conservatives, they're bitter clingers or what have you. But they are worried that you are going to figure out that all their brilliance, all their columns, all of their position papers, seminars, all of that stuff hasn't gotten you anything, that you're realizing that hasn't gotten you anything. The things you believe in, they still don't support, they still don't try to implement. And ultimately, you're going to figure that out. I think this is what worries them. Wild guess on my part, could be wrong. But if you thought that you held the keys to the kingdom, and if you thought the serfs in the kingdom looked at you with wild-eyed admiration and respect for brilliance and culture, levels of success that you could never dream of attaining yourself, if you have that attitude, and all of a sudden you realize the serfs don't see you that way, and maybe even begin to think, my God, why do we need these people anyway? Well, I don't need to send them any more money. I don't need to. And that's how they see. They feel abandoned. They feel like you are not believing them. They feel like you have like spoiled children. You are not appreciative of the genius in your midst. And so, well, if hell descends upon you, you deserve it. And we'll just go third party or whatever. I don't know. I'll take a brief time out as the EIB network rolls on. El Rushball behind the golden EIB microphone. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
After they made him, they broke the mold. Rush on the EIB network.
Hey, did you know that 1 in 4 people experienced identity theft last year? Now, you might think you're okay because you have free credit monitoring. Now, that might tell you when there's a problem, but it will not work to fix it if your identity is stolen. It's like if your dentist found a huge cavity in your mouth and sent you somewhere else. Not good. With LifeLock, if there's a problem, it's their job to work to fix it. You'll even get your own U.S.-based resolution agent. Now, of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses. But with LifeLock, identity theft protection is pretty painless. LifeLock membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable sales tax. Just call or visit lifelock.com now. Make sure you use the promo code. It's easy to remember. It's my name. Everybody knows that. RUSH. That's promo code RUSH. Save 10% on your membership, or you can call 800-440-4833. LifeLock, 800-440-4833. Offer code RUSH.
There's always a good reason to send roses, birthdays, anniversaries, or just because you want to make her day. But you can't just send her any roses. Order from the best, 1-800-Flowers.com. They are your rose authority. Their roses are so fresh and beautiful, they are guaranteed to make her smile. And just for a limited time, 1-800-Flowers is giving listeners a great deal when you use the code RUSH. Order her 1 dozen beautiful assorted roses and get another dozen roses for free. Just $29.99. That's a full bouquet of 24 beautiful assorted roses for just $29.99. That's 40% off the regular price. But this special offer from 1-800-Flowers.com is only available for a limited time and only while supplies last. Don't wait. Order today. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio microphone in the upper right corner and enter the code RUSH. 1-800-Flowers.com and enter RUSH. That's 1-800-Flowers.com and enter the code RUSH.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles to fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. Ends January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at KPNW.com.
Back to the phones. I've still got the Sarah Palin speech, but I want to get phones in too here, so we'll keep going with Kevin in St. Louis. Great to have you, sir. Hello.
Hey, Rush. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I think the best way to explain to people why Trump is so popular is to kind of, mirror what you did when you first started. You started, telling people who you were, and people started hearing you, and your popularity just grew. You sort of set the foundation for, what you believed in, and kind of built on that.
Well, you're not the first person to tell me that they think that remember when I started, it seemed like a lot like what Trump is doing now. I've had some people tell me that. Here's the thing, though. This is, I don't know the answer to this. And I can give you the theory. I just have. Here we have, well, let's go through it very briefly. Just very quickly to get to the question I have about Trump. So I think it makes total sense why Trump has support. I'm not confused by it at all. And I'm not angry. I think we have two political parties, but we don't. The Republican Party, for whatever reason, refuses to be an opposition party. The Republican Party refuses to stand up and even make a pretense of trying to stop Barack Obama. Out in the real world, Barack Obama and the Democrat Party are seen as destroying this country. And not just domestically, they're destroying the military. They're destroying foreign policy. They are nuking up Iran. They are behaving in ways that befriending our enemies and alienating our friends and allies. And people are at their wits' end. They have voted in large numbers expecting there to be some opposition, pushback to this. That's the standard normal procedure of politics. Politics is at least two competing organizations. And when the winning organization always faces opposition by the losing organization because it wants to get back in power. Well, the people that vote for Republicans are not seeing any opposition. They're not seeing any pushback. In fact, it's even worse than that. They're seeing the Republican Party agree with the Democrats on something as key as open borders. If there's one thing that people in this country think is responsible for the direct hit on the economy and their future and their kids' future, it is illegal immigration and the willing importation of unskilled, uneducated, totally dependent people who are going to be automatic voters for the Democrat Party, which means this never ends. So they're expecting the Republican Party to stand up and say no. They're expecting the Republican Party to stand up and try to stop it. They're not seeing it. They're at their wits' end. They have voted. They've donated. They've given money when they could afford it. They have campaigned. They've gotten out the vote. They have shown up as Tea Party. They've gone to town meetings. They have gone neighborhood door to door. They've manned the phone banks. They've done all of that. They got nothing to show for it. Except maybe they lose their job. Maybe they're cut back to 30 hours. Maybe their neighborhood Walmart's closing down. Everything's caving in on them. They're the ones playing by the rules. They're not cultural perverts. They're not people breaking the law. They're doing everything they can to play by the rules, and they don't think anybody is standing up for them or representing them. They feel powerless. They feel like they're being targeted. They think like they're being blamed for whatever's gone wrong in this country that Obama and the Democrats don't like, and they're not to blame. They represent what's great about this country, and they're being winnowed out. Well, it only stands to reason that somebody comes along and lets them know that he agrees with that, and these days are over, and we're going to make this country great again, and you're going to help me do it. We're together going to make this country. I guarantee you that is a magnet that no Republican, conservative, expert, think tank, whatever can stop. It's not hard to understand this at all. Except the Republican Party, I don't think, understands what is animating and motivating their base supporters. They're not worried about the Republican Party future. They're not worried about the image of the Republican Party. They're not worried about the media liking them. They're not worried about money being done. They're worried about their country. They oppose stridently the modern-day Democrat Party. They oppose the policies of Barack Hussein. Oh, it isn't personal. They just don't like what's happening. They don't like the out-of-control spending. They don't like $4.5 trillion printed and given to Wall Street, and here's Wall Street squandering it now. They don't like any of this. Somebody comes along and says, I don't either. You know what? We're going to work together, and we're going to make this country great again. We got stupid people. Trump's not criticizing Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. He's criticizing stupid people. He's going to be smarter. He's going to make great deals. He's going to make the country great again. People want to believe that. This is not hard to understand at all, if you ask me. Now, my question is, and it really is not that important, does Trump know he's doing this, or did he just, is it just who he is and he just happened to arrive on the scene at the moment, or is this some sort of grand strategy that he's working out? Or did he just fall into this? I mean, right person, right time, or is it strategic? Anyway, I got to take a break here. I'm sorry. Be right back.
Rush Limbaugh, simply brilliant on the EIB network.
Protecting your most valuable data, family photos, videos, is crucial. Ask anyone who's lost everything on their computer. We rely on iDrive online backup to safely and securely back up our data automatically with full confidence that iDrive is industry best. iDrive is easy to use and affordable using military-grade encryption that is key to safeguarding your data. iDrive plans start at just $5 a month. Sign up today, get 50% off using the promo code RUSH. Get the best, folks. Get iDrive.com.
Hi, Chuck Woolery here. I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. It's real medicine that has no odor, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee. You use the whole jar. If you're not happy, you can get your money back.
but I doubt that you'll send back if the stuff really works. Get guaranteed arthritis relief. Find Australian Dream in the little red box at Walmart or wherever you shop.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit BMWUSA.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene. Also online at BMWofEugene.com.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I performed for our high school choir director, who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
This message presented by the Oregon School Activities Association and the high school in your community.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene student? Join the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program. Be a friend. Support a middle schooler this year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information.
Hey there, federal government. Join me at my meet time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
It's the fastest 3 hours in media, hosted by me, your guiding light, El Rushbo, behind the golden EIB microphone. Hang in there, be tough, my friends. Still working on the battery life problem here, and we'll be back. Continue in a moment.
This is the Bloomberg Market Minute. Turmoil returned to financial markets as oil plunged past $27 a barrel. And the Dow sank as much as 565 points today, and global equities approached a bear market. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 448 points to 15,568. S&P 500 index dropping 52 points, the Nasdaq falling 100. In earnings, Goldman Sachs fourth quarter revenue beat analyst estimates as fees from advising on mergers jumped 27%. And almost half of Americans in a new survey are worried about rising interest rates. A new Bankrate.com survey finds 41% of people fear what higher interest rates will do, with many concerned about the impact on their own financial situation. The likelihood of being concerned about rising interest rates increases at lower levels of income and education. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady. Stocks plummeting along with the price of oil. The Dow down more than 500 points at times. Right now down 378. Crude falling more than 7% to nearly $26 a barrel at one point. There's a ripple effect from falling gas prices.
As a result of a big decline in energy prices, U.S. consumer prices fell in December 0.1% after a flat reading in November. For the entire year, the Labor Department says overall inflation was up just 0.7%. Meanwhile, U.S. housing starts dipped 2.5% in December, but construction for all of 2015 rose to its highest level since 2007.
Fox Radio's John Decker at the White House, President Obama visiting Detroit to tout the auto industry's comeback. The Republicans say his policies overall have put a strain on the economy.
It slowed economic growth and thus impaired our ability to pay down our debt. It's causing all kinds of problems that we're just beginning to see.
Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee. More trouble for Volkswagen over the emissions cheating scandal as New Mexico becomes the first state to sue.
The state of New Mexico is suing Volkswagen along with Audi and Porsche, alleging they violated New Mexico's air quality standards and deceptively marketed certain diesel cars as clean. VW admitted to installing software on these cars that turned on pollution controls for government testing, but shut them off in real-world driving.
Fox Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. VW already facing possible class action lawsuits from drivers and a Justice Department lawsuit. A stunning surge in a rare brain defect in babies blamed on a mosquito-borne virus, Zika. Health officials in Brazil now say the number of cases there has risen to nearly 3,900. For all of 2014, they had fewer than 150 cases. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This is a test to find out if you know it all when it comes to children. Time starts now. Name one of the leading killers of U.S. children age 1 to 13. What's the best way to protect children in a car crash? At what age and size should a child start using a booster seat? Where can you find the answers to these questions?
Car crashes are one of the leading killers of U.S. children. Many of those deaths could be prevented by making sure that kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Don't assume you know it all when it comes to car seats for your child. Go to safercar.gov/the-right-seat and know for sure. That's safercar.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Levitt's Freight Service is looking for experienced flatbed drivers who come ready to run hard and get paid top wages. Drivers can earn as much as 50 cents per mile. Get behind the wheel of a newer, well-maintained fleet at Levitt's. Right now, drivers living along the I-5 corridor will run superior miles and get through the house weekly. Call Levitt's Freight Service now and ask for Jordan Williams and be treated like the professional you are.
Hi, this is Jordan Williams from Levitt's Freight Service. Join our team. Call me now at 800-935-4236. Again, that's 800-935-4236. And let's talk about your future.
Mark your calendars. Get a babysitter. Gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life, and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Oregon Imaging Centers, Valley River Center, and Oakway Fitness.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
Oregon veterans have put a lot on the line for us. Many sacrificed their lives and their bodies. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America assists paralyzed and mobility-challenged vets, making accessibility improvements to their homes, working with the VA, offering sports and recreation activities from hunting to basketball, and a host of other services. OPVA's board is made up of paralyzed vets who get it. If you're a paralyzed or mobility-impaired vet, call them at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
So you're looking online now? Yeah, great condition. Oh, I hate to see her go, but I really just need the cash. Well, the price is still just $1,000, but you have to send the money now, right now. Well, that's why the price is so low. Like I said, I need cash fast. I can't wait on a check or money order. You have to send cash now.
The moment you ask for immediate cash is the moment you know something's wrong. Think before you send money. Learn more at scamowareness.org.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson. Coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
Never mind. No big deal. Greetings and welcome back. Well, my watch gave me an alert that a couple Steeler players in their surgery. So what? See, it's an ESPN alert. It's an ESPN alert. I guess Steelers alerts. I mean, it didn't. I felt a little taptic buzz, and what the hell? I looked at it, and it had this big flashing red thing. Ooh, what's this? And it was just that. Anyway, greetings and welcome back, folks. Great to have you here. Rush Limbaugh on the cutting edge of societal evolution. No, I was not having a Jeb Bush. Is that what I look like? No. I was not surprised that my phone works. I just, what is this alert now? What the, it was, why get an alert that a couple players are having surgery? Anyway, big deal. We're back. Is another one. What is this? Oh, they finished putting in satellite dishes at home. Cool. 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the front. Way and upgrade to DirecTV dishes. They were getting, the salt air out here. You need to replace them often. So you have to wash the carpet. Oh, there's Slick Willie. Slick Willie. What's that thing on his forehead? Does he become a Sikh? 800-282, not his forehead. Cut himself shaving. 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program, and the email address lrushbo@eibnet.com. Naturally, I'm going to email Rush. What is this battery problem? Folks, I'd love to explain it to you, but there's nobody who can help me because nobody knows as much as I know. And I know the Stick to the Issues crowd would just have a fit. It's a challenging tech problem, however. I would love to tell you the steps I've taken to try to isolate the problem, but anyway, I think, folks, the thing that's happening, the awakening that's taken place, and I think it's a serious awakening that is taking place within the Republican Party and the so-called conservative movement. And when I talk about the conservative movement, to me, I'm talking about Washington. I'm not talking about you and the grassroots. I'm talking about the establishment, conservative media, the the brainiacs, the think tanks, the professors, and it's not bad. Don't miss it. I'm just saying that there is a new understanding of who out in the country is actually conservative and who isn't. And I think what's actually being revealed here is that the Republican Party itself and even some of the conservative intelligentsia has misjudged and overestimated the conservatism of the base negatively. They think have a negative connotation of conservatism. They don't like it, obviously, and they think it's the pro-lifers, the social issues. That's what they think conservatives are, and that's all they are. And they're embarrassed of them, and like going to convention with them, and their wives nag them about it, and they just... And what's being discovered here by virtue of the Trump candidacy is that this misunderstanding is being exposed. And it's now out in the open that the Republican conservative base is not monolithically conservative. It has lots of components that have been lumped together as conservative, maybe for the past 30 years. And there are some people who think that this masquerade's over. Is good that it's over, that the idea that conservatism is one type of thinking and one person and a monolithic thing. Some people think it's a great idea to have this blown up. I think the best way to explain it is that there are a lot of people in this country who are conservative. There are a lot of those people that won't admit it for whatever reason, or don't want anybody to know it for whatever reason or another. And therefore, they live and vote and they do things, for the most part, which are conservative, certainly not liberal. But that's not the glue that unites them all. If it were, if conservatism, this is the big shock, if conservatism were the glue, the belief and understanding of deep but commonly understood conservative principles, if that's what defined people as conservative and was the glue that made the conservative movement a big movement, then Trump would have no chance. He literally would have no chance. Because whatever he is, he's not and never has been known as a doctrinaire conservative. But neither is John McCain, neither is half 90% of the Republican Party. So no, it's not a criticism. It's not an allegation. Point is that if conservatism were this widely understood, deeply held belief system that united conservatives and united people as conservatives, then outsiders like Trump wouldn't stand a prayer of getting support from people who call it, but yet he is. Therefore, it's safe to conclude that there are other things at play here that make people conservative. And look, I'm going to go back to it. It's the thing that just in front of everybody's face, and it's apparently so hard to believe, is this united, virulent opposition to the left and the Democrat Party and Barack Obama. And I, for the life of me, don't know what's so hard to understand about that. Now, Sarah Palin and her speech. Oh, there she is in Tulsa. She's out making a campaign appearance in, I guess, Trump's in Tulsa. Oh, really? I just was told she looks better today. See, these poor women in politics, like Hillary, they can't get a break. She looks better today. What, did she not look good yesterday? Well, you didn't like that cowboy jacket or whatever it was? Why are they in Tulsa on the eve of the Hawkeye and the New Hampshire primary? Why are they there? Oh, the answer's easy. The answer's easy. Just asking it rhetorically. Let's, excuse me, Juan. Let's look at her endorsement speech. Don't have the whole thing here, but I've got most of it. It's not getting very much attention. Her jacket is getting more attention than what she said. I've seen people criticize her delivery. She lost her place. Look at cue cards. Trump looked kind of out of place, being not behind the podium. That, by the way, I said this in the first hour. I was surprised that Trump went the endorsement route. I mean, I'm not surprised that he would accept it, but Trump just doesn't look like Trump giving up the podium and standing aside. I don't care who it is for. And endorsements are kind of the way it's done, right? In by-the-book politics. And Trump's not by-the-book politics. But what is by-the-book politics is win at all costs. So if you have to suck it up and say you support ethanol, and if you want to accept endorsements from somebody that's going to undermine Cruz, I guess you'll do it. But she, in her speech yesterday, she explained why conservatives are angry about what's happening to the country and why they are as angry at the Republican establishment as they are at the Democrats. And she explained how the permanent political class has been created and corrupted by what's now known as the donor class. And she made it plain that what she wants to do now is participate in a movement that holds every one of those people accountable for the damage they've done to the country, for the failures they continue to mount up and be. When asked why I would jump into a primary, stirring it up a little bit maybe, and choose one person over some friends who are running, and I've endorsed a couple others in their races before they decided to run for president, I was told, warned left and right, you're going to get so clobbered in the press, you're going to get beat up, chewed up, and spit out. I'm thinking, and? Like you guys haven't tried to do that every day since that night in 2008 when I was on stage nominated for VP? Her point is, and where she got close to saying this in her own words but didn't, but really what people are complaining, you know, why would you do this? What is the concern? What's the Republican Party ever really done for her? I mean, besides nominate, McCain chose her, but members of the Republican establishment did their best to destroy her, to impugn her reputation. The people that were assigned to handle her were out leaking to the press how stupid she is and how it was so bad that she's so stupid that these people couldn't vote for their own candidate, McCain, because if something happened to him and she became president, they couldn't live with themselves if they'd made that. So they were going to vote Democrat or not vote at all. These are the people responsible for shepherding her through the campaign. So she's a legitimate question. What if, you know, I've already been clobbered. I've been clobbered by the people that were going to clobber me today before. So, and like you all, I'm still standing after being clobbered. So those of us who have kind of gone through the ringer, as Mr. Trump has, it makes me respect you even more. That you're here and you're putting your efforts and you're putting your reputations, you're putting relationships on the line to do the right thing for this country because you're ready to make America great again. And I think it's a salient point. It wasn't just Sarah Palin who was smeared by the media and the rest of the Democrat Party and even the Republican establishment. It was her supporters, by extension, who were smeared and insulted. And now the same suspects, same usual suspects, are trying to do the same thing all over again, this time to Trump and his supporters. But Trump is fighting back where she couldn't because she was part of the organization trying to win, so she couldn't fight back again, even though I'm sure she was tempted to. I think this explains why so many Tea Party supporters and other conservatives are drawn to Trump, even if he doesn't, you know, broadcast or display a bunch of conservative credentials. I mean, people have a bond and a connection here to people who are laughed at, made fun of, criticized, ripped to shreds, and so forth, just because of what they believe and who they are. She said, now, 8 years ago, I warned that Obama's promised fundamental transformation of America, that it was going to take more from you and leave America weaker on the world stage, and that it would soon be unrecognizable. Well, that's one promise Obama kept, but he didn't do it alone. And this is important to remember, especially those of you like me, a member of the GOP. This is what we have to remember in this very contested, competitive, great primary race. Trump's candidacy, it has exposed not just the tragic ramifications of a betrayal of a transformation of our country, but Trump has exposed the complicity on both sides of the aisle that has enabled it. Okay? Well, Trump, what he's been able to do, which is really ticking people off, which I'm glad about, he's going rogue left and right, man, and that's why he's doing so well. He's been able to tear the veil off this idea of the system, the way that the system really works. And please hear me on this. I want you guys to understand more and more how the system, the establishment works and has gotten us into the troubles that we are in America. So she's doing, you don't think she has wanted to do this for years? You don't think she's wanted to launch back at these people who tried to ruin her reputation and destroy her? And she wasn't able to because of the obvious requirements of party loyalty to McCain, and all that. She said a permanent political class has been doing the bidding of their campaign donors, and that's why you see that the borders are kept open. For them, for their cheap labor, they want to come in. That's why they've been bloating budgets for crony capitalists to be able to suck off of them. It's why we see these lousy trade deals that gut our industry for special interests elsewhere. We need somebody new who has the power and is in the position to bust up that establishment, to make things great again. It's part of the problem. His candidacy, which is a movement, it's a force, it's a strategy. It proves that as long as the politicos, they get to keep their titles and their perks and their media ratings, they don't really care who wins elections as long as they get to maintain what they've got now. She's not wrong. She's more right about that, even she may know. All right, brief timeout, my friends, as we keep chugging along here. Hang in there, Be Better has raised and enlightened a generation of high-information voters. It's pure substance with humor. We take on the left in print.
Subscribe now and get 1 extra issue and 2 bonus reports free. That's the Limbaugh Letter at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
You've seen the medical alert devices out there. Press a button and help is on the way. Did you know that most of them only work at home?
Are you trying to scare people again?
Mom, I'm making a commercial here, okay?
Tell them about my mobile help.
Yes, Mom. Anyway, now there's mobile help, and it works wherever you go nationwide on one of the largest cellular networks.
I wear mine to bingo night, and I wear the waterproof pendant when I hit the pool with Larry.
Who's Larry? Never mind. With mobile help, you push the button and speak to a professional who knows who you are and where you are 24/7, 365. With mobile help, you get free equipment to use, free shipping, and a month's free service on select plans. And for a limited time, you'll also receive an emergency key box with your plan purchase, so they won't have to damage your door to get to you. Call mobile help today at 800-915-4875. That's 800-915-4875. Mobile help, America's premier mobile medical alert system. 800-915-4875. Certain restrictions apply. Log on to mobilehelp.com for service and plan details.
The hometown advantage. You can see it in that new shop down on Main Street, in the office downtown, the factory by the river, and the farm down the road. It's because of people like Reggie in finance and Ruth, the paramedic. Keisha, the designer, has it, and so does Orlando, the nurse. They live around here. They care about this community. They work hard to succeed, and that makes a difference. At EugeneHelpWanted.com, we're proud to work the hometown advantage. We work it around the clock, connecting local employers and local job seekers with local jobs they're good at, jobs they deserve. Post your job today and search a database of resumes to find, select, and hire the best local employees. Employees who live close by, close to family and friends, close to home. That's the hometown advantage. EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you've not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall & Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall & Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127.
You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall & Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. 800-467-6127. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
No, it's not important to go through the details of the battery life problem. It would bore people. The important thing is that I got nowhere to go when I have a problem because there's nobody that knows any more about this than I do. That's what's frustrating. All right, here we go back to the phones. Woodbridge, Virginia. Jay, great to have you on the EIB network, sir. Hello. Jay, testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nobody's there, so where are we going to? Bob in San Diego. Great to have you, sir. Welcome to the EIB network. Hello.
Thank you. Isn't it ironic that the fear of the GOP establishment 2 months ago was Trump losing and then running as a third-party candidate? And now, lo and behold, the GOP establishment, which to me is becoming desperate, irrelevant, and a very entitled minority, they're now threatening to do the exact same thing to Trump.
Well,
and I think
George Will is, and he speculated about possibility. It was in an interview. I don't yet think we're ready to say that the entire Republican establishment is going to go third party, unless you want to try to make us believe that George Will's speaking for the establishment and not just himself.
Well, I think Trump can at least ask. I think it's legitimate for him to ask the other candidates to do the pledge that he was forced to do.
Well, now that they did make a big deal about that. It was the first question, and they were all asked at the first Fox debate. And Trump simply went, "No, I won't sign the pledge." And of course, all hell erupted. But no, you're right. I mean, Trump was forced to make the pledge, and here these other guys now. It looks like Trump might win. Well, they're going to take their toys and go home. It won't matter. That's the thing. That is, I guess, is another way of trying to make my point is that it won't matter. If the conservative movement, if you will, previously defined, not to include you or me, I'm talking about the specific East Coast corridor, Washington is. Look, folks, where those people live, everything's fine. Lowest unemployment rate in the country, practically full employment. The per capita income is sky high in Washington and surrounding counties. Everything's cool there. And nothing happening there that is at all similar to say what's happening in Flint, Michigan, or Detroit, or a number of other places out there. But I think what they're all, and I'm skating on some thin ice here in a sense, because I don't have any animus toward these people or anybody. But I think they could all cry third party, they could all claim, and it wouldn't matter. It's not going to make people get scared and abandon Trump. And that's, I think, what this is demonstrating to them, is that they're not the oracles that they thought they were. I could be wrong about it. I think it's still up for grabs as to what really explains all this, but I don't think some things are disputable now. And I think from this day going forward, I think it's forever changed. The definition of what and who is a conservative and what and who is the right is now much more broad-based than it has ever been thought to be. And therefore, it's going to be eye-opening to a lot of people who thought they understood it.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Gas prices are dropping at their fastest pace in 2 months, and now AAA says it's possible Oregon's average price for regular could drop below $2 a gallon.
And it will really depend, how many more weeks we can see some big declines before prices start moving up again.
Marie Dodd says the drop is being driven by worries over China's declining economy and a glut of oil on the world market. A group of 14 Oregonians filed suit against Volkswagen of America. The group claimed in their $302,000 suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device that allows the cars to evade state and federal clean air laws. The federal government already filed a claim against Volkswagen, saying the automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Bill London, KPNW.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival, presented by Three Creeks Brewery, is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
Your pharmacy says you give flu shots here?
Yes, that's right.
I'm only getting it because my wife says I have to.
Well, you have a very smart wife.
I know. She never lets me forget that. Is it going to hurt?
Oh, you may feel a little something.
Before this, I didn't get a flu shot because I thought I'd get the flu.
Well, that's really an old wives' tale. It used to happen when the shot contained live virus, but it's pretty much synthetic.
Look, can we just get this over with?
Well, I just want to tell you that you should be very proud of yourself by getting a flu shot.
Yeah, she says I got to have that.
Well, you're helping us prevent the spread of disease, and that's really community-minded.
Enough with the small talk. Just do it.
All right, first off, you have to stand up and pull up your pants. You are mooning everyone behind you.
Oh, it doesn't go in my...
No, it does not.
Sorry about that, folks.
Actually, I don't mind that much.
This message is brought to you by Ears, because the Eugene area radio stations believe that supporting a healthy community makes a strong community.
For flu shot information and low-cost flu shot locations, contact Lane County Public Health at 541-682-4041.
If you or someone you know is addicted to drugs or alcohol, this could be the most important message of your life. Write down this number or store it in your cell phone. But call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. By calling the treatment helpline for drug and alcohol addiction, you can turn your life around. Our advisors will match you with a proven 5-star luxury treatment center that will end your drug or alcohol addiction once and for all. Your future can still be bright. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through. Let us help you break your addiction to drug or alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential, and if you have private insurance, there should be no cost to you. Take 5 minutes of your time and call right now. It may change your life for the better. Call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. Call 1-800-426-6186.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Rush Now, 1120 KPNW.
Rush Limbaugh.
The saga continues.
The saga continues. A man, a legend, a way of life. So I got a note from my good friend today, Andrew McCarthy, National Review, former federal prosecutor, and he sent me a story from the Politico. Breaking news: 2015 sets new global temperature record. Sends me the story. Yes, just a one-word comment, the word sigh, as though, no matter what we do, no matter how much truth we explore and expose, these leftists just keep coming at us with lie after lie after lie. And here's the upshot of the story is the Earth's temperature reached the warmest level in more than a century of records, breaking the previous high mark set in 2014, federal scientists said Wednesday. I have already seen stories where these data have been manipulated that this is not true, and it isn't true. It wasn't the warmest year in 100 years. They've been saying that. But anyway, that's why he sent it. It's hey, Rush, look at the latest BS we have to, they just never stop. So I wrote him back because, interestingly, I was reading my tech blogs last night, and I ran across one of them is Gizmodo, which is part of the Gawker. And that, you really don't want to go there, folks. You just, and I like the Gawker guys. I have fun with them. But it's, anyway, the Gizmodo guys are the tech branch of Gawker. And they deal strictly in tech. But global warming is tech to them. And they were all excited. This before I got the email from Andy. I'm reading this, and I'm just cracking up. Because they are all excited. They say, they've got this big post on their blog, that the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA just released a scientific paper explaining where all the heat that didn't happen in those 15 years, where it went. You saw the story. You saw, remember, folks, for 15 years, everybody, even the global warming hoaxers, admit there was no warming for 15 years. And they come up with various explanations. Well, there was a pause, or this or that. But these Gawker guys, or the Gizmodo guys, they're just ecstatic because the JPL and NASA, I think it's JPL, they have discovered, you know where the heat went? The heat that didn't happen? The heat that should have happened but didn't? The oceans ate it, folks. The oceans ate the heat. Yes, NASA has discovered it. That's where the heat is. We didn't feel it. It didn't make the atmosphere because the ocean ate it. And you know how bad it is? The heat got so deep, it went deeper than the sunlight penetrates in the ocean. And that's how we missed it. It's as far as 700 meters down there. And you know why that's bad? Because when salt water warms up, when the deep, cold ocean starts getting warm because all that heat was eaten by the ocean, salt water heats faster than fresh water. And this is a brand new threat for coastal flooding now. Something nobody had ever considered. Coastal flooding was going to come from glacial melt and this kind of stuff. But now there's a brand new reason for it that nobody ever thought of. The oceans ate the heat, thereby keeping it out of the atmosphere, and the heat, which somehow sunk to 700 meters, is now warming what should be ice-cold water, and that's going to be bad for the lobsters and for the plankton and for everything, and it's going to be bad for us because the Maldives are not going to exist very long because that water is going to heat up, and when heated water heats up, it expands and rises, and oh no, we're going to have coastal flooding, a brand new threat. Icebergs can melt from the bottom now that we won't see, and they're ecstatic because this destruction is now confirmed. They are ecstatic that the heat has been found. And the guy that wrote this ends it by saying, "Take that, deniers." Take that. You can read it. And I just, folks, what's amazing is that I don't know how we live with these people who are so devoid of any reality whatsoever. And they just don't stop. They get this stuff in their heads, and they end up wanting it to be true. Not just this, any other number of crisis-related hoaxes and abnormalities that my point is, I don't know how we can ever coexist with this kind of brain-dead abandonment of sensible reality. Anyway, here's Scott, Oklahoma City. Great to have you with us, sir. Hello.
Thank you for taking my call today, Rush. I do appreciate it. It's great to speak to a personal hero of mine. What I want to say is if the Republican Party really wanted to kill the Trump campaign, or the establishment anyway, they would jump on board for him. I mean, look what they've done to, say, Bush's campaign. He came out flat on his face. They jump over to Rubio. Rubio drops in the polls. I think it's the people's anger at the establishment that they're almost drawn in to defend Trump against the attacks of him.
This is an interesting theory that you have here.
I appreciate that.
So you think that the fastest way to kill Trump would be for the establishment to join him, sing his praises, promote him, say this is the guy we've been waiting for. We want Trump. Trump's our guy. And that would force people to abandon Trump. But, you know, it's a great idea. But believe me, the donor class couldn't do it with any credibility. They wouldn't be able to sustain this. They might be for a day, go out and be believable, but they wouldn't be able to keep this up. And other Republicans, everybody on Jeb's team, they have to abandon Jeb, go over to Trump. Trump wouldn't believe it, number one. Then the other people, they have to go out and try to convince everybody they're serious about it. And Trump would, well, he probably might play along and believe him and hail them as the greatest people in the world. Then when they abandon him again, because they would have to, they couldn't stick with it. But I like the theory. It's the old reverse psychology theory. By the way, minor correction, the Gawker piece I just read was written by a woman, Maddie Stone. I kept calling the writer a guy. There was no apology from them for lying to us about the warming for the last 15 years. Remember the warming, they admitted there wasn't any. Everybody admitted they were perplexed. They wondered whether models went wrong. But now they found it. Yes, the oceans ate it. Here, let me just read you a portion of this post. It's easy to overlook the deeper layers of the ocean beyond the zone where light can penetrate. Yet this murky region of our biosphere has a key role to play in regulating Earth's thermostat by carrying currents that redistribute heat and energy everywhere. Even small changes in the temperature of the deep ocean could have dramatic global feedbacks, which is why scientists recently started asking whether anything has changed. They know it all. They have all the answers. They started asking, has anything changed? But it was a report this summer from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, 2 decades of observational data to show how the oceans have been redistributing heat since the early 2000s. The researchers found that heat has been sinking from the surface of the Indian and Pacific Oceans into deeper layers. Well, then how in the hell do we have an El Nino, which is the warming of surface temperatures? How does heat sink? Doesn't heat rise? I realize these are questions of a novice, and I'll be lambasted for demonstrating my scientific ignorance by asking. But I couldn't help it. Sit tight. I'll be back.
Limbaugh, because we know for you, only the best will do. On the EIB Network.
The Robertson clan of television and Duck Commander fame believes in faith, family, freedom, and defending the American way.
It's a tragedy that some people think America's not worth defending anymore. This is Phil Robinson, and I stand up for what I believe, and I think you do too.
Who actually has stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party.
Senator Ted Cruz. It's the American way. We want someone on our side to preserve, protect, and defend our God-given liberties.
When millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, I was proud to lead that fight.
The upcoming presidential election is critical to our country. Let's reclaim the promise our great founders gave us and become a bastion of freedom and liberty again. Let's vote for Ted Cruz.
When I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Robertson clan of television and Duck Commander fame believes in faith, family, freedom, and defending the American way.
It's a tragedy that some people think America's not worth defending anymore. This is Phil Robinson, and I stand up for what I believe, and I think you do too.
Who actually has stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party.
Senator Ted Cruz. It's the American way. We want someone on our side to preserve, protect, and defend our God-given liberties.
When millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, I was proud to lead that fight.
The upcoming presidential election is critical to our country. Let's reclaim the promise our great founders gave us and become a bastion of freedom and liberty again. Let's vote for Ted Cruz.
When I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia.
Or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
I can solve difficult problems for a Fortune 500 company.
I can run a successful business.
I can manage your home improvements.
I can publicize your message.
I can motivate your audience.
I can put my military experience to work for your company.
I can teach your children. I can boost your bottom line.
I can add value to your workplace.
I could be a loyal and productive employee.
But I can't put my skills to work for your organization
if I'm not given the opportunity. If you don't recognize my talents and ability.
If you don't hire me.
If you don't have an open mind and a workplace that's open to everyone.
If you don't realize that America works best when everybody works.
What can you do?
What can you do?
What can you do?
You can remember that it worked.
It's what people can do.
It's what people can do that matters.
Nearly 50 million Americans have disabilities. Capitalize on their talents with employment practices that benefit everyone. Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, back to the phones. Ed in Exeter, New Hampshire. Welcome, sir.
Yes,
great to have you.
Rush, thank you for having me. Long-time right-wing Christian conservative dittos.
Thank you, sir.
I was told to get right to my point. I hope you can hear me. I believe that the Republican establishment has made Trump who he is, because if they had kept some promises, he wouldn't be what he is now. He wouldn't have the power he is. But I'm not planning on voting for him in February 9th, because I don't really trust him. I'm not sure that he hasn't given any reason to believe that he would keep constitutional principles, but with that, or like using executive orders, and that concerns me. I intend to vote for Cruz. I was tossed very much between Cruz and Carson, because they're both men of integrity, and I believe that they would stick to their principles and do what is right.
All right. Well, that's cool. Understand your point extremely well. You know, here's a Trump the other day said, and I'm going to make sure we're going to make something like this. Apple, we're going to make their damn computers in America. Now, does anybody really believe that Trump is going to do that? Does anybody really believe that Trump thinks he can do that? It would not solve the battery problem. The battery problem is not related to where things are manufactured. There is no way Apple products could be manufactured in this country, not with everything else staying the same. I don't think people have stopped to think there's no reason they would. What it takes. I mean, these factories over there, they have, you know, the iPhone factories have 700,000 people working in them in every factory. Some have 350,000. They're cities. They have hospitals, rec rooms, all this sort of, everything that's in the supply chain is there. It's down the next block. You couldn't, iPhones would cost $2,000 minimum if they were made here. And standard minimum wage was, but anyway, the question, does Trump know this? Or does he, I mean, some people really serious, is he this ignorant? Does he really think that a president is a king and can just order companies to change their manufacturing process and location? Or does he just say it? And if he's just saying it, then how does he explain later when it doesn't happen? How does he explain to people who believed him that he was going to bring Apple manufacturing here? Now, that's the long-term view you've got to have. How's he going to get out of this one? Are people taking him seriously in the first place on it? You don't think so? I don't either. I think they understand that that's his way of being pro-America. I don't think anybody, I mean, I don't think that thimbleful of people think that he actually intends to do this. It's symbolic. But it's for another day. Quick phone call here. Robbie, my adopted hometown, Sacramento. Welcome, sir. Hello.
Hi, Rush Limbaugh.
Hi.
Thanks to my mom's good taste in men, I am a Rush baby.
Oh.
I've been listening to you since the 1980s here in Sacramento, and I got your autograph when I was 10. I think you're in there with a couple of gold medalist Olympians. And I was just calling to let you know that I would drop you in a second. It would drop you so quickly if you stopped being a champion of truth. If you started to confuse truth from fiction and you started to compromise, I would be so done.
Wait a second.
I believe that I speak.
Wait a minute, Robbie. Where's this? Are you thinking I'm on the verge here?
No, I'm just calling to tell you something that you well know. You are not the glue of the conservative movement. And we love you for that.
I'm not the glue, you mean?
You're not the glue. You're not the glue. But you love truth, and that's why we love you.
I appreciate that. See, this, by the way, Robbie, I can't think of, because you're exactly right. This is my whole point. The media can't make you drop me. Nothing the media could say could make you question your loyalty, but boy, I could make the wrong move over a couple times. It wouldn't take much. And that's the point. No, I don't. I don't have enough time to explain the battery thing. Maybe on Friday, I'll explain the battery thing. Folks, there's going to be a day in your future when your neighborhood, somebody's going to get broken into. Somebody's house is going to get broken into. I hope it's not yours, but it's going to happen in your neighborhood. Don't wish it on anybody, but it's going to happen. And that's when you're going to start taking home security seriously. My point is, you shouldn't wait for that to happen. You don't want it to ever happen, but if it happens, you won't want the people that try it to get away with it. And you might think, well, I can't afford it. There's too many other things I need, and that stuff's expensive. No, it's not now. Simply Safe enables you to have a home security system that's as good as anything else out there, that you buy on the web and you install it yourself. And it's not complicated. No wires to run, no walls to knock out. You just put the sensors on the doors and windows you want protected, and they connect to a base station in your house that, if you want, will connect to the fire department and the police department. And if you want that, it's only $14.99 a month. And it doesn't have to be a house. You can do this in your apartment or your condominium or what have you. The point is, there's a new innovative way of having a real home security system that works And it's at simplysafeusa.com. Go there, 10% off on whatever you buy at that website, simply by using that website, simplysafeusa.com. Buy it.
Rush Limbaugh pointing the way on the EIB network.
Is your money truly safe in the bank or in the markets? Or has the can finally been kicked to the end of the road? This is Kevin Demerit. Remember the U.S. debt can? Well, I've just uncovered shocking proof that it may have finally been kicked to the end of the road. Our banks, our dollar, and the markets could be at risk. Find out why now. And don't take my word for it. Get the latest report, The End of the Dollar, and see for yourself. There's a reason big banks like J.P. Morgan, HSBC, and Goldman Sachs are building huge stockpiles of gold and silver. And there's a reason our richest billionaires like Carl Icahn, Stanley Druckenmiller, and David Einhorn are also doing the same. Call Lear Capital today for this important report.
Call now 1-800-957-4653 for this latest report, The End of the Road. Get the shocking proof and see for yourself. Call 1-800-957-GOLD. The report is free with no obligation. That's 800-957-4653. 1-800-957-GOLD.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy. We take care of your medical equipment needs. Call on us to see you through. We're here for you. Gateway Medical Equipment. We're on your side from the start. Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
Your mobility is everything. So when you're looking at power equipment, like wheelchairs or scooters, look to the family-owned local company. You have a choice of providers. Gateway Medical Equipment quickly gets you just what you need. We custom fit the equipment, and our accredited technicians repair your equipment after the sale. A champion for your independence. Gateway Medical Equipment.
Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29th, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
Man, do I love card night. You ready, boys? You got a king?
Go, fish dad.
Oh, come on. This is WWE superstar Titus O'Neil. The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
With the Wake Up Call tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 9. And Rush Limbaugh Now. We're 1120 KPNW.
Okay, folks, that's it. I have a super secret meeting, powwow, that I have to attend. And then back to the battery life. I think I got it nailed down to PDF uploads, conflicting with iOS 9.3 and 9.2.1. But I'll fix it. See you tomorrow. Adios.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks continue to show heavy losses. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 363 points to 15,651. The Nasdaq is down 50. The S&P 500 is down 37. Much of the weakness in stocks is blamed on a continued drop in oil prices. Falling commodity prices are holding down the cost of living. The Consumer Price Index fell 0.1% in December. The core CPI, which excludes energy and food, was up 0.1%. Many Walmart workers who are not counting on raises will see higher pay next month. The giant retailer revised the pay plan it announced last year. Hourly employees will get either a raise to $10 an hour or a raise of at least 2%. Economists were surprised to hear that groundbreakings for houses and apartments were down last month. A 2.5% decline in housing starts suggests the home building industry lost some momentum, but housing starts for all of 2015 were the strongest since 2007. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady. An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow down 347 points. That's better than it had been.
The culprit, oil, falling crude prices off 7%, touching just above $26 a barrel at one point during the session. We are seeing oil prices, oil-related stocks come down in tandem.
Fox Business Network's Lori Rothman at the New York Stock Exchange. The Dow had dropped more than 500 points for a time. Right now, down 355. Chance of USA. As Sarah Palin stumps for Donald Trump in Tulsa.
To change out that establishment and put you back in charge to take back our country. Oklahoma, are you ready to take back our country?
She says Trump's put issues on the table that other candidates run from. President Obama touting the auto industry as an example of economic progress, but as he visits Detroit, Michigan's governor is appealing the denial of a federal disaster declaration over the water crisis in Flint. The president declared an emergency over lead contamination, but says it doesn't meet the legal definition of a major disaster. The Senate debating whether to pause letting in more Syrian or Iraqi refugees. Fox Radio's Jared Halpern live on the Hill.
Senate Republicans are trying to advance a House-passed measure that would pause Syrian refugees from resettling in the U.S. until new vetting safeguards are in place.
Many Americans are telling us they want to continue helping others, but they want to do it in a smarter and more secure way.
Republican leader Mitch McConnell turned down an offer from Democratic leader Harry Reid to end the filibuster threat in exchange for amendments votes, including one designed to condemn Donald Trump's proposal to ban Muslim immigration. The White House has vowed a veto of new limits on Syrian refugees. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
This is the sound of a brand new outdoor grill being hurled off a 20-story building. Now a stylish glass coffee table. An electric guitar. These are the things you could enjoy, all cast into oblivion. Because when you throw away money on wasted electricity, you throw away everything you could have bought with it. Visit EnergySavers.gov and get tips on how to save energy and money. Then do things like switch to Energy Star light bulbs or Energy Star appliances, and you could save hundreds of dollars a year. So this doesn't happen to the recliner you've had your eye on, or this to the treadmill on your wish list, or this to the shiny new bike your kid's been asking for. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
Lars Larson, sponsored by Island Fence on Highway 99 in Junction City. CCB 105556.
Do you eat to escape? Is your weight affecting your life? Is your life affecting your weight? You're not alone. If you're concerned about your eating habits, contact Overeaters Anonymous. After all, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Every day I wake up at 5 to give Dad his medicine. Every day I wake up at 5 to give Dad his medicine. At 6 I make his breakfast. Every day I wake up at 5 to give Dad his medicine. At 6 I make his breakfast. At 7 I shower. Every day I wake up
For those caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community to help us better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America is a nonprofit organization that's neither run nor funded by the government. Their goals improve the quality of life and protect the rights of spinal cord injured, MS-afflicted, or neurologically impaired veterans. They assist vets with advocacy, sports and recreation, benefits protection, even legislation, and they do it with volunteers and donations. If you can donate your time or money, contact the Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at PVA.org.
Join parents and experts at Understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues designed to help you help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything. Brought to you by Understood.org and the Ad Council.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. And speaking of lunch, I always like talking about food because I like to eat. And the food business these days, though, is a little on the complicated side because you have people, and we've had these debates, too, on the air, about whether or not genetically modified foods are good. I don't have a problem with them. We talk about whether or not there should be organic food, or is organic food just as nutritious as food that is not grown to organic standards? And I think the non-organically grown food is more affordable and less expensive, and it's just as good. And one of the guys we have on from time to time is Dr. Henry Miller, who's the Robert Wesson Fellow in Scientific Philosophy and Public Policy at the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. Doc, it's good to have you back.
Good to be with you, Lars.
I thought you absolutely hit the mark in writing about this food critic named Bittman at the New York Times, who decided eventually to go out and start his own meal company called Purple Carrot. But before we get to the company that he's trying to run, let's start with what he did as a food critic for the venerable New York Times. What was he like? Or what is he like?
Oh, he was a horror show. He was unable or unwilling to do research for his articles. He set, I think, a record for corrections to his articles, which, by the way, as you know, editors hate when they have to go back and print a correction at the bottom of an article. He was a dedicated antagonist of large-scale farming, which he called industrial agriculture, of genetic engineering, and of fast food. And, you know, when you're ensconced in the ivory tower of the New York Times, it's easy to throw rocks. President Eisenhower once said something like, it's easy to be an expert on farming when you're farming with a pen and paper.
So he would attack all these institutions. He'd say that fast food is bad. Now, look, is fast food bad?
No, it's not necessarily bad at all. For one thing, anything in moderation is good. Variety in your diet is good, but there are perfectly good fast foods that are not hugely loaded with fat and salt and sugar, and but even if they are high in those compounds, in moderation, they're not harmful.
I mean, here's the thing, Doc. I even recall stories over the years of people who've gone on diets where they said, I'm going to eat at a fast food joint, and I'm going to show you how you can lose weight. And some of it comes down to the choices. If you go in and get the Big Mac or the one with extra cheese and extra bacon and the extra large French fries, and you eat that every day, like you said, without moderation, almost anything, even good things, can turn out to be bad. But in moderation, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But this guy was a bit of a food snob when it came to the kinds of foods that hundreds of millions of Americans eat.
Oh, he was a terrible food snob. And in fact, as you were alluding to a moment ago, the emphasis, actually his insistence on organic foods was really a terrible disservice to those at or below the poverty line, because in effect they were self-imposing a tax of between 50% and 200% on all the foods they bought that were organic. And organic foods are often of lower quality. Wormy apples, leaf lettuce, and arugula and plants like that have lots of holes punctured by insects because organic doesn't use state-of-the-art pesticides, and so on. And so it really was a terrible hoax that Bittman and other writers for the New York Times, like Michael Pollan, were perpetrating on the poor, who often just don't know better.
Now, we're still going to get to the story eventually of what happens to this guy when he starts his own food business. But before we get there, let's talk a bit about the fact that science has looked at the question of whether or not organic foods are superior or even equal to the foods that are produced by conventional farming with all the modern conveniences, meaning pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, mechanized farming, that sort of thing. When science looked at that question, what did it find?
They found that there were no consistent advantages at all to organic foods. In fact, they have a higher frequency, significantly higher frequency of food poisoning. And there was a study not long ago that showed that some 7% of all food recalls are in organic products, whereas organic is only about 1% by acreage of crops. So it's vastly disproportionate to the amount of acreage that's grown. There was a study that came out just this week, by the way, from the Department of Agriculture's Agriculture Marketing Service, and it looked at pesticide residues. This would be in conventional foods, not organic, and they found that the pesticide residues were negligible, even though the tolerances that are set by EPA are very, very conservative. That is very risk averse. They were exceeded in only 0.36% of fruits and vegetables and grains tested. So for people who think that they're avoiding pesticides by buying organic, it's just not so. It's just not necessary. And the other fact that's relevant to that is that 99.99% of the pesticidal substances that are found in our foods are there naturally anyway. And so when we're concerned about chemical pesticides, we're worrying about only 0.0001% of the pesticidal substances that we eat. So none of this really makes sense. It's just a hoax.
And he also objected to GMO. Did he ever look at the science that the genetically modified crops are what most of us eat all the time, whether genetically modified by hybridization or genetically modified by more advanced scientific techniques?
Absolutely not. And that gets to my comment that he was unable or unwilling to do research. And also his editors seem not to be eager to check his facts as they would if you or I were to submit a column to the New York Times. Also, there's one other point I want to make.
What's that?
The Times was not always this bad on food fads and organic ideology and so on. There was a famous food editor at the Times from the late 50s to the late 80s, Craig Claiborne, who taught many Americans via his cookbooks and his columns how to cook in a way that was appetizing and relatively easy. And that's how I learned from his New York Times cookbook, which was published by Harper and Row, I guess around 1960. The recipes are unfuzzy, they're clear, they work, and it shows that you don't have to indulge in all of these ideological fads in order to eat well and in a healthy way.
I'm talking to Dr. Henry Miller, who is the Robert Wesson Fellow in Scientific Philosophy and Public Policy at the Hoover Institute. That's at Stanford University. When we come back, I want the doctor to tell the story of what happened when the anti-GMO, anti-non-organic food critic from the New York Times decides to go out and start his own food company with all the right philosophy, but apparently not the practical steps to actually make a company run. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Are you looking for the best price on 9mm ammunition? Hey, it's Lars. Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for almost 20 years, has a great deal on CCI 9mm Blazer ammo. CCI Blazer 9mm is reliable ammunition made in the U.S. CCI Blazer 9mm is 115 grain full metal jacket, perfect for target practice. And Northwest Armory has CCI Blazer 9mm at an unbelievably low price. Just $10 for a box of 50, $200 for a case of 1,000. At this low price, there's a limit of one case per customer while supplies last. CCI Blazer 9mm at both Northwest Armory locations, in Milwaukee on McLaughlin Boulevard and in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Or buy it online at nwarmory.com with in-store pickup. Northwest Armory for great prices, friendly service, no sales tax or ammunition tax to Washington buyers on in-store purchases. Hey, I've got a question for you. Do you own a timeshare? Have your maintenance fees gone up lately? Let me ask you this. How easy is it to book your week when you want to take a vacation? So how would you like to no longer own that timeshare? The consumer protection firm that will get you out is Timeshare Exit Team. Timeshare Exit Team is not a listing company. They don't buy, sell, or donate timeshares. They force the timeshare company to take your contract back. So if you want out of your timeshare, dump it now. Go to timeshareexitteam.com to set up a time to talk with your personal client advisor. They have a 100% guarantee that will get you out or you pay nothing, because if they can't get you out, they don't want your money. Period. I've vetted these guys and I trust them. So if you want out of your timeshare, there's only one answer. Timeshare Exit Team. That's timeshareexitteam.com. One word, timeshareexitteam.com. Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com.
Take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Escape to hike our paths, bike our trails, fish our streams, stroll our quaint town streets, view our murals, escape to Estacada, and raft our rivers, ski our trails. But most of all, take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Located at the base of Mount Hood National Forest, Estacada, Oregon offers a unique blend of nature, art, recreation, and history. And in Estacada, there is something always going on.
Now with the holidays behind us, why not take a breath and escape the city? Go spend a day in Estacada. Visit our unique shops and revitalized downtown or take a break for a craft beer and a bite. City murals, antiques, collectibles, art, jewelry, and much more. Now that the hectic holidays have passed, consider taking a day to escape. Escape to Estacada.
So take the day and escape. Escape to Estacada. In Oregon's Mount Hood territory. Estacada, close to Portland, a world away.
I'm Ainsley's mom, and when Alex Scott was just 1 year older than Ainsley, she set out on a mission to cure childhood cancer by holding a lemonade stand in her front yard. Alex inspired kids from all over the country to hold stands of their own and contribute to finding a cure. Hold a lemonade stand and make a difference.
What a great idea!
Visit alexslemonade.org to find out how.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. It's always a pleasure to have Dr. Henry Miller with me from the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. We've been talking about a man by the name of Bittman, who has until recently been with the New York Times writing food criticism. He's been anti-GMO. He's been anti-corporate farming. He's been pro-organic farming. And we've talked about the implications of all that. And then, Doc, you wrote this piece in Forbes magazine, or Forbes Online, in which you discuss his decision to leave the Times and start a company called Purple Carrot that would deliver to people meals, already put together, vegan meals, so no meat, made with ingredients of the highest possible quality, often organic, always GMO, and ethically sourced. And what was the result? What happened?
Well, the result was pretty much capsulized in his first blog posting about this experience of setting up in the real world. It was entitled, "This is going to be harder than I thought." And so welcome to the real world, Mark Bittman. But Bittman is like so many on the far left, especially the elite, is just in another world. So he said, and quote, "In my heart, I don't believe making money is an honorable goal, even if it's ostensibly linked to doing good things. And thus began this struggle with both my conscience and the realities of business."
Now, stop for a second, because that's a bizarre thought to begin with, I think. Because if you say, I'm not only delivering a service that's legitimate, legal, and is something people want, what's wrong with making money that way? He must know that the owners of the New York Times expected to make money by selling advertising in their newspaper that he wrote columns for. How in the world could he believe I'm doing something good, but there's still something wrong with making money?
Well, exactly. This is that airy-fairy, new age, idealistic thing. And, you know, when I read that, it was actually reminiscent of something that Obama wrote in his book about his father, and his sort of autobiography. He said for a very short time he worked on Wall Street, and he said he hated it, and he felt as though he was a spy behind enemy lines.
Because he was working in a place where trades are made and deals are made that make America's economy go.
Exactly, that creates wealth, and Obama and Bittman and Michael Pollan and Paul Krugman seem not to understand this. That the creation of wealth is what lifts everybody, and it's what keeps the country growing, keeps the country's economy growing, and makes things better for everyone. So Bittman encountered the real world, and he said that he was going to have to relinquish some of his initial goals immediately, even as the company got off the ground. He said they had to kick off, quote, without any of the things I thought essential: the ingredients from top-notch sources, the advanced and more responsible packaging, the perfectly executed recipes I was going to be, perfectly executed recipes, period. I was going to be branded as a hypocrite, he said, at least by myself.
So in other words, but to get his company off the ground, before he's even gone anywhere with the company, he's already willing to compromise on all of these ideals that you and I wouldn't agree with, but ideals that he had apparently hewed to faithfully while he was writing for the New York Times and suggesting that everyone else should stick to those values. But the minute he has to actually do it in the real world, he says, well, let's just get the food we can get and get it packaged. It doesn't have to be ethical packaging or environmentally sensitive packaging. Just get it put together so we can get something out the door to the customers.
Exactly. And the other thing that illustrates the inconsistencies, the inaccuracies that his columns were rife with was, again, as you commented, these are supposed to be vegan meals. Well, one of the meals in January, early January, was a Japanese dish called katsudon. Katsudon is a deep-fried pork cutlet over rice served with egg. So, you know, this is a guy who just can't seem to get things right. And parenthetically, just for the heck of it, some time ago, I once tried his recipe for hard-boiling eggs.
Mm-hmm. And even you have a recipe for hard-boiling eggs? I thought it was put in the water for 3 minutes and take it out and hit it on the counter.
No, he had some technique. I forgot what. I think it was steaming them or something, because they said they shell easier to, and so I tried it, and even that didn't work. The yolks came out runny.
Well, how is he going to explain to his vegan customers that they got pig in their meal?
It beats me. It beats me. But there's so much in the New York Times that doesn't make sense. You know, he's in the habit of spouting stuff that isn't true, or that.
Well, now let me ask you this: is the new food? Did they hire another food critic to replace Mark Bittman?
Well,
and I'm wondering whether he's writing about Bittman, because he probably ought to be, to say, here's this guy getting hoisted by his own petard.
It's not clear that they've hired anyone full-time. They had a column by a celebrity chef, Tom Colicchio, that I think we discussed briefly. Colicchio is another nutcase. He's a very successful restaurateur, but he doesn't again, very anti-GMO. Doesn't understand it at all, and did a column that was very antagonistic to the fast-growing genetically engineered salmon that we've talked about.
Yeah, we have. How they've simply found a way to get salmon that grow all the time instead of only a few months every year, and that means you can grow more of them, and you can make the fish less expensive and more plentiful and available to more people who don't have the money to afford the New York Times.
Right, and also take the pressure off farming of wild salmon, which are endangered in both the Atlantic especially. So Colicchio is now listed, I think, as a contributor to the New York Times, and his column was simply atrocious, unbelievably bad. Referred to an antifreeze protein being present in this.
Oh, yeah, I've heard the same rap. They're using, well, they actually confuse an awful lot of people. Doc, I'm going to encourage people to read this piece that you wrote for Forbes Online about the food critic Mark Bittman and his Purple Carrot Company. Thanks so much for the time. We always appreciate it.
Always love to be with you. Bye,
thanks.
Lars.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Gas prices are dropping at their fastest pace in 2 months, and now AAA says it's possible Oregon's average price for regular could drop below $2 a gallon.
And it will really depend, how many more weeks we can see some big declines before prices start moving up again.
Marie Dodds says the drop is being driven by worries over China's declining economy and a glut of oil on the world market. A group of 14 Oregonians filed suit against Volkswagen of America. The group claimed in their $302,000 suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device that allows the cars to evade state and federal clean air laws. The federal government already filed a claim against Volkswagen, saying the automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Bill London, KPNW.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids, healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. You see me around the neighborhood, and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm 1 out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me. We are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is a national health care alert from the Health Hotline. If you, a family member, or a loved one suffers from knee pain and have Medicare as your primary insurance, we've got great news. You could qualify for a pain-relieving knee brace at little or no cost to you. Get free delivery, and all the paperwork is handled by our accredited suppliers at no charge to you. If you are on Medicare and have knee pain, don't wait. You may qualify to immediately receive a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost. Friendly agents are standing by 24/7 to help you. We also have other pain-relieving braces available for shoulder, ankle, and your back. You may be eligible to get these items and more at little or no cost to you as well. Our friendly representatives are standing by now to take your call. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Hey parents, pick up your kids without embarrassing them with OMGPS, a navigation system that tells you how far away you need to park when you pick them up.
Keisha at mall. Proceed to outer food court.
Thanks, OMGPS.
OMGPS is not available in stores because it doesn't exist. But that's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent, because kids in foster care don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Lucera. Wall Street in the red again today. Earlier down as much as 565 points after another plunge in the price of oil. The Dow now down 132. One financial expert saying it's not as bad as it seems.
Volumes were high because there was big volatility, but you're not seeing institutional selling. They're not running for the hills. They're just staring at it and watching it go down.
Cantor Fitzgerald Chairman and CEO Howard Lutnick.
Oil being cheap means you're going to fill up your tank for $20. The world is going to get better. I'm not saying the stock market's going to be good in the first half, but the second half of this year, you're going to see the stock market pick it all back because cheap oil is great for America. It may not be good for China, it's not good for Russia, it's not good for Nigeria, but for America.
Once again, the Dow had been down as much as 565 points earlier today, now off 144 points. This is a Fox News Alert.
I'm Lars Larson. Join me for the best in talk journalism during my national show. Coming up tonight at 6:05 on KPNW. David's calling in from the great state of Nevada, the Silver State. David, welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Well, Lars, I think you're biting off a little more than you can chew on this immigration thing.
Well, let's go.
I think we all agree that the reason Donald Trump is number one in the polls is because he came out against this immigration thing and wants to build a wall. But sending all of the illegals back to Mexico right now is probably not going to happen.
Why?
It's a little too costly.
Why? I can do it for free. I can do it and make money.
You want to send the people back to Mexico that already have jobs here.
Yeah.
And they've already embedded themselves in the community. They've made friends here, and they got family here. I know you don't care. They're here illegal. But wouldn't it be easier to start a little bit instead of doing it all at once, kind of chip away at it?
Well, we've tried the little bit approach, but let me tell you why it can be done free of charge. There's a bill that's been before the Congress for 15 years from Steve King, and I've outlined it before. It's very simple. It says to American companies, if you're employing illegal aliens, you can't write off their wages as a business expense. Now, that sounds complicated, but
easy.
It's not.
No,
well,
it's easy.
It's easy. Now, what happens in that case? So imagine this. I'll take it in a microcosm, and you tell me where I'm wrong. So you have a guy who does landscaping in Carson City, and he's employing 10 illegal aliens. He grosses $500,000 a year. He has his crew that he's paying usually probably close to $25,000, maybe even $30,000 a year because it's hard physical work. And every one of them is an illegal alien. So he pays them $300,000 of the $500,000. He spends another $100,000 on trucks and equipment and chainsaw blades and string trimmer string and lawnmowers and all that stuff, and he has a profit left over of $100,000. Now, I'm sure it's probably not that clean, but I'm making the numbers easy for people to imagine this little business. Now, the IRS announces you can no longer write off the wages paid to illegals, and the way that's enforced is when you file your taxes, there's one more form required. I hate IRS taxes and I hate the forms, but all you have to send in is the names and dates of birth and social security numbers of all your employees. And if you've already e-verified them, just send in the form that came from the e-verify folks saying, yep, all 10 of my guys are good. Well, the guy who's running the landscaping company says his bookkeeper, maybe his wife, says to him, hey, none of our guys will e-verify. All of them are illegal. So he says to his wife, well, what does that mean for us? And she goes, well, we pay them $300,000 in wages and benefits every year for 10 of them, $30,000 each.
And that's still substandard to compare to the regular economy.
Okay,
of what
hold on. Let me get to the end of this. So he says, well, what's that going to do to us? And she goes, well, we're making $100,000 a year. If we have to pay taxes on the $300,000 we've already paid to our employees in wages, we're going to owe the IRS another $100,000. And he says, but that's every dime of our profit. And she goes, yeah, because we're using illegal labor. So he says, all right, well, what are our options? And she says, well, we can give all our illegal workers a pink slip. And if he says, well, then what happens? She says, we have to go out and hire legal workers. And he says, well, do you think there are some legal workers? And my answer to that would be there are millions of American citizens and legal resident aliens who are out of work right now. And if he says, but most of them won't do this kind of hard work, and she says, well, we may have to pay $1 or $2 more per hour. Now, I think that solves itself. Well, hold on a second. I know a guy who picks up my garbage once a week. Do you think that's a clean, pleasant job, or do you think that's a hard, physical, demanding job?
Those guys get paid pretty good from what I hear.
They do. They get paid about $18 an hour. So instead of paying the illegal $15 an hour, $30,000 a year, to do landscaping, maybe you'll have to pay $18. I think in the end this will work out well, and I'll tell you why. The 10 illegals leave the country. They take with them...
No, they don't. They go on welfare the moment they get out of the job.
Hold up a second. First of all...
Because the Democrats have already got it set up to put them on welfare, put their kids through school.
You can just fill the air with words, David, but it doesn't work. David, right now, the current federal law says you cannot be on welfare if you are not legally in the country. And that's easy enough to enforce because, again, you could say, when you come in to apply for welfare, we need to see your Social Security number, and we're going to run it through E-Verify. And if you don't...
2 words for you on that one, Lars. Anchor babies.
Well, I understand that. But if you say to the family, if you have a child who's an American citizen, again, that's something I'd fight on a different front. I'd fight that through the 14th Amendment. Currently, the 14th Amendment is not correctly interpreted. And it's not just my desire. There are good legal scholars who pointed out that we have misinterpreted the 14th Amendment for a long time and for a lot of reasons which we can't go into now. But if you say, I'm sorry, your child, who we would ordinarily give the food stamps and the welfare to, that's the dodge used by state bureaucracies, is they say we can't give it to Pedro the illegal, but we can give it to Jose, his legal American son. Without even debating the 14th Amendment, just say we're no longer going to allow you to get welfare or food stamps if your family doesn't qualify. So you're off the system. Now, even if you were on the system, okay, and even if you chose not to enforce them, and I can't understand why you'd enforce the work laws, but then not enforce the laws that say illegal aliens are not entitled. They might say, okay, we'll give your kid $100 worth of food stamps, but $100 worth of food stamp without dad's $30,000 a year landscaping job is not going to be worth it. And I'll tell you the example of this, David. Again, 2008, the economy collapsed. 2 million illegals left the United States, most of them from Mexico, and they returned home because they said there's no work. When the illegal finds out there's no work here, the tiny amount he might get from food stamps and welfare is not going to keep him here. Now, that isn't going to get every single illegal gone, but look at the benefit to the American economy. First of all, 30 million illegals and their kids leave. What happens to every school classroom? It's less crowded. What happens to the folks who were here taking food stamps and also dads working? Well, they're gone, so they're not consuming the social services anymore. What happens to housing? Housing becomes much more available. And for the workers who actually go to work as legal American citizens, so 10 legal American citizens or legal resident aliens go to work for this landscaping company. They pay full taxes. They don't take food stamps and welfare. They don't work under the table. And the end result of that is America puts people back to work, gets them off of welfare, and we reduce our social service costs. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Well, I think you're trying to take off, like I said, more than you can chew. And it's not that you're wrong. It's not that you're wrong, Lars. It's just that you've got a population of people out there that are not happy with the immigration system the way it's working. They say it's broken and we need to fix it. Yeah, right. No, we just need to get the laws enforced. Right. Yes. But the second thing is, if you've got people that are in this country and they are viable in this country because they're working here.
No, but they're illegal.
Yeah, they're illegal, and eventually you get them out the door, too, but the first thing you have to do is take it by steps. Do you think the communists and the left side got where they are today by taking it all at once? No, they had a plan.
Well, but tell me, okay, hold up. In the last minute that I've got in this segment, tell me what your little bit is, because we've been listening to the little bit solution for the last 30 years, and it hasn't worked.
Well, number one, they don't get to vote. Number two, they don't get to
they don't care to vote. They don't care to vote. And I've checked because, believe me, I've gone out and found lists of illegal alien driver's licenses back when they used to give them out like nothing. And I've checked to see if they vote. They tend not to vote.
Eliminate the welfare so that they're not taxed.
And again, you're back to this, but it's part of the same solution. If you say you can't work a job. Oh, and by the way, welfare will be e-verifying everyone, and anybody who doesn't e-verify is forbidden to get welfare or food stamps, as the current law says. You're right. Enforce the laws and tell them we're not going to let you freeload on the American taxpayer. And I think that's a message that an awful lot of Americans would like, whether they're Democrats or Republicans.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles to fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. Ends January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
Chipala Mexican Restaurant. So good. Chipala Mexican Restaurant. So good.
Hi, this is Erin. I think we have one of the best lunch menus around. We serve you quick so you can take your time and enjoy your meal, or visit and talk business. Try lunch at Chipala Mexican Restaurant in Oakway Center and 29th near Willamette.
Chipala Mexican Restaurant. So good.
Did you know that some young people, even those who are active in sports, have dangerous hidden heart defects? The results can be life-threatening. Early testing can lead to the discovery of these serious silent heart conditions and follow-up care before it's too late. Peace Health offers teen heart screening events to save young lives. Visit peacehealth.org/teen heart screen for more information and for notice of their next screening event. And mark your calendars for February 11th, a Fair of the Heart. This fun-filled annual celebration of heart health is proudly sponsored by Peace Health.
The Eugene area radio stations will be presenting two $3,000 scholarships through Oregon Student Access and Completion. Each scholarship will go to one high school student and one college student who demonstrate a desire and aptitude for radio sales, engineering, news, or programming. Click on the Resources tab at eugeneradio.gov for details. Application deadline is February 15th, with final paperwork due at OregonStudentAid.gov by March 1st. The Eugene area radio stations, EARS, support students and education in our communities.
My dad came to live with us last month, and you know, it's going pretty well. I feel like I never have time for myself. With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things. His memory isn't what it used to be. We get up and we have coffee. He usually wakes up at 4:30. Then we go for a walk. He needs lots of my attention. I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important. Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist. I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well. They honestly have no idea what I'm going through. It can be a little challenging, but so far so good. I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This is a guided meditation on parenting. Take this time to breathe deeply and close your eyes. Right now, you're completely in control. Unlike the time you and your son played basketball and you attempted to slam dunk. Or when you tried removing those raccoons from the basement. Concentrate on the soothing sound of my voice. Release the memory of when you wrestled with that beehive in your son's treehouse. Let go of the time you thought that skunk was a cat. Or when you pulled into the garage with your son's bike on top of the car. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
And so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Your emails come in. Talk at LarsLarson.com directly to me. I'm the only one who sees them. I'm the only one who responds to them. If you want to dial in, it's 866-439-5277. You can also follow me on Twitter at Lars Larson Show and on Facebook at The Lars Larson Show. Let's go to Megan, who's calling on. Megan, welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Lars, I've been thinking about this so much before your show, during your show, in life. We talk about the mainstream media. Everyone talks about the mainstream media and how much it is wrong, is biased, is all for the left wing. But what are we supposed to do about it? I mean, are we supposed to all rally together and stop listening to mainstream media so they go out of business?
No.
What is there to do other than to complain?
Well, you can vote with your eyeballs, if you will. I mean, you can take your eyeballs away from them because eyeballs are dollar signs for all media.
That's what I mean.
If people stop listening to my radio show, then the radio show goes away. So that's one way. But another way to fight back, especially on the local level, doesn't matter what city you live in, you can pick up the phone and intelligently call the news department. And it doesn't do any good necessarily call the general manager of the television station or the radio station. Talk to the news director.
Right.
And when you hit them up with an argument, say, listen, last night on your program, you presented, and then pick whatever topic it is they're talking about. Let's say they're talking about the evils of making electricity with coal, which most TV newsrooms will tell that side of the story. And say to them, listen, some of the power that comes to my house is made with coal. It's very inexpensive. You've presented it that we have to get rid of this. What are you going to replace it with? And am I going to see my power bill go up dramatically? And if so, why aren't you telling that story? Usually, newsrooms, and I've worked in TV newsrooms for close to 20 years. I don't any longer, but I'm in them occasionally to see friends or to go voice a commentary. I will say to them, why don't you do the story? If anything else was going up in price, housing, groceries, gasoline. You guys send reporters out to cover the story. You say gas prices may be going up, or housing prices are going up, or rent's going up. Why don't you do the story that says, if we get rid of the coal-fired power that we use, America uses a lot of it, not as much as a few years ago, because natural gas is now plentiful, the cost of power is going to go up. That's a consumer issue for your viewers. And if you push back that way, or say you put on a Black Lives Matter protest last night, did you present the other side? And a lot of times they'll say, well, what is the other side? And I said, well, I'll tell you what, if Black Lives Matter says we should remove this university professor, I was struck. There was a really good piece that I may read before we get to the end of the hour by Rich Lowry at National Review on how silly this whole protest is. If you ask the average reporter right now, and I've done this in the last 2 days, what exactly did that university president do to deserve being effectively fired? Because you're fired when a whole bunch of people say you have to quit and then you tender your resignation. You're basically fired. It's just you don't get fired like a minimum wage worker where they hand you a pink slip and you're gone. You get fired because the board of directors calls you in and says, we just don't see a way that you can continue to stay here and we'll be glad to accept your resignation. Well, where's the other side of it? What exactly did he do? And the answer is, well, there were some, idiots who came through campus driving a truck with a Confederate flag on it, and he didn't make them stop. And if you ask a reasonable question, how is the university president going to stop an American citizen from putting a flag, whether it's an ISIS flag or a Confederate flag or a Vietnamese flag or a Vladimir Putin flag on his truck? Isn't an American citizen allowed to do that? Because most newsrooms care a lot about the First Amendment. And if you say, do you think a university president could stop someone from displaying a flag? Because Black Lives Matter sometimes flies a flag. So, and ask them to tell the other side of the story. And if they get enough phone calls, if the average newsroom got 100 phone calls that were from intelligent people, not people screaming or cursing, that never does any good. But if they got intelligent calls, the news director might say, gosh, we really should do the other side of this. And that begins the pushback. And it's not going to...
And that's kind of my question, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead, please.
Why is it that the left, let's say, is so loud? Why is it that...
Because they own the media. I mean, and not that they physically own it with dollars. They own it, and here's why. Journalism in America, if you go back 60 or 70 years, journalism was a trade. Like being a mechanic is a trade. Today, they call it a profession. And most newsrooms will not take you unless you have a 4-year degree or a 6-year degree or a master's or whatever. They want them all to be college. Well, you know what's coming out of America's colleges is mostly liberals. So if you have a whole newsroom full of liberal people, then what you end up with is there's a certain way they look at the world. They see, for instance, all these Black Lives Matter protesters, and instead of asking the question I've been asking, which is, what did the university president do? Why did he deserve to be fired? They say, oh, gosh, they're fighting for racial equality. They have the liberal mindset, and they're going to tell all of their stories that way. But I think you can shame most newsrooms into at least telling the other side, and that's a start.
But the thing is how come not enough of us intelligent conservatives in general are making these phone calls?
Well, I'll tell you why. I know, but I understand. There are people who probably throw their hands up. They say, I don't even watch the news. Well, that's a mistake.
Exactly.
In the same way that a good college football coach is going to watch the game films of the opposing team, he needs to know what are their moves. And I listen to both sides. I read things from both sides of the aisle. I am a conservative, but I read the other side so I can look at it and say, now, when they make that argument, what do I say in reply? If you had enough Americans pushing back, not threatening to cut them off or whatever, just say, I do watch, I'm aware of your bias, and I'm going to call you and point it out to you politely every time I see it. You start doing that kind of pushback, newsrooms will start listening. And you're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
My golden retriever Sundance is a lot more playful now. he has more pep and energy than I've seen in years.
Tons of energy. Petey is having fun again. He's got a shiny coat and a good healthy weight.
Molly's been having 4 scoops a day. She pushes her little bowl all the way across the room, emptying every last single crumb. She has slimmed down and gotten this puppy look.
She's got life. She's got energy. She's got stuff to give.
We get asked all the time when we're at shows, how do you get your dog so healthy and shiny and glossy?
DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000.
The omega-3 fatty acids, flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa, the digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food. Family will be on Dynovite for the rest of his life.
Just feed your dog right. Use Dynovite. If it's working, don't quit.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Worries over a plunge in the price of crude oil continue to weigh on stocks. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 293 points to 15,721. The Nasdaq is down 20. The S&P 500 down 27. The crude oil futures fell more than 6.5% to settle at $26.55 a barrel in New York. Chevron is the biggest loser among the blue chip stocks. Small businesses may not be prepared for the amount of turnover they are likely to see this year. The job site Indeed says small firms should anticipate higher attrition levels because the improving economy has made job seekers more confident. The report says companies of all sizes will be competing for talent. The prospect of higher interest rates worries many consumers. More than 40% of the people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they are concerned about rate hikes. Respondents are most worried about the impact of rate increases on their personal finances. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady. Big swings on Wall Street. The Dow down 246 points at the closing bell, sinking on plunging oil prices. But the Dow had been down more than 560 points during the session.
The U.S. is reasonably comfortable.
Howard Lutnick is chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald.
We're going to have cheap oil. We're going to have cheap energy. We're going to have cheap shipping. I think the first half of the year, I'm not saying tomorrow and the next day won't be yucky. But the fact is, when we're done and dusted, it's going to be really good.
Again, the Dow down 247 points after a more than 300-point turnaround. A controversial refugee bill just blocked in the U.S. Senate. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern live on Capitol Hill.
Senate Democrats have killed a House-passed measure designed to add scrutiny to Syrian refugees hoping to resettle in the U.S.
Women, children, and families fleeing persecution are not the enemy.
Democratic leader Harry Reid had suggested dropping a filibuster so long as amendments were considered, notably a vote on religious test for refugees, a direct response to Republican frontrunner Donald Trump's proposal to ban Muslim immigrants. The White House has pointed to a 2-year vetting process already in place for Syrian refugees. Lisa.
Jared, President Obama moments ago calling the tainted water crisis in Flint, Michigan a reminder.
You can't shortchange basic services that we provide to our people.
Also reiterating that he declared a state of emergency, but Michigan's governor is appealing the president's rejection of a federal disaster declaration. The former drug company CEO who drew widespread condemnation for hiking the price of a life-saving drug is now subpoenaed to appear before Congress, a hearing on drug prices. Martin Shkreli asking followers on Twitter whether he should show up. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Take an ordinary putty knife and scrape off the old wax ring. Place the new wax ring over the flange, then line up the bolts with the bowl and gently set in place, making sure a proper seal is created with the flange and drain. Next.
Dad?
Yeah, sweetie.
Is that an old plumbing manual?
Oh, yeah, honey.
We really need to get some new books.
Right, do you want me to stop?
Nah, I kind of want to know how it ends.
Okay. Tighten the bolts, line up the flushing valve to the opening in the top of the bowl, and secure the tank with a screwdriver and crescent wrench.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today.
Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The stepmother of missing Oregon boy Kyron Horman has broken her silence. Terry Horman took Kyron to his Portland school in June of 2010. The 7-year-old never returned home, and a massive search came up empty. Investigators have focused on Horman from the beginning, but she has not been charged with a crime or been labeled a suspect. In an interview with People magazine, Terry Horman said, "This has been like a bad dream." Horman said she never harmed Kyron and wants to know when police and the boy's biological parents are going to realize that she doesn't have any answers for his disappearance. Horman recently moved to California because of the intense suspicion she faces and faced here in Oregon. One fisherman is dead, 2 are still missing after a boat capsized more than a mile off the entrance to Coos Bay. The U.S. Coast Guard says one of the 4 men aboard the commercial fishing vessel made it to shore late Tuesday. The Guard says it's dispatched a helicopter and boat crews and will saturate the area to try and find the missing fisherman. And Oregon's unemployment rate dropped to 5.4% in December from 5.7%. The State Employment Department reported today that it moves Oregon's rate closer to the national level, which held steady at 5.0%. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival, presented by Three Creeks Brewery, is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's, Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
Show. I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be with you. And if you want to jump in, it's 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. You can follow us on Twitter @Lars Larson Show. I end up talking a lot about drugs on this show because there's such a problem. They're a problem because they affect the border. They're a problem because they affect crime in cities. An awful lot of violence in America, murders and assaults, are a result of drug dealing and drug taking and the kinds of things that people do when they're on drugs. And it's a real pleasure to welcome back to the program Jason Smith, who's been with us before to talk about the stories that he's worked up, but this time he's talking about himself. Jason, thanks for taking the time, and thanks for being willing to do this.
Yeah, Lars, thank you for having me. I always enjoy coming on your show.
You just finished a memoir called The Bitter Taste of Dying, and in it you talk about how you became a drug addict, and you were a full-on, no-fooling, travel the world, try to find drugs anywhere you could get them, ready to cut your own wrists drug addict.
Yeah, no, it was a really dark journey, and like you said, it sort of took me all over the world, and I was able to find him wherever I went. But the problem was, wherever I went, I was there, and so I spent a good 16 years sort of trying to outrun something that was inside of me the whole time.
Now, you talked about the way you got into them to begin with, and I think a lot of stories we hear about drugs, it starts with somebody else essentially introducing you to it, but it was your Uncle Mark, right? The man that you kind of admired. He was cool, he was hip, but he was a guy who worked hard every day, a functioning drug addict, but he would also use heroin.
Yeah, I mean, my Uncle Mark was somebody, he was one of those figures that when you're a child sort of stand out above the rest of the family for whatever reason. There's something that sort of drew me to him. And he was a functioning heroin addict. I found him, and that's the first chapter in the book, is I find him dying of a heroin overdose when I was 14. And so that was my introduction to the drug world, in terms of what can happen to you or what can happen to somebody's life if they let drugs take control of them. And you would think, a lot of people would think that would have been a lesson, that would have sort of scared me away from it. But the truth is, by the time I was introduced to drugs, and on a personal level, which came after a car accident, I didn't see the connection between prescription drugs, the prescription opiates that I was using, and the illegal opiates that he was using. I didn't see that connection, or at least I chose not to see that connection, from the outset.
Was it literally almost a line of thought that, yeah, Uncle Mark died from a heroin overdose, but that's the stuff where you stick a needle in the veins in your foot so that the cops can't see the tracks on your arms, as you point out. That used to get people busted. Not so much anymore, but you didn't see the connection between that and the stuff in pill form that was almost as bad and in some cases worse.
No, and I mean, the fact I was able to rationalize it, and I did rationalize it for a lot of years because it came from a doctor. I wasn't buying it off the street, at least in the beginning. I wasn't buying it off the street. I was getting it from pharmacists. I had this back injury, so I always had a reason to use it. And there came a time when my life just started falling apart, when it was, I was unable to deny the fact that I was becoming just like my Uncle Mark. But that veil of legality that sort of shrouds prescription drugs and prescription drug abuse. There's that thin veil of legality that allows us to protect ourselves and insulate us, we addicts, from those other guys. Those other guys that are using needles, and those other guys that are doing crank, or they're shooting heroin, or they're smoking crack. Those are drug addicts. I'm getting this from a legal source, and so that's the thinking. At least that was my thinking, the whole time, and that allowed myself to use and not ever let myself, start seeing myself for what I was, which was no different.
Jason Smith is my guest. His book is called The Bitter Taste of Dying. Before we leave Uncle Mark altogether, and as you said in the book, you've changed a lot of the names and the circumstances to make sure that people's identities are protected, although Mark has now passed away. But I've never been a drug addict, and I've never been through 12-step, but I really appreciated what you said about Uncle Mark being a functioning heroin addict. My dad was a functioning alcoholic. He'd come home every single night and get blotto drunk, but at 5 o'clock the next morning, he was back out at work. And he wasn't working an office job where you can kind of put your head down on the desk for a while. He was working out in the woods as a forest ranger. And in some ways, I looked at that later and thought, how in the world did he go home and drink that much and then get up every day and go to work? But people do it.
Yeah, and it says something for, there's... I guess there's two sides to that coin, because I could look at, my Uncle Mark, and he was an amazing carpenter, and how hard he worked. I mean, he was a very hard worker, and he always worked to get his drug. And I don't know if that's something that's admirable or not, but he never stole, he never broke into someone's house. He always worked really hard. But at the end of the day, he came home and he did his drug. I can relate to that in a certain sense, because I was able to function for a long time. The problem is it makes your bottom much, much deeper, because you have to go to such lower depths than you would otherwise. I think when you are a functioning addict or an alcoholic, I think you can sort of tell yourself that everything's okay because you still have a job. I can keep using because look how good my job is, or look how good my family is, or look, you can sort of hide behind those things and still be an addict or an alcoholic. And I think for me, it made my road to recovery much, much longer because I was able to rationalize with the fact that I was functioning.
Jason, I want you to talk about the allure of the drug, because having never tried it, but the closest I ever came was one time I had to have my foot operated on, and they gave me a pre-op, I think it was a shot, it might have been a pill. All I remember is I was flying, and I said later, I asked my doctor, what the heck was that? And he said it was 3 grains of morphine. And I said, well, I see now why people are using the illegal stuff, because it was kind of amazing. And that was, in a hospital under supervision, and certainly not the kind of dose that I would expect that an addict would take, or to somebody would take recreationally.
Yeah, and the truth is, there really isn't much on a molecular level. There's really not much of a difference between what the doctor gave you and what the liver metabolizes heroin into,
right,
in the body. And so you're right, that high is the same. And I think for me it was twofold. One, I really liked the way it felt, and I wanted to keep feeling that way. And the reason I wanted to keep feeling that way is because there were some things inside of me that I didn't know how to deal with. And ultimately, and my story involves a 12-step program. Once that 12-step program is underway, you start really looking at the underlying causes of the addiction as opposed to just the drug itself.
You also talked about in the book, and this is the book, The Bitter Taste of Dying, the fact that for people who say, well, just get off of it, when you stop taking the drug, you're not only not feeling high, but your regular life feels pretty terrible.
Yeah, I mean, because the drugs are so euphoric, and they give you, no matter what, they're going to give you a sense of everything being okay. All is right with the world as long as I have my drugs. And the same for alcohol. As long as I have my alcohol, everything will be all right. And there's that sort of period of getting the drugs or the alcohol out of the life, and then not really knowing how to deal with life after that. There were so many things in my life that I relied on the drugs for, just to calm me down, or just to get me through, or just to make a boring situation not as boring, or a mundane situation not as mundane. And then you take the drugs away, and then you have to learn how to deal with those things. And so for me, that's where the real work began, after the physical withdrawal and the kick. That's really hard physically. But after that, it was a matter of learning how to live life without these drugs, and that's what is an ongoing process, and it will be for the rest of my life.
I'm talking to Jason Smith, whose latest writing is the book, The Bitter Taste of Dying, which is a memoir. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll talk a bit about his experience with 12-step and the day he decided to try to take his own life. If you want to visit with us, send me an email, talk@larslarson.com. You can dial in at 866-439-5277, and you're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Are you looking for the best price on 9mm ammunition? Hey, it's Lars. Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for almost 20 years, has a great deal on CCI 9mm Blazer ammo. CCI Blazer 9mm is reliable ammunition made in the U.S. CCI Blazer 9mm is 115 grain full metal jacket, perfect for target practice. And Northwest Armory has CCI Blazer 9mm at an unbelievably low price, just $10 for a box of 50, $200 for a case of 1,000. At this low price, there's a limit of 1 case per customer while supplies last. CCI Blazer 9mm at both Northwest Armory locations, in Milwaukee on McLaughlin Boulevard and in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Or buy it online at nwarmory.com with in-store pickup. Northwest Armory, for great prices, friendly service, no sales tax or ammunition tax to Washington buyers on in-store purchases. Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Escape to hike our paths, bike our trails, fish our streams, stroll our quaint town streets, view our murals, escape to Estacada, and raft our rivers, ski our trails. But most of all, take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Located at the base of Mount Hood National Forest, Estacada, Oregon offers a unique blend of nature, art, recreation, and history. And in Estacada, there is something always going on.
Now with the holidays behind us, why not take a breath and escape the city? Go spend a day in Estacada. Visit our unique shops and revitalized downtown, or take a break for a craft beer and a bite. City murals, antiques, collectibles, art, jewelry, and much more. Now that the hectic holidays have passed, consider taking a day to escape. Escape to Estacada.
So take the day and escape. Escape to Estacada in Oregon's Mount Hood territory. Estacada, close to Portland, a world away.
We have one of the finest pool and spa designers in America right here in our region. The Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, they all recognize it. I do as well. I'm talking about Anderson Pool Works. Natural pools, spas, rockery. I'll tell you what I told Oregon State and the University of Arizona when they asked me about Anderson Pool Works. These guys are the best. Dana and Brody Anderson have continued the outstanding design and construction that their parents started so many years ago. Whether it's a water feature you want or an in-ground installation of a pool or a spa or a swim spa like us, these guys are the designers, and they have the best construction and the best people. If you need someone to just service and maintain your existing pool, do what we do. Go with Anderson Pool Works. They're my go-to. Sit down with Anderson Pool Works. Get busy dreaming on what your backyard can be. Like the Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, or the University of Arizona, and myself. It all starts the same way. Starts with a phone call to Anderson Pool Works. 503-625-5628. That's 503-625-5628. Or online at andersonpoolworks.com.
CCB 125440.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The Integrity of Your Foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCB number 94222, Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
Hi, I'm Sam Jackson. Cancer will strike more than 175,000 kids worldwide this year alone. This includes infants, children, teens, and young adults. The likelihood that teens and young adults will survive cancer is far greater when treated by pediatric oncologists. Survival can depend on treatment from experts in childhood cancer and a commitment to collaborative, groundbreaking research. To learn more, go to stbaldrick's.org or standuptocancer.org.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. My guest, and he's been on before to talk about reporting on other people and the problems of other people, but this time it's a memoir written by Jason Smith called The Bitter Taste of Dying. Let's talk about this. How did you make your way through life then? I mean, earning a living and being able to stay self-sufficient and be doing this on the side.
You really have to, I really had to build up a facade and surround myself with it and try to make everybody else in my life believe that I was the upstanding, citizen that I was presenting myself as. And so when it came to, for example, getting a job, I could interview really well. I could hold it together and really sell myself in that 20-minute interview. The problem always came afterwards when I had to, hold it together, and I never could, because the drugs really weren't what got me. It was the behaviors that one has to sort of acquire to maintain a drug addiction, the lying and being sneaky and that sort of just underhanded, conniving mentality that starts to seep into other parts of your life. And so for me...
Do you think they saw it?
People see it, but that's the thing, is they don't know it's from drugs. And so they just think that you're a sneaky person, or that something's not right with you. I had a lot of people in my life that would just, I've had people in my life tell me, man, you have a really good heart, but why do you lie, or why are you manipulative? Why you don't need to do those things? But the truth is, I needed to do those things to maintain my addiction. But like I said, those behaviors seep into other areas of your life, and that's where things start to fall apart.
So what kind of jobs were you doing in those days?
In those days, I was actually teaching, and so I would teach overseas. I would teach English. I directed a language school for a very large American corporation in China, and those were jobs because I had the resume, and so I had the education and I had the background and I could interview well. So that always got me in the door. But once I would get over there, there's a chapter in the book about my experience in France where I could hold it together for a few months, but it would always come crashing down.
Tell me about this. Going overseas, especially to Asia, at least from a reputation standpoint, Asia sounds like a place that's a whole lot less tolerant of drug abuse and drug use than the United States is, at least now. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're right, but that goes both ways. So because they're so intolerant of it, they don't deal with it with their own population like we do here. And so someone like me going over there and learning for example, in China, learning the medical system, they weren't used to doctor shoppers. They weren't used to people working the system. They weren't used to people finding, the one hole in their prescribing patterns and manipulating it and exploiting it. They weren't used to those things. And so, they were a lot less tolerant, but because they were less tolerant, they didn't really have to deal with it, and so they weren't aware of it. They didn't know what to look for. They didn't know, they didn't know the behaviors and the patterns of somebody who was abusing the system. And so, in some ways, that actually worked in my favor in places like China.
How did finally all come to an end?
The using?
Yeah, the using. I mean, how many times did you try to quit? Can you count them?
I tried to quit probably 3 or 4 times in those 16 years, but
Did you come close?
No, because I never wanted to quit. I tried to quit, but it was always for the wrong reasons. It was always because my wife was going to leave me, or my family was abandoning me, or my friends, or I had a judge that was after me. And so the quitting at those, and I was able to I would usually be able to quit for 2 or 3 months, but it was never for me. It was never for the right reasons. It was never because I didn't want to live like that anymore. It was because somebody else said I can't live like that anymore. And because of that, it was never able to stick. And so, but when I finally had enough, there was this really dark realization that I could no longer live with drugs in my life because I was overdosing, because I was going to jail. There were so many reasons for me not to be able to live with drugs in my life. But the problem was I felt like I couldn't live with drugs not in my life. And I tried that. And I remember, I distinctly remember trying to get clean and going with my girlfriend at the time out to dinner. And when we were at dinner, I was looking around at all the people smiling and laughing and having normal dinner conversation and looking at them and thinking, what are they smiling about? Like how are they happy? If this is what it feels like to not have drugs in your system and they don't have drugs in their system, how are they happy? Like I couldn't understand that. And so it was this really dark realization that I couldn't live with the drugs and I couldn't live without the drugs. And at that moment, that was when I tried to take my own life because I didn't see another way out. And when I failed at that, you know, it was one of those, for me, I call it a God moment, when I had this guy's phone number in my phone for a year because I had heard he sponsored in a 12-step program.
This is the man you start the book with.
That's correct. This is that's the sort of running conversation throughout the book. And I had his number in my phone, and I'd gotten it in my phone about a year earlier at a Thanksgiving football game. And I just put it in my phone just in case, you know, I don't know why I put it in my phone, but I remember hearing that he sponsored. And a year later, after my failed suicide attempt, I just had this God moment of remembering that his number was in my phone, and I called him, and that was sort of the first step in changing everything around.
The Bitter Taste of Dying is the book by Jason Smith. So, Jason, you're now living a happy, productive life, and you've been clean and sober for how long?
2.5 years.
Is it tough?
No, I mean, that's one nice thing about writing the book is I remember how tough it was in the beginning. And I remember that waking up in the morning, and I remember the waking up in the morning and being sick from not having the drug.
Right. But is that, how long does that period go on where you've got the sickness from being off the drug?
I mean, from the first day, it probably takes about 10 days. It took me about 10 days of physical withdrawal. And then after that, it was more of you wake up in the morning and I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't know what to do with my time because I was so used to waking up in the morning and taking something to not be sick that now that I wasn't taking anything, I had this free time in the morning where I used to have to call dealers or the scam doctors or, you know, they used to take up my mornings or my afternoons. And now I had it free. I didn't know what to do with myself. And so today I have like you said, I have a very productive life. I have a beautiful wife. I have 2 children that I adore. My friends and my family. I mean, I have all of these things. And so today, like, I really appreciate this morning that I woke up not being sick. I appreciate that I had things to do this morning. And writing the book was a great reminder of the way it used to be and how I don't want to live like that anymore.
Great read. It's called The Bitter Taste of Dying. Its author is Jason Smith, a productive former drug addict. Jason, it's always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for spending the time.
Lars, thank you for having me on again.
You're listening to the Lars Larson.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Police say a serial robber who burglarized a number of Eugene residences is in jail. Police arrested 26-year-old Cameron Williamson along with another person. Investigators believe the pair were on their way to rob a couple in South Eugene. Gas prices are dropping at their fastest pace in 2 months, and now AAA says it's possible Oregon's average price for regular could drop below $2 a gallon.
And it will really depend, you know, how many more weeks we can see some big declines before prices start moving up again.
Marie Dodd says the drop is being driven by worries over China's declining economy and a glut of oil on the world market. A group of 14 Oregonians filed suit against Volkswagen of America. The group claimed in their $302,000 suit filed in Lane County Circuit Court that their diesel vehicles were equipped with a device that allows the cars to evade state and federal clean air laws. The federal government already filed a claim against Volkswagen, saying the automaker violated the Clean Air Act. Bill London, KPNW.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest. Is there a drop in your romantic life? Prostate problems don't go away on their own, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are natural. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Just call 1-800-317-7853. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredient in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Just call 1-800-317-7853. That's 1-800-317-7853. 1-800-317-7853.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers, and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
For a fun family activity, check out the Selco Saturday Kids Workshops at Mecca. You can do a different creative craft project each week, from sock puppets to robot rockets. Drop by with your kids 11 a.m. to 3 any Saturday. A small donation is requested. Mecca, right next to the train station. For more information, go to materials-exchange.org. That's materials-exchange.org.
This message is brought to you by Lane County Waste Management in association with EARS.
And now, Katy Perry.
Imagine going on stage with nothing and being expected to roar. It's the same with our teachers who are using their own money so students can learn. DonorsChoose.org helps teachers and students succeed.
Join Katy Perry at MakeRoarHappen.com.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Lacera. After being down more than 560 points today, Wall Street remains in the red.
We do end lower across the board. The exception, interestingly enough, the Russell 2000. Small mid-cap stocks listed their lower exposure to economies like China and other larger countries.
Lori Rothman with the Fox Business Network. The Dow ends the day off 249. The Nasdaq off 5. The S&P losing 22. The price of oil with its worst one-day drop since September.
We had oil falling again today, so oil companies were weak. But more than that, I think the bigger picture here is the traders on Wall Street going, okay, enough is enough. We tested those late summer lows, and you know, the economy, you've got the jobs picture. Certain sections of the economy are okay. You know, perhaps this will lead to a boost for the U.S. economy, and maybe we've tested the lows.
This is a Fox News Alert.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I wrote a whole chapter about this in my book, Hard Choices. I'd be glad to send it to you, Congressman.
This is Bill Clinton, and I want to say to all my fellow Playboy subscribers out there, I feel your pain. Playboy's taking out the news. Have they gone insane? They're around to stimulate, and I don't mean my brain. I don't read the articles. I don't waste the time. Taking out the naked girls just seems like a crime. When my Playboy arrived, well, it was my favorite day. But now I'm empty-handed, cause there's no TNA. They've got no soul. One magazine will not be sold. They've taken out the centerfold. Taken out the centerfold. You have nerves old. I bet he wasn't even told. They've taken out the centerfold. Taken out the centerfold. Na 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 na
Hey, welcome back to the program. Kyle Pouyer writes in, Lars, a question. Since Oregon and the EPA claim ownership of the rainwater, does that make them responsible for all the flooding? I mean, they've lost all control of their rain. You know, I couldn't agree with you more. And what Kyle is making fun of is the fact that in past years, the state of Oregon actually asserts, and I believe Washington does as well, they assert that the government owns all rainwater once it hits the ground, even to the point where there was a man a couple of years ago who was jailed for 30 days because he impounded the state's rainwater on the land that he owned, and he used it to water his crops, to water his animals, and occasionally when there was a forest fire nearby, the folks who wanted to dip a bucket with a helicopter into that pond were allowed to do so. And the state said, we own that land, where we own that water. Let the water go, or we will throw you in jail. And he let them throw him in jail for 30 days. Let's go to Jay in Seattle, listening on Talk Radio 570 KBI. Hey, Jay, what's on your mind?
Well, I was down today to try to get a concealed weapons permit from King County Sheriff's Office.
Good for you.
And they told me I couldn't get one because they couldn't take my fingerprints. I mean, not that I wouldn't let them. They just couldn't get any good prints.
Because you just work so hard, you've worked your fingers right to the past all the fingerprints. You're a hard-working guy.
I don't know. I'm 70 years old. I guess I have dry skin and no fingerprints.
So they said you're not allowed to have a concealed carry permit because they can't read your fingerprints. That's crazy.
That's what they said.
Isn't there an alternative to that?
I don't know. I was hoping maybe you had a clever idea.
I wish I did, Jay. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know. Talk to some ladies in your life and say, what do you do to get your skin tone back? I don't know. You know, I honestly don't know. Boy, you'd be in trouble if you ever... if you ever turned up missing or something, how would they know if they found you? I mean, it'd be kind of tough. It was like a guy with no fingerprints. Although, as a burglar, you might do pretty well.
Well, and here's the thing that even gets me more. If I open carry, I don't need to be fingerprinted.
That's true.
Concealed carry, I need fingerprints. Why does that make any sense?
Doesn't Washington State also pretty thoroughly restrict open carry within cities?
Yes.
Yeah. See, and that's the rub. And then they have another crazy little rule that says if anybody around you gets upset at the sight of your gun, then you have created a public disturbance, and they use that to go after you. Boy, Jay, I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask my producers to grab your contact info, and if we get somebody who calls in who's smarter than me and can figure out how to bring fingerprints back, I'll be glad to pass it along to you. Let's go to Jim in Cottage Grove. Hey, Jim, thanks for listening on KPNW. What's on your mind?
You bet, Lars. I'm just kind of curious why people had such a short memory. If you recall, back when Bill and Hillary got out of the White House after their last period in there, they seemed to take an awful lot of things out of the White House. In other words, steal a lot of stuff that wasn't bolted down. And people seem to forget that, and then they want to turn around and put a thief back in the White House to run the most awesome country in the world. I don't get it.
I don't get it either, because Hillary, we run that funny soundbite at the beginning of the show where she says, well, of course you can trust me. Well, no, I don't think I don't even know why Democrats trust her, because she and her husband have both been fairly dishonest, and provably so over the years. Why would you vote for somebody who's that dishonest?
This is true, and I think her first name, if you pronounce it slowly, says it all. It's Hillary. And that seems to cover it.
You bet. Jim, thanks very much. 866-439-5277. Let's go to Jim in Coquille, Oregon, listening on KWRO. Jim, what's on your mind on a First Amendment Friday?
Well, Lars, you know how Obama's always saying that we need to find new technologies that can produce clean, environmentally friendly energy.
Sure.
Well, there's been such a technology around since the 60s at least, maybe earlier. It's called thorium.
Thorium reactors are very good, although every time I research them, they say, yeah, in theory they work. They don't have anything that they can work on an industrial scale yet. So they can do it. Go ahead.
They actually had one in Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee in the 60s that ran for 20,000 hours. So they've got the technology. It works. They know it works. I think the only reason they're not doing it is because the uranium industry, the uranium lobby.
Well, except for this, Jim, right now we have a bunch of existing nuclear plants that were built mostly in the 70s. We haven't had a new nuclear plant in decades, which means I don't know how powerful the uranium industry is when they're not selling to anybody in the United States.
Well, actually, I think they're building 3 more right now and have more on the drawing boards.
I don't know.
There's the rest of the world, too. You've got Japan, which... after the Fukushima thing, they got sort of dumped nuclear. And then there's Germany, which did the same thing. You'd think they'd be looking into this, too, but they're not.
You know, a while back we did have, Tony, do you recall we had, I think it was Dr. Jose Reyes, who's one of the nuclear engineers who's worked at OSU and now is with a company called NuScale, that ironically enough is coming up with all these great reactor designs that the Chinese and others are building around the world, but they're not being built in the Northwest. And I thought I had asked him specifically about thorium, and he said, yeah, they can do it in the lab, they can do it on a small scale. They don't have a plant that'll operate on, you know, because you need a plant that'll do 1,100 average megawatts to be able to provide something that'll finance. And the other problem with it is, Jim, whether it's thorium or uranium or fission or fusion, I don't think they're going to be able to get another nuclear plant licensed in this country. At the beginning of the Obama administration, they did put out a relatively small grant to try to get one reactor underway, but I honestly don't think they've even finished the design of that one, let alone started to build it. So the nuclear industry, ironically enough, one of the greenest forms of power around, is really on the ropes in the United States, but the Chinese are building nuclear reactors to beat the ban. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I'm here to tell you that Island Fence has done it again. Hey, folks, it's Lars Larson. Tina and I required further use of their fencing and custom gate services. Island Fence did not disappoint. I can't stress it enough. When a business comes out to my home and they're clean-cut, respectful, courteous, and well-skilled in their craft, I will confidently use them every time. Now, when it comes to fences, Island Fence only stocks premier-grade American cedar. It's even prepared at their cedar mill right out in Harrisburg. Island Fence's customized motorized gates really impressed me. They have deer, salmon, and, well, you name it, they can brand your front gate with it. Take it from me, folks, when you're looking for fencing supplies, ornamental iron, custom gates, and chain link, including dog kennels, put Island Fence at the top of your list. Statewide delivery and professional installation available. They're located on Highway 99, where Eugene meets Junction City. Island Fence for all your residential and commercial needs. CCB number 105556.
If you have kids, you've probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar, Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Kraft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids, healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. You see me around the neighborhood, and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm one out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me. We are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America. and the Ad Council.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. It's one of the few times we'll be able to say the high today and the low tonight the same, 50 degrees. 20% chance of rain continuing through tonight. 30% chance of rain and 55 tomorrow. Rainy and 45 Thursday night. Morning rain turning to showers and 53 on Friday.
Chipala Mexican restaurant. So good. Chipala Mexican restaurant. So good.
Hi, this is Erin. I think we have one of the best lunch menus around. We serve you quick so you can take your time and enjoy your meal. Or visit and talk business. Try lunch at Chipala Mexican Restaurant in Oakway Center and 29th near Willamette.
Chipala Mexican restaurant. So good.
Levitt's Freight Service is looking for experienced flatbed drivers who come ready to run hard and get paid top wages. Drivers can earn as much as 50 cents per mile. Get behind the wheel of a newer, well-maintained fleet at Levitt's. Right now, drivers living along the I-5 corridor will run superior miles and get through the house weekly. Call Levitt's Freight Service now and ask for Jordan Williams and be treated like the professional you are.
Hi, this is Jordan Williams from Levitt's Freight Service. Join our team. Call me now at 800-935-4236. Again, that's 800-935-4236. And let's talk about your future.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
Nothing goes better with a burger than a Budweiser. The original power couple. Beechwood aged to perfection meets grilled to perfection. The smooth taste of Bud brings out the best in a burger. The official beer of beer. The official food of food. No Bud, no burger. This could be a debate, but it's not. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
No radio in the office? No problem. News Radio 1120 KPNW is streaming 24 hours a day. Turn us on at kpnw.com.
Welcome back to the program. And by the way, Jay, who called in, whose fingerprints could not be read when he went down to get his carry permit, I may not have the solution, but I have a lot of suggestions. Anyway, Alan writes in, Lars, I learned a trick onto how to fingerprint when your fingerprints aren't scanning. It works on the electronic scanners, which is the way they work where I get my permit. He said, when I was joining the military and during MEPS, my fingerprints would never scan during the process. They told me, rub your fingers on your forehead, and the oil and dirt on your forehead allows the scanner to pick it up. After that, for everything else, I went in to get my concealed. I'd rub my forehead prior to the scan, and it works every single time. And let's see, Lars, there were some other good ones. Lars, this is from Skip. Corn husker oil and or Avon Skin So Soft would bring up the fingerprints. Have a great weekend. Somebody else suggested soaking your fingers in water so that, you know, they bloat up or turn into raisins. Mike writes in, Lars, my wife was having problems having her fingerprints taken for the school district. She has to go to a special place to have it done. I don't know where it is right offhand, but it does exist. And again, a lot of people suggesting corn huskers oil, and Nathan suggesting just soak them in water. Let's go to Keith.
Oh, Mr. Larson, I committed a crime against a child, a sexual crime, in 1997. And I spent 12 and a half years in prison for it, which I deserved. And while I was in, the state got sued by the Muslim people in the community or the prison that they had to serve special meals for them. Not only that, they had to have special places to eat and special cooking utensils and everything. We'd see the same people go buy the sausage and stuff at Canteen with pork into it. We'd see the same people that complained not like what they got served on the special meal and eat the regular pork meal. The Jewish community in prison never complained. they'd either eat around the meal or whatever. And I think that, I deserved going to prison. I have no fault with it. And the police and the correctional police both are, do their job professionally. And I get upset when I see that, the people are coming in there and saying we need special privileges.
Like the guy from Klamath Falls who converted Islam just over a year ago and now is complaining that they give him peanut butter instead of the pork meal that he says he can't have. It sounds like you're a really changed man.
I am. I did every program I could in the prison. I learned how to teach them, and I also even wrote some of the programs that DOC still uses with staff help. I've got PTSD, and they also diagnosed me afterwards with personality disorder and stuff. I take my medicine and stuff, and I was drunk when I abused a girl. But I learned that that's no excuse. You might do something. You don't take the first drink.
That's a good rule. Since you got out, have you done okay on the outside?
Yes, I've been out since 2010. I finished my probation, and I got one ticket for turning left on a yellow light that said, and I've had no problems. And I also realized that it wasn't a sexual offense, even though it was a power and control thing. I mean, I learned so much in prison. I'd be dead by now otherwise from my alcohol use and stuff like that. I was trying to compensate, but that's still no use.
But it sounds like you're on the straight and narrow totally. You stayed away from the booze. You haven't committed more crimes. You did take that left on a yellow, but other than that, it sounds like you haven't done anything else, and you've been leading a productive life. Good for you.
Yeah, and it just frustrates me when the people in jail or prison don't follow the rules, because that's why they get in trouble on the outside.
What do you think what do you think would solve that behind bars, Keith? I mean, what do you think you could get? Because obviously there are going to be people like you who say, okay, I did the crime, I'll take my punishment. And then there are people who are going to deny they did it. And there are going to be people who said, well, I was railroaded by the cops and a bad DA and a bad lawyer and everything else. And you got a whole spectrum of people. How do you get more people to do what you did instead of, continuing to deny it and just making plans for getting out and doing more bad things? How do you fix that?
Unless there are programs in DOC, and if they don't take them, I would honestly offer, even on Measure 11, time off to take the programs, so that people can learn that if they're responsible for their lives, they're the ones that are doing it.
The only thing I worry about with that is, do you think that behind bars are also a lot of people who learn how to say the right things and go through the motions in the right way to persuade people, but they're actually conning the folks that are trying to help them out?
Oh, yes. But they get some information, and they get some ability to understand about themselves, even if they're conning the people. We had people in our classes all the way through that were conning and stuff, but they had to learn something. The way it is now, and I voted for Measure 11, even though I got convicted under it. If there's no incentive to change while you're in, then there's probably not going to be any change. At least the other way, they might change.
I see the argument. Keith, congratulations to you for leading a lawful life since getting out.
Okay, and Mr. Larson, I'm a Democrat, but I listen to your show all the time. And I agree with 99% of what you say. And I'm afraid of Hillary getting in.
Maybe you only think you're a Democrat. You could reform that too.
Well, I'm thinking about that but who do I go on the Republican? I mean, I don't like what they're doing to Trump. And I don't know what he would do, but I'm willing to take a chance.
Well, see, that's the thing. I'm not going to defend the Republican Party because they make their share of mistakes. I just think they seem to make fewer mistakes than the Democrats. But all in all, it sounds like, and I'm glad to have you listening. And listen, I'm glad for anyone who can go out and reform their behavior. I wish the whole time I was a kid that my dad would stop drinking. I wish he'd reformed his behavior. He didn't figure it out. And I wish all the people out there who do things that are damaging to other people would reform their behavior. So I got to give you props and kudos for having managed to do it on your own and set a good example. And I appreciate the phone call. Thank you very, very much. You're listening to the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
Every year at the Oscars, Hollywood celebrates its best and brightest of the silver screen. In Washington, the Partnership for Public Service celebrates the best and brightest of our civil service. Men and women who perform real-life acts of heroism away from the camera's lens. Nominate an outstanding federal employee you know for a 2015 Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medal. All career civilian federal employees are eligible to be recognized. Nominations close January 16th. Submit your nomination today at servicetoamericamedals.org.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Worries over a plunge in the price of crude oil weighed on stocks. The Dow Jones Industrials lost 249 points, or 1.5%, and closed at 15,766. The Nasdaq closed 5 points lower. The S&P 500 fell 22. The crude oil futures fell more than 6.5% to close at $26.55 a barrel in New York. Chevron was the biggest loser among the blue chips. That stock fell 3%. Small businesses may not be prepared for the amount of turnover they're likely to see this year. The job site Indeed says small firms should anticipate higher attrition levels because the improving economy has made job seekers more confident. The report says companies of all sizes will be competing for talent this year. The prospect of higher interest rates worries many consumers. More than 40% of the people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're concerned about rate hikes. Respondents are most worried about the impact of rate increases on their personal finances. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Live from New York, the Fox Report.
I'm Lisa Brady. A could-have-been-worse day on Wall Street. The Dow dropped 249 points, but it was down 566 at one point as oil prices fell to nearly $26 a barrel.
You are watching your 401k. The answer for today is do nothing. You do not sell on a day like this, as painful as it is to watch.
Fox Business Network's Deirdre Bolton. The Nasdaq rallying back to positive territory before it finished down 5 points. The S&P down 22. The Dow ending at 15,766 after dropping under 15,500. President Obama in Detroit praising the auto industry's comeback and criticizing Republicans on the economy.
They said we'll get unemployment to 6% by 2016. Well, we got it down to 5, about a year ahead of schedule. Their schedule.
Urging voters not to ignore the progress made. Donald Trump in Oklahoma.
There's no better word to describe our leader and our administration than the word what? Stupid. Stupid. These are stupid people.
Holding a Tulsa rally with Sarah Palin.
We need to elect a commander-in-chief who will respect our troops
Also bringing up care for combat veterans and her son's military service after his arrest this week on domestic violence charges. Attorney General Loretta Lynch telling Congress the president's executive actions on guns are legal.
They are consistent with the Constitution as interpreted by the Supreme Court and the laws passed by Congress.
Alabama Republican Senator Richard Shelby.
As we've seen time and again, this president used tragic events to push his political agenda.
Vowing to defend the Second Amendment. The Fox Report, fair and balanced.
Hey guys, watch my new bike trick. Whoa!
Accidents happen. When they do, Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center can help you get on the road to recovery faster. With the area's only 30 minutes or less ER service pledge, we will work to have you initially seen by a medical professional in 30 minutes or less. Less waiting, faster care. Only at Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center. Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center is owned in part by physicians.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The stepmother of missing Oregon boy Kyron Horman has broken her silence. Terry Horman took Kyron to his Portland school in June of 2010. The 7-year-old never returned home, and a massive search came up empty. Investigators have focused on Horman from the beginning, but she has not been charged with a crime or been labeled a suspect. In an interview with People magazine, Terry Horman said this has been like a bad dream. Horman said she never harmed Kyron and wants to know when police and the boy's biological parents are going to realize that she doesn't have any answers for his disappearance. Horman recently moved to California because of the intense suspicion she faces and faced here in Oregon. One fisherman is dead, 2 are still missing after a boat capsized more than a mile off the entrance to Coos Bay. The U.S. Coast Guard says one of the 4 men aboard the commercial fishing vessel made it to shore late Tuesday. The Guard says it's dispatched a helicopter and boat crews and will saturate the area to try and find the missing fisherman. And Oregon's unemployment rate dropped to 5.4% in December from 5.7%. The State Employment Department reported today that it moves Oregon's rate closer to the national level, which held steady at 5.0%. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Built for business. Comcast Business is offering 25 megabits per second internet from $69.95 a month. That means if you're still using slow DSL from the phone company, you have a decision to make. Do you switch to Comcast Business and get more speed for faster downloads, or stick with slow DSL and watch your business stutter from slow speeds? Do you get internet that stays fast when other people are online, or keep using slow DSL and have your employees struggle with lag time? The choice is yours. Switch to Comcast Business and get 25 megabits per second of fast, reliable internet from just $69.95 a month. Or stick with slow DSL and get slower speeds and more downtime at work. Make the smarter choice. Ditch slow DSL and switch today. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.